Introduction. The place of Volume 2 in Marx's general analysis of capitalism. The second volume is purely scientific, only dealing with questions from one bourgeois to another, wrote Frederick Engels to the Russian populist, Lavrov, on the 5th of February 1884. 17 months later, he told Sorge, the second volume will provoke great disappointment, because it is purely scientific and does not contain much material for agitation. Finally, on the 13th of November 1885, he wrote to Danielson, I had no doubt that the second volume would afford you the same pleasure as it has done to me. The developments it contains are indeed of such superior order that the vulgar reader will not take the trouble to fathom them and to follow them out. This is actually the case in Germany, where all historical science, including political economy, has fallen so low that it can scarcely fall any lower. Our Kathetersozialisten have never been much more, theoretically, than slightly philanthropic Vulgärökonomen, and now they have sunk to the level of simple apologists of Bismarck's Staatssozialismus. To them, the second volume will always remain a sealed book. Official economic literature observes a cautious silence with regard to it. These predictions were to be verified far beyond Engels's fears. In fact, 10 years passed before two young Russian Marxists, Tugan Baranowski followed by S. Bulgakov, made the first application of the main conceptual innovations of Volume 2. And it took nearly another decade for these concepts finally to penetrate Germany and the Western world, through an international debate in which Tugan Baranowski, albeit won. Engels to Lavrov. Marx-Engels work, Volume 36, page 99. Engels to Sorge, Ibid. pp. 296 and 324. Engels to Danielson, Ibid. pp. 298 and 384. See also Marx, Engels, Selected Correspondence, Moscow, 1975, pp. 365-6. For Kathetersozialisten, etc., see notes ONPP. 88 and 101 below. 12. Introduction. For the moment continuing to call himself a Marxist. Began to revise some of Marx's key theories. 2. Volume 2 of Capital has indeed been not only a sealed book, but also a forgotten one. To a large extent, it remains so to this very day. Grave misunderstandings arise, however, if the reader attempts to pass straight from Volume 1 to Volume 3, underestimating the key place of Volume 2 in the monumental theoretical construction. Marx himself quite precisely clarified this place, in a letter sent to Engels on the 30th of April 1868, in Book 1. We content ourselves with the assumption that if in the self-expansion process £100 becomes £110, the latter will find already in existence in the market the elements into which it will change once more. But now we investigate the conditions under which these elements are found at hand, namely the social intertwining of the different capitals, of the component parts of capital and of revenue, equals S3. This intertwining, conceived as a movement of commodities and of money, enabled Marx to work out at least the essential elements, if not the definitive form of a coherent theory of the trade cycle, based upon the inevitability of periodic disequilibrium between supply and demand under the capitalist mode of production. To forget this role of Volume 2 and jump to Volume 3 carries the danger of evacuating all problems specific to the inner contradictions of the commodity, problems of the market, of the realization of value and surplus value, etc., which, although touched upon in Volume 1, are only fully developed in Volume 2. We may even say that it was only by dealing with the reproduction of capital in its totality that Marx could bring out in their full complexity the inevitable contradictions of the Hassic cell of capitalist wealth. The individual commodity, the intertwining of the different capitals, of the component parts of Tugan Baranowski's studies on the theory and history of the commercial crises in England originally appeared in Russian in 1894. ACCRDING to Rosdolsky. This version was radically different from the famous German edition of 1901 which sparked off the international debate. See Roman Rosdolsky, The Making of Marx's Capital, London, 1977, page 470, note 66. Bulgakov's On the Markets for Capitalist Production was published in Russian in 1897. In autumn 1893, Lenin had made considerable use of Marx's reproduction schemas in a lengthy article on the so-called market question, which was based on a verbal report given to a St. Petersburg Social Democratic Circle in answer to G. Krassen's lecture on the same subject. However, while the article seems to have circulated in manuscript form in Petersburg, it was not published at the time and was thought to have been lost until its publication in 1937. It now appears in Volume 1 of Lenin's collected works. 3. Marx, Engels, Selected Correspondence, Op. Cit. Page 191. Introduction. 13. Capital and of revenue. That dual movement of both specific use values and exchange values, of supply and demand, also enabled Marx to develop an analysis of the reproduction of capitalist economy and bourgeois society in its totality. Of course, in this achievement, which is one of the greatest in the whole of social science, Marx did not have to start out from scratch. He was able to base himself above all on Quesnay's pioneering work, Tableau économique. 4. Nor should it be claimed that Marx solved all problems of reproduction. In particular, he left on JY an unfinished sketch of the section on expanded reproduction and had no time to work on the vexed question of how it can attain occasional equilibrium while encompassing the famous laws of motion, of capital, especially those outlined in Volume 3, Rising Organic Composition of Capital, increasing rate of surplus value. Competition leading to concentration and centralization and to renewed competition, in spite of the tendency of equalization of the rate of profit, tendency of the average rate of profit to decline. Nevertheless, Volume the Second of may be seen in a very real sense as the predecessor and initiator of modern aggregation techniques, which were sometimes even directly inspired by the book. On the road from Keynes through Marx, Walras, Leontief and Keynes, the leap forward made by Marx is immediately apparent. And the movement away from Marx in neoclassical and vulgar macroeconomics contains elements of enormous regression, of which contemporary economists are only now slowly beginning to take note. S4. It should be stressed that from 1758 onwards Keynes' writings demonstrate a clear understanding of a circuit of commodities and income, as well as a grasp that, in the last analysis, all incomes originate in production. See Tableau économique, Extraits des économies réelles de Sully, Explication du tableau économique and Analyse de la forme économique du tableau. 5. For an interesting comparison between Keynes' tableau économique and Marx's reproduction schemas, see Shigeto Tsuru, on reproduction schemes, in Paul M. Sweezy, The Theory of Capitalist Development, New York, 1942, pp. 365 ff. Also worthy of note is Jacques Nagel's Genèse, Contenu et prolongement de la notion de reproduction du capital selling Karl Marx, Boisgaubert, Keynes, Leontief, Bruce, S. 1970. There seems to be a relation between Leontief's input-output tables and the labor theory of value. See, for example, B. Cameron, The Labor Theory of Value in Leontief's Models, an Economic Journal, March 1952. These tables reflect only the use-value interrelationships, exchanges, between different departments, and abstract from the question of the source of the purchasing power necessary to mediate these exchanges. See also Cauchymera's assessment. Leontief, immersed in the minutiae of numerous small departments, fails to abstract or generalize and so ignores both the capital structure as a whole, and the component parts of commodities, i.e. C, V, and M. For this reason his table, while useful for the Statistical 14 Introduction Volume 2 of Capital carries the subtitle, The Process of Circulation of Capital, while Volume 1 was subtitled, The Process of Production of Capital. At first sight, the distinction is clear. Volume 1 is centered around the factory, the workplace. It explains the character of the production of commodities under capitalism as both a process of material production and one of valorization, production of surplus value. 6. Volume 2, by contrast, is centered around the marketplace. It explains not how value and surplus value are produced, but how they are realized. Its dramatis personae are not so much the worker and the industrialist, but rather the money owner and moneylender, the wholesale merchant, the trader and the entrepreneur or functioning capitalist. More broadly defined than Schnapple industrialists, entrepreneurs are those capitalists who, having a certain amount of capital at their disposal, whether they own or borrow it is irrelevant here, try to increase that capital through the purchase of means of production and labor power, the production and then the sale of commodities, the reinvestment of part of realized profit in additional machinery, raw materials and labor power, and the production of an increased quantity of commodities. The role of workers in Volume 2 will cause some surprise, both to non-Marxist readers heavily armed with current academic preconceptions of Marx as an outdated and typically 19th-century economist, and to dogmatic pseudo-Marxists whose understanding of Marx is based more on second-hand vulgarizations than on the genuine article. For if workers appear at all in Volume 2, it is essentially as buyers of consumer goods and, therefore, as sellers of the commodity labor power, rather than as producers of value and surplus value, although, of course, this latter quality, established in Volume 1, remains the solid foundation on which the whole of the unfolding analysis is based. However, in order to grasp the deeper significance of the concept, process of circulation of capital, as well as the exact place of Volume 2 in Marx's Avera Jin Isa of the capitalist mode of production attempted in his 3-volume magnum opus, we have to understand the interconnection between the production of value and its realization. Commodity production is the expression of a specific form of social organization, which encompasses a basic contradiction. On the one hand, human description of empirical phenomena ignores the inner structure of capitalist production. Shinzaburo Cauchymera, Theory of Capital Reproduction and Accumulation, Kitchener, Ont. 1975, page 9. 6. See my Introduction to Capital Volume 1, London, 1976. Introduction 15. Production has outgrown the primitive form of subsistence farming and handicrafts, which prevailed in more or less isolated communities of producer-consumers. The progress of the division of labor and labor productivity, as well as the growth of transport and communications, have steadily increased the range and depth of human interdependence. More and more local, regional, even national and continental communities depend upon one another for the supply and combination of raw materials, instruments of labor and human producers themselves. The labor process has thereby become to an increasing extent objectively socialized. At the same time, however, private ownership of the means of production and circulation combines with the appearance and growth of money, capital to make private appropriation both the starting point and the goal of a productive endeavor. Thus, while labor is objectively IJ10 and more socialized, it remains to a greater degree than ever before organized on the basis of private production. Commodity production, value production, the value form, as Marx calls it at the beginning of Volume 1, rooted in this basic contradiction. 7. Production is impossible without social labor. Without the cooperation of thousands, in some cases, hundreds of thousands, for the production of a given commodity, under optimum conditions of productivity of labor. But since production is based upon and tuned to private appropriation, social labor one's not immediately organized as such. Its input into the production process is not decided by society as a whole, and it is expended as private labor. Its social nature can only be recognized a posteriori, through the sale of the commodity, the realization of its value and, under capitalism, the appropriation in the form of profit by its capitalist owner of a given portion of the total surplus value created by productive workers in their entirety. Value production or commodity production thus expresses the contradictory fact that goods are at one and the same time the product of social labor and private labor, that the social character of the private labor spent in their production cannot be immediately and directly established, and that commodities must circulate, their value must be realized, before we can know the proportion of private labor expended in their production that is recognized as social labor. There is thus an indissoluble unity between the production of value and surplus value on the one hand, and the circulation, sale, of commodities, the realization of value, on the other. Under commodity production, and even so under its capitalist form, the one cannot 7. Ibid. Page 131. 16 Introduction take place without the other. That is why the study of capital in general, provisionally abstracted from competition and many capitals, encompasses both the process of production and the process of circulation of commodities. 8. However, once we begin to examine the circulation of commodities under capitalism, in the first place, their sale with the purpose of realizing their value, we are considering much more than simple commodity circulation. Where in fact dealing with the circulation of commodities is capital, that is to say, with the circulation of capital. In the course of his progressive analysis of the circulation process, Marx introduces a new and passionately interesting object of study, the reproduction and circulation, turnover, of the total social capital. While formally this is the title of only the third part of Volume 2, it could well be argued that it expresses the underlying subject matter of the whole volume. Marx himself explains. 9. That the circulation and reproduction of each individual capital, analysis of which is begun in the first sections of Volume 2, must be seen as part of a more general movement of circulation and reproduction, that of the sum total of social capital. This is so not only because such a study must methodologically precede examination of the effects of competition on the division of surplus value among various capitalist firms, but also because a broader question still has to be answered. How can an anarchic social system, based upon private determination of investment, factor combination, and output, assure the presence of the objective, material elements necessary for further production and growth? What are the absolute preconditions of such growth? It was in order to answer these eminently modern questions that Marx developed his famous reproduction schemas and showed that growth could be accommodated within his theory of capitalism. Since capitalist production is production for profit, value production oriented towards an accretion of value, growth always has the meaning of accumulation of capital. While this is already made clear in Volume 1 of Capi Law, chapters 22 and 23, the argument is only fully elaborated. 8. Marxists have generally attached much less importance to problems of circulation than to those of production, often overlooking their essential unity. A rare example of bending the stick too far in the other direction is the book by the right-wing Austro-Marxist and former president of the Austrian Republic, Dr. Karl Renner. Die Wirtschaft als Gesamtprozess und die Sozialisierung, Berlin, 1924. Renner focuses his analysis entirely on the circulation of commodities and deliberately seeks to make of the sphere of circulation the springboard for the socialization of economic life. 9. See below, pp. 427-30. Introduction 17 in Volume 2. The key concepts are those of capitalization of, part of, surplus value and expanded reproduction. For economic growth to occur, part of the surplus value produced by the working class and appropriated by the capitalists must be spent productively and not wasted unproductively on consumer goods and luxury goods by the ruling class and its retainers and hangers-on. In other words, it must be transformed into additional constant capital, buildings, equipment, energy, raw materials, auxiliary products, etc., and additional variable capital, money capital available to hire an increased labor force. The accumulation of capital is nothing other than this, partial capitalization of surplus value, i.e. the partial transformation of profit into additional capital. Low expanded reproduction denotes a process whereby the turnover of capital, both individual capitals and total social capital, although not necessarily all individual capitals, given competition, we may even say, in the long run, never all capitals, leads, after a certain number of intermediary stages minutely studied in Volume 2, to a larger and larger scale of productive operation. More raw materials are transformed by more workers using more machinery into more finished products, with greater overall value than in the previous turnover cycle. This results in higher total sales and final profits, which in turn allow a higher absolute sum, if not in all cases a higher percentage, of profit to be added to capital. Thus does the spiral of growth continue. The study of the circulation of commodities, the reproduction and accumulation of capital and the rotation of capital in its totality constantly encompasses the dialectical unity and contradiction of opposites contained in the commodity form of production, namely, the contradictory unity of use value and exchange value, doubled in that of commodities and money. One of the outstanding features of Capital Volume 2, to which insufficient attention has been paid by academic and Marxist commentators alike, 11 is precisely the masterly way in which Marx develops this initial theme of Capital Volume 1 throughout his analysis of the process of circulation. We shall have occasion to come back to this. 10. Most significantly, capital accumulation also requires that means of production producing additional means of production be added to means of production producing consumer goods or simply replacing means of production used up in current production. 11. An important exception is Rosdolsky, Op. Cit. 18 Introduction 2. The three forms of capital from the outset, Marx makes it clear that capital, in the capitalist mode of production, 12 appears in three forms: money capital, productive capital and commodity capital. Money capital is the original form and final purpose of the whole devilish undertaking. Productive capital is the basic precondition of the constantly enlarging spiral. Without the penetration of capital into the sphere of production, the social product and surplus product can only be reapportioned and reappropriated, not increased by capitalist enterprise. Under such conditions, capitalists would act essentially as parasites upon and plunderers of pre-capitalist, or post-capitalist, forms of production, rather than as masters of the production and appropriation of surplus value, of the social surplus product. As for commodity capital, it is the basic curse of capitalism that commodities must go through the phase in which they contain, in as yet unrealized form, the surplus value produced by the working class. In other words, before money capital can return to its original form, swollen by surplus value, it has to go through the intermediate stage of commodity value, a value embodied in commodities which still have to pass the acid test by being sold. Marx used the formula, metamorphosis of capital, to indicate that, like a butterfly passing through the successive stages of larva, chrysalis and moth, capital takes on the forms of money capital, productive capital and commodity capital, before returning to the stage of money capital. While these three forms are to a large extent successive in the process of rotation of capital, they are also coexistent with one another. One of the most important and brilliant sections of Volume 2 is that which stresses again and again the discontinuous nature of reproduction of the three forms of capital, and the organic link of this discontinuity with the very essence of the capitalist mode of production. Precisely because the capitalist mode of production is generalized production of commodities, money capital cannot and does not merely precede and succeed the widespread appearance of capital, it has to exist side by side with it. Similarly, money capital is not just the result of the sale of commodities, its social existence is a precondition of that sale. Finally, commodity capital is not simply the outcome of the function 12. This specification is necessary. Although capital may appear and survive in pre-capitalist and post-capitalist societies, ones in transition from capitalism to socialism, it does so essentially outside the realm of production. In no case can it dominate the main sectors of production. This occurs only with the appearance of productive capital, the form proper to the capitalist mode of production. Introduction 19 ing of productive capital, it is also its necessary basis. Indeed, current production is only possible, and this applies especially to commodities with an above-average lifespan or production period, if all commodities produced during the previous turnover cycle have not already been sold to the final consumers, if, that is, stocks and reserves of raw materials, energy, auxiliary products, intermediary products and consumer goods needed to reproduce labor power are available on a large scale. Continuity of the production process may be said to depend upon discontinuity or desynchronization of the turnover cycle of money capital, productive capital and commodity capital. Furthermore, the very nature of capitalist relations of production requires the existence of money capital prior to the initiation of the production process. The separation of free workers from their means of production and livelihood implies a constraint upon the owners of the means of production to purchase labor power before the commencement of productive operations. And they must have at their disposal adequate money capital to effect the transaction. In the relation between capitalist and wage laborer, the money relation, the relation of buyer and seller, becomes a relation inherent in production itself. 13 Thus, to a large extent, Volume 2 examines the constant intertwining of appearance and disappearance of money capital, productive capital and commodity capital, from the sphere of circulation into that of production, and back into the sphere of circulation, until the commodity is finally consumed. Each form passes over into the other, without expelling it entirely from the sphere of circulation, let alone from the overall social arena. Indeed, we can say that the dialectics of money, money capital, and commodities, commodity capital, is the basic contradiction examined in Capital Volume 2. Here again Marx's modernism is particularly striking. These considerations show the crucial importance of the time factor in Marx's analysis of the capitalist mode of production. Its functioning cannot be understood if complete abstraction is made of time sequences and schedules, the duration of the production and turnover cycles of commodities, and the length of the turnover period of capital. Marx's important distinction between circulating capital and fixed capital is based exclusively on the amount of time required for each of these two parts of money capital to revert to its original form. Circulating capital, spent on raw materials and wages, is recovered by the capitalist firm after each production cycle and circulation cycle of commodities. Fixed 13. See below, page 196. 20 Introduction capital, however, is recovered in its entirety only after n cycles of production and circulation, whose number depends on the longevity of machinery and buildings. As is well known, Marx WQRKED on the hypothesis that the average longevity of machinery, not, of course, buildings, is equivalent to, and indeed determines, the average duration of the trade cycle. It would be a fruitful task for Marxist scholars to deepen our understanding of the role and function of this time dimension in Marx's Capital. For time appears there as the measure of production, value and surplus value, labor time, as the nexus connecting production, circulation and reproduction of commodities and capital, cycles of turnover and reproduction of capital, as the medium of the laws of motion of capital, trade cycles, cycles of class struggle, long-term historical cycles, and as the very essence of man, leisure time, lifespan, creative time, time of social intercourse. The study of the process of circulation of commodities and capital is concerned essentially with metamorphosis, the change from one form to another which we have just mentioned. But this analysis, starting from a high level of abstraction and drawing nearer and nearer to the everyday phenomena of capitalist life, itself represents this process of circulation in successive stages of concreteness. First, there is the circulation of money, capital in its most general form as we encountered it in Volume 1, MCM, M plus AM. Money buys commodities so that they may be sold with an accretion of money. A profit, part of which will be added to the initial money capital. If we translate this formula into the real operations of the capitalist mode of production, we have to replace C, the commodities bought, with the specific operation of the industrialist, namely, the purchase of means of production and labor power in order that the labor power may produce additional value, surplus value. This combination of means of production and labor power gives rise, through the process of production, to new commodities embodying additional value which have to be sold to result in the formation of accumulated capital. 2. The initial formula becomes MC less than P. Production. C M. M plus AM, where AM equals accumulated surplus value. Introduction 21.3. The dual aspect of capital turnover in Marx's economic theory basing himself on the contradiction between use value and exchange value inherent in the commodity, Marx considered the problem of turnover of capital, of reproduction, as a dual one. In order that, at least simple, and normally expanded, reproduction may be achieved, the total value embodied in the produced commodities must be realized, that is to say, they must be sold at their value. Contrary. To assumptions made by some of his most astute followers, principally Rudolf Hilferding, Otto Bauer and Nikolai Bukharin, Marx did not regard this process of realization as automatic, nor did he derive it from his reproduction schemas, as some have naively suggested. 14. Indeed, a substantial section of the final part of Volume 2, and most of the controversies which have been raging ever since Rosa Luxemburg raised the issue, have turned around a more or less detailed examination of how the value embodied in commodities as represented by the famous reproduction schemas could be realized by purchasing power generated in the production process. At the same time, at least simple, and normally expanded, reproduction require for their success that the use value of the commodities produced should fulfill the material conditions for restarting production on either the existing or a broader scale. Reproduction could not take place in a situation where, on a technological base lower than total automation and in the absence of food reserves, the commodity package consisted entirely of raw materials and machinery. The workers and capitalists would starve and disappear before the available machinery could be used to restart agricultural production, or the existing stock of raw materials could be transformed into synthetic food. Similarly, reproduction would be impossible where the entire output of current commodity production, carried out with the large-scale use of sophisticated machinery, was composed of consumer goods and raw materials. If there were no stocks of machinery or spare parts, then machinery and 14. See especially Rudolf Hilferding, Das Finanzkapital, Vienna, 1923, page 310. Nikolai Bukharin, Imperialism and the Accumulation of Capital, London, 1972, page 226. And Otto Bauer, Die Accumulation des Kapitals in die Neue Zeit, Volume 31, 1913. 22. Introduction production would break down before the well-fed workers could build new machines out of simple raw materials. We should add in passing that expanded reproduction, which is the norm under capitalism, does not demand merely the existence, previous production, of use values representing the necessary objective elements of reproduction, means of production to replace used-up equipment and raw materials, further means of production required to enlarge the scale of operation of material production, consumer goods to feed both already employed workers and additional recruits to the workforce. Expanded reproduction also demands the presence of a potential source of additional labor. The dual function of the industrial reserve army of labor, both as regulator of wages, assuring that the rate of surplus value remains above a certain level, and as material precondition of expanded reproduction, should not be overlooked. If traditional means of increasing or maintaining that reserve army are drying up where, for example, independent peasants, handicraftsmen and shopkeepers have declined as a proportion of the total active population, or where substitution of machines for men in industry is slowing down, then new sources can always be tapped through sweeping transformation of housewives into wage laborers, mass immigration of labor, extensive redeployment of student youth onto the labor market, and so on.
1S Marx's giant step forward in economic analysis may be gauged by the fact that, until this very day, most academic economists have still not fully grasped this basic innovation of his schemas of reproduction.
They have broken up the totality of the process of reproduction of capital, based upon this unity of opposites, into a disconnected dichotomy. On the one hand, analysis centers on physical coefficients, especially at the level of interbranch exchanges, as in Leontief's input-output tables and all their derivations. It deals with use values. On the other hand, as in the case of Keynesian and post-Keynesian treatises 16, the study focuses on money flows, income flows, that is to say on exchange values largely disembodied from the commodities in the production of which 15. See Ernest Mandel, Late Capitalism, London, 1975, pp. 170-71. 16. Paul Samuelson's Economics, 4th edition, New York, 1958, page 41, attempts to correlate revenue flows and commodity flows by means of an interrelated system of supply-demand markets. But it is the public which buys consumer goods, while selling land, labor and capital goods, factors of production, to business, one-foot business, in turn buys land, labor and capital from the public, and Introduction 23 they originated. Income theories are thereby more and more disconnected from production theories, and if the mediation of the production function is employed at all, it remains largely inoperative, being considered at the microeconomic level rather than the macroeconomic one. Above all, the constant combination and intertwining of the two. The obvious fact that incomes are generated in the production of commodities with a given use value, corresponding to the structure of socially recognized needs, and that disequilibrium is unavoidable without a structure of income congruent with that of value produced. This has not even been posed, still less tackled by traditional academic theory, with the marginal exception of certain students of the trade cycle and the theory of crisis. The technique of aggregation introduced by Keynes has, if anything, made matters even more confused by operating with undifferentiated money flows. For it evacuates the problem, not to mention its solution, of whether a given national income has a specific structure of demand, for consumer goods, for producer goods producing producer goods, for producer goods producing consumer goods, for luxury goods, for weapons and other commodities bought only by the state, etc., which corresponds exactly to the specific structure of the total commodity value created in the process of production. In fact, most of the relevant academic theory, and not a little post-Marxian Marxist theory as well, for a long time assumed some kind of Say's law to be operative. 7. That is to say, it took for granted that a given value structure of output is correlated with a congruent income structure of purchasing power, through the normal operation of market forces. One of Marx's major purposes in Volume 2 of Capital sells consumer goods to it. Samuelson does not seem to have noticed that, under capitalism, the public, i.e. the mass of consumers, does not own capital goods, i.e. raw materials and equipment, and that these are sold by certain businesses to others. In his system, capital goods are sold without having been produced. It should be noted that Marx's reproduction schemas are not only of greater analytical and theoretical rigor, at the same time, they are more realistic, that is to say, they conform more closely to the real organization of capitalist economic life than the mystifying constructions of many species of academic economics. 17. For example, Oscar Lange, in his lengthy and interesting discussion of the reproduction schemas and derived equilibrium formulae, constantly abstracts from the dual flow of commodities and money, and assumes a relationship of pure barter between the two departments. See Oscar Lange, Theory of Reproduction and Accumulation, Warsaw, 1969, pp. 24, 28, etc. 24 Introduction is to show that this is not so, that such congruence depends upon certain exact proportions and structures, both of exchange values and of use values, that, for instance, wages never buy machines under capitalism, and that these exact proportions are extremely difficult to realize in the actual practice of capitalism.
It is thus all the more surprising that Joan Robinson reproaches Marx for having failed to realize how much the orthodox theory stands and falls with Say's law and set himself the task of discovering a theory of crises which would apply to a world in which Say's law was fulfilled, as well as the theory which arises when Say's law is exploded. Point 18 Would it not be more correct to state that Robinson herself, following Keynes's concept of effective demand, fails to realize how much Marx's theory of the commodity as a unity and contradiction of use value and exchange value not only underpins his concept of the necessary fluctuation of supply and demand at a macroeconomic level, but actually intertwines it with his theory of income distribution, demand distribution, in capitalist society.
Under capitalism, income distribution has a class structure determined by the very structure of the mode of production, and governed in the medium term by the class interests of the capitalists. Any increase in effective demand, which, instead of increasing the rate of profit, causes it to decline will never lead to a boom under capitalism. That basic truth was well understood by Ricardo as well as Marx. Though it is not by many latter-day Keynesians. We said earlier that one of the basic functions of the reproduction schemas is to demonstrate that growth, the very existence of capitalism, is at least possible under the capitalist mode of production. Given the extremely anarchic nature of the organization of production, under laissez-faire capitalism on the home market, under monopoly capitalism on the world market, and given the very nature of competition, this is by no means as obvious as it sounds. The reproduction schemas locate the combination of value and use value structures of the total commodity package within which growth can occur. But Marx never sought to prove that these proportions are automatically and constantly guaranteed by the invisible hand of market forces. On the contrary, he insisted again and again. 19. That these proportions are difficult to realize and impossible permanently to retain, and that they are 18. Joan Robinson, An Essay on Marxian Economics, New York, 1966, page 51. 19. Cf. Below. The fact that the production of commodities is the general form of capitalist production already implies that money plays a role, not just as means of circulation, but also as money capital within the circulation sphere, and gives. Introduction 25. Automatically upset by those same forces that bring them occasionally into being. In other words, the reproduction schemas show that equilibrium, not to speak of equilibrated growth, is the exception and not the rule under capitalism. That disproportions are far more frequent than proportionality, and that growth, being essentially uneven, inevitably produces the breakdown of growth, contracted reproduction or crisis. When we say that Marx's reproduction schemas summarize the turnover of capital and commodities as a dual movement, we mean that they are based upon a combined dual flow, a flow of value produced in the process of production, and a flow of money, money revenue and money capital, unleashed in the process of circulation in order to realize the value of the commodities produced. The schemas are evidently not based upon barter. Department I does not exchange goods with Department I simply according to mutual need. Before the capitalists or employed workers of Department I can obtain the goods they need, they must prove themselves to have sufficient purchasing power to buy them from Department II at their value. 20. Furthermore, the difficulty cannot be solved by some legerdemain such as the sudden introduction ex nihilo of additional sources of purchasing power. If new sources of money do appear, and we shall see that they play a key role in Marx's schemas, they must be organically connected with the problem under examination. In other words, it has to be demonstrated that they are necessarily coexistent with the process of production and circulation of commodities under the capitalist mode of production. The dual nature of the reproduction schemas, reflecting the dual nature of the commodity and commodity production in general, in no way circumvents or contradicts the operation of the law of value. A law which establishes, among other things, that the quantity and quality of value produced, both that of each individual commodity and that of the total sum of commodities, is independent of their use value. Use value rise to certain conditions for normal exchange that are peculiar to this mode of production, conditions for the normal course of reproduction, whether simple or on an expanded scale, which turn into an equal number of conditions for an abnormal course, possibilities of crisis, since, on the basis of the spontaneous pattern of this production, this balance is itself an accident, pp. 5771. Cf. Also Karl Marx, Grundrisse, London, 1973, pp. 413-14, 20. In Volume 2 of Capital, which, like Volume 1, features in Marx's general plan under the heading See Capital in General, Das Kapital im Allgemeinen, the author consciously abstracts from competition. Therefore, prices of production play no part, and calculations are strictly value calculations. 26. Introduction is a necessary precondition of commodity value. A good which nobody wants to buy because it fulfills no need cannot be sold, and therefore has no exchange value. Labor expended in its production is socially wasted, not socially necessary labor. Similarly, a certain use value structure of total output, a given quantity of X raw materials, Y pieces of equipment and Z types of consumer goods, is a material and social precondition of the successful accomplishment of simple or expanded reproduction. But the use value of these commodities will only be realized if their market prices can be matched, that is, if they can be bought. Millions can, and do, starve under capitalism, even though all the food they need is there, because they lack the purchasing power to buy it. Of course they would also starve if the food were really lacking, but, although this does happen occasionally, it is a much rarer occurrence. Moreover, the system will be in equilibrium. Expanded reproduction will be possible in value terms, only if these commodities are broadly speaking sold at their value, that is to say, if the surplus value produced by the working class is realized in the form of profit. And this is by no means assured under capitalism. A further preliminary condition of equilibrium has to be fulfilled before the dual flow of commodities and purchasing power between the departments can even be examined. The sum total of output of both departments must be equal to, not smaller or larger than, the total demand generated by expanded reproduction. Under simple reproduction this may be expressed as follows. I equals IC plus IIC2 equals IV plus is plus IIV plus IIs. Under expanded reproduction this becomes I equals IC plus AIC plus IIC plus AIIC2 equals IV plus AIV plus is AIC AIV plus IIV plus AIV plus IIs AIIC AIV. The value and mass of the means of production produced must be equal to the value and mass of the means of production used up in both departments during the current production period, plus, under conditions of expanded reproduction, the value of the additional means of production needed in both departments. The value and mass of the consumer goods produced must be equal to the demand for consumer goods, wages plus profits spent on unproductive consumption in both departments. Introduction 27.4. The significance of Marx's reproduction scheme is the so-called conditions of proportionality in a two-department system, where the total mass of commodities is classified into a department I of means of production and a department I of consumer goods, were formulated by Marx himself. In the case of simple reproduction, they are IV plus LS equals Li. Otto Bauer and Bukharin derived from this a similar formula for expanded reproduction, which, although present in Volume 2, was not explicitly formulated by Marx. 21. IV plus ISCX plus ISY equals Li plus IISP. 22. In conformity with the dual nature of the reproduction schemas, these conditions of proportionality simultaneously have two meanings. A. The exchange value of the goods sold by Department I to Department 2 must be equal to the value of the goods sold by Department 2 to Department I, otherwise, there would emerge an unsaleable surplus in at least one of the two departments. B. The specific use value of the commodities produced in both departments must correspond to their mutual needs. For instance, the purchasing power in the hands of the workers producing producer goods must encounter on the market not only commodities, but actual consumer goods equivalent to that sum of wages. Under capitalism, workers are not supposed to spend their money on any commodities other than consumer goods. The commodity, non-barter nature of the reproduction schemas further implies a dual flow between the two departments. When Department I sells raw materials and equipment to Department II, to replace the value of Li used up in the previous production cycle, commodities flow from Department I to Department II, while money flows from 21. See below, page 593-22. Total surplus value, S, in both departments is divided into three parts. A. Unproductively consumed by the capitalists. Fj. Accumulated in the form of constant capital. Accumulated in the form of variable capital. 28. Introduction Department II to Department I. It has to be determined where that money initially came from. Conversely, when Department II sells consumer goods to the workers of Department I, to enable them to reproduce their labor power, commodities flow from 2 to I, while money flows from I to II. From a purely technical point of view, there is nothing extraordinary or magical in this two-department schema. It is just the most elementary conceptual tool. An extreme simplification intended to bring out the underlying assumptions of equilibrium, or equilibrated, proportionate growth, under conditions of commodity production. For exchange to occur, there must exist at least two private capitals independent of each other. With these conceptual tools, it would be easy to draw up a three-department model, e.g. with gold as Department 3, or a four-department one, with both gold and luxury goods as additional departments, the difference between the two being that, while luxury goods are, like weapons, useless from the point of view of reproduction, gold does not enter into the reproduction process but mediates it, assisting the circulation of commodities for expanded reproduction. We could then move on to a five-department model, dividing Department I into means of production producing means of production and means of production producing consumer goods, or a seven-department one, further dividing both sub-departments of Department I into raw materials and machinery. Step by step, we would approach an inter-branch model reflecting the actual structure of a modern capitalist industrialized economy. 2. 3. A certain number of conditions of physical interdependence would have to be established among all these branches. They are clarified by Leontief's input-output tables, based on either stable or changing technology. These would then have to be supplemented by a table of value equivalence, value equilibrium, since the only condition for equilibrium is overall realization of value. At this point, there appears an important difference between a two-department schema and a multi-department one. The former necessitates equivalence of exchange values between the two departments, whereas this is not true of the latter. 23. Department 3 was first used by Tugun Baranowski, studying zur Theorie und Geschichte der Handelskrisen in England, Jena, 1901, and von Bortkiewicz as a means of representing the production of luxury goods or gold. Unknown to Tugun Baranowski and other participants in that discussion, Marx had himself used a four-department schema in the Grundriss, op. Cit. Page 441, introducing separate departments for raw materials and machinery and, like Tugun Baranowski, dividing the means of consumption between a department of workers' consumer goods and one of luxury goods, surplus products, destined for the capitalists.
Introduction 29. Department C, for instance, say, raw materials necessary for the production of consumer goods, could have a surplus in its interchange with Department E, finished mass consumer goods in a 9-department schema, where F is the luxury goods department and G the gold production one, while it had a deficit in its interchange with Department B, equipment for the production of producer goods, including raw materials. 24. In such a case, the system would still attain equilibrium provided that all the surpluses and deficits cancelled one another out for each department were interrelated in a definitely proportionate and not arbitrary manner, and provided that each department realized the total value of the commodities produced within it and disposed of sufficient purchasing power to acquire the necessary objective elements of expanded reproduction, which would have to be supplied with their specific use values by the current production of departments A to E. However, the picture changes once we consider the two-department schema not as a simple conceptual or analytical tool, but as a model corresponding to a social structure.
It then becomes clear that the choice of these two departments as basic subdivisions of the mass of commodities produced is not at all an arbitrary one, but corresponds to the essential character of human production in general, not merely its specific expression under capitalist relations of production. Man cannot survive without establishing a material metabolism with nature. And he cannot realize that metabolism without using tools. His material production will, therefore, always consist of at least tools and means of subsistence. The two departments of Marx's reproduction schemas are nothing other than the specific capitalist form of this general division of human production, insofar as they 1. Take the generalized form of commodities, and 2. Assume that the workers, direct producers, do not. 24. In order to avoid confusion, we shall use for a 9-department schema the letters A, B, I, rather than the Roman capitals I, etc. Thus, A denotes the department of raw materials used in the production of means of production. B. Equipment employed in the production of means of production. C. Raw materials used for the production of mass consumer goods. D. Equipment employed in the production of mass consumer goods. E. Raw materials used for the production of luxury goods. F. Equipment employed in the production of luxury goods. G. Mass consumer goods. H. Luxury goods, and other goods not entering into the reproduction process. E.g. weapons. I. Gold. The Soviet economist V.S. Dadain has constructed a sophisticated feedback system for expanded reproduction which is based on a 4-department system. A. Means of production. B. Raw materials. C. Mass consumer goods. D. Elements of non-productive funds and the rest of social production. See V.S. Dadain. Ökonomische Berechnungen nach dem Modell der erweiterten Reproduktion. Berlin, 1969. 30. Introduction and cannot purchase that part of the commodity mountain which consists of tools and raw materials. 2s. Revert G to the 2-department schema presented in capital VO Fume 2. We can now outline the dual flow of commodities and money between the 2 departments, both in the case of simple reproduction and in that of expanded reproduction. 1. Simple reproduction. In Department I, the workers buy commodities from Department 2 to the equivalent of their wages, and the capitalists to the equivalent of their profits. Both these flows are continuous. Workers and capitalists alike have to eat every day, regardless of whether Department I commodities have already been sold. Therefore, even simple reproduction requires the prior existence of money capital and money reserves, for revenue expenditure, in the hands of the capitalist class over and above the value of productive capital. 26. With the money received from the sale of their commodities, the capitalists of Department I buy from Department I the means of production needed to reconstitute their own constant capital used up during the production process. This money returning to Department I, after mediating the purchase and sale of means of production within that department, reconstitutes the initial money capital and money revenue reserve with which the whole turnover process can recommence. Similarly, within Department I the capitalists sell consumer goods to their own workers and thereby immediately reconstitute their own variable capital. They sell consumer and luxury goods to all industrialists active within that department, thus realizing the surplus value contained in the sum total of consumer goods produced. 2. Expanded reproduction. Workers and capitalists of Department I buy consumer goods from Department I to a total value of IV plus ISCZ. With this money, capitalists of Department I buy means of production from Department I in order to reconstitute their own constant capital used up. 25. Rudolf Hickel, Zur Interpretation der Marxischen Reproduktionsschemata, page 116 and page 7. Of footnotes, criticizes our use of a Department III, thinking that we justify it by the fact that the state buys weapons or by the notion that weapons are waste. This critique is altogether unfounded. The objective basis of Department III lies in the fact that it includes all commodities not entering into the reproduction process, with the possible exception of monetary gold, in a 4-department schema. 26. See below, pp. 548-9. Introduction 31. During the production process. 27. Now, capitalists of Department I have the necessary means, if required, by drawing further on a reserve of money capital, to mediate the circulation of C within their own department and to hire additional workers, who will buy additional consumer goods, to the equivalent of ISI, from Department 2. The capitalists of Department I thereby acquire the purchasing power to buy from Department I the additional means of production necessary for their own expanded reproduction. Lisp. Equals AIIE, while the sale of consumer goods to workers and capitalists within Department I operates as described above. Finally, with the further means obtained by the sale of AIIE to Department II, the capitalists of Department I can complete their own expanded reproduction, mediating the sale of ale within their department, as well as the purchase of the equivalent of A1V from Department 1I, if this has not been fully covered in the first stage of circulation. 5. Use and misuse of the reproduction schemas. Marx's reproduction schemas have been used and abused in a number of ways during the past 70 years, ever since their analytical usefulness began to strike the imagination of followers and opponents alike. We have already indicated one of the most paradoxical forms of abuse of the schemas, namely, utilization of them as proof that capitalism could grow harmoniously and unrestrictedly, if only the correct proportions between the departments, the conditions of equilibrium, were maintained. The authors responsible for this aberration overlooked the basic assumption made by Marx, that the very structure of the capitalist mode of production, as well as its laws of motion, imply that the conditions of equilibrium are inevitably destroyed, that equilibrium and Harmonious growth are marginal exceptions to, are long-term averages of, normal conditions of disequilibrium, overshooting, between the two departments, and uneven growth. We have dwelt on this problem elsewhere and shall not repeat the argumentation here. Suffice it to say that, under capitalism, both the dynamics of value determination and the non-determination of consumer expenditure make it impossible to maintain exact proportions between the two departments in such a way as to have harmonious growth. The very nature of expanded reproduction, capitalist reproduction. 27. Following the equilibrium formula, IIC plus 11.8p equals IV plus I8 plus ISE, it is clear that IIE may be equal to, or smaller or greater than IV plus I6, depending on the relation of I as Fj to ISE. 32. Introduction under capitalism implies that production takes place not only on a broader scale, but also under changed technological conditions. Constant revolutions in the technique and cost of production are a basic characteristic of the system which Marx underlined much more sharply than any of his contemporaries, including the admirers and sycophants of capitalism. But these constant revolutions entail that the value of commodities as a social datum is subject to periodic change. It follows that values at input level do not automatically determine values at output level. CNIY after a certain interval will it be shown whether a fraction of the inputs have been socially wasted. Neither the subjective win of monopolies or the state, nor the cleverness of neo-Keynesian planners, can prevent the assertion of the law of value where private property and competition hold sway. Nothing can stop these long-term shifts in commodity values from leading to a redistribution of living labor inputs among different branches of production, and, ultimately, a redistribution of means of production as well. Similarly, the avoidance of crises of overproduction requires proportionality not only between departments, but also between output and final consumption, i.e. consumption by the mass of wage and salary earners, above all in modern industrialized societies, where they generally form with their families more than 80% of the total number of consumers. But this is impossible for two reasons. In the first place, the one freedom which cannot normally be taken away from the workers is the freedom to spend their wages as they wish. And there is no way in which it can be forecast with complete accuracy how they will do this. Even if a prediction is 95% correct, that could still leave a 5% surplus of unsaleable consumer goods, which is enough to start an avalanche. Second, JY. The laws of motion of capitalism have the inherent tendency to develop the capacity of production, including the production of consumer goods, beyond the limits within which the mode of production confines the purchasing power of those condemned to sell their labor power. Thus, disproportion is intrinsic to the system itself. 28. However, it is not enough for a Marxist theory of the trade cycle and of crisis to demonstrate the reality of that inherent disproportion, which is, after all, almost a truism, given the regular recurrence of crises of overproduction for more than 150 years, it must also discover. 28. C. Grundrisse, Op. Cit. Page 414. Crossing also Capital Volume 3, Chapter 15, 3, where Marx states that under capitalism, the proportionality of the particular branches of production presents itself as a constant process through disproportionality. Introduction. 33. The precise mechanisms which relate that periodic disequilibrium to the basic laws of motion of capitalism. In the Soviet Union and other countries where capitalism has been overthrown, Marx's reproduction schemas have been widely used as instruments of socialist planning. We do not deny that, by analogy, these schemas may be useful tools for studying specific problems of interdepartment structure and dynamics in all kinds of society. But it has first to be clearly understood what is being done in such a case. For, we repeat, the schemas refer to commodity production and to dual flows of commodities and money incomes. To extend their use to societies which have transcended generalized commodity production, where the means of production are, in their essential mass, 29 use values distributed by the state, the planning authorities, according to a plan, rather than commodities sold on the basis of their value. This leads to an accumulation of paradoxes, of which the authors are generally not even conscious. A good example is provided by the late Maurice Daub. In the 50s, he participated in a great debate among Soviet and East European economists revolving around Stalin's so-called law of the priority development of the means of production under socialism, and the establishment of an optimum rate of growth for both departments. 30. Forgetting that what was involved in Marx's reproduction schemas was value calculation of commodities, Daub proved that an increased rate of growth of consumer goods in the future was impossible, unless the present rate of growth of Department I was higher than that of Department II. Now, a policy which sacrifices the consumption of 4 generations of workers and their families merely to increase the rate of growth of that consumption starting, nith the 5th generation has nothing in common with an ideal socialist norm, and cannot be rationally motivated except in terms of purely political contingencies. For Daub's argumentation is, of course, completely spurious. All that his calculation shows that the value of consumer goods produced cannot grow at an increasing rate after X years unless the value of Department I immediately rises at a faster rate than that of Department I. However, neither an individual worker nor the working class itself. In 29. The exceptions are those means of production which are sold to agricultural cooperatives and small handicraftsmen or illegally channeled into the black, parallel market. 30. Maurice Daub, On Economic Theory and Socialism, London, 1955, pp. 330-31, ISO 51, and elsewhere. 34 Introduction: A post-capitalist society, not to speak of a socialist commonwealth, as interested in a constantly rising rate of growth of the value of consumer goods. On the contrary, they are concerned with reducing that value as much as possible by raising the productivity of labor, and with the withering away of commodity production and market economy. Their basic interests lie in the most rapid optimum satisfaction of rational consumer needs, the production at lowest possible cost of an optimum basket of consumer goods, thereby combining maximum economy of the labor of the producers with maximum satisfaction of consumer needs. To believe that this is the same as maximization of capitalist commodity value, or profit, is to commit not only a grave theoretical error, but also a disastrous political and social miscalculation. Even worse were the attempts made in the 60s to revive a so-called structural law of socialism, according to which department I must expand at a faster rate than Department 2. 31 All such endeavors abstract from the value nature of the reproduction schemas, and assume that optimum satisfaction of social needs implies both continuous, unlimited expansion of the output of means of production, and the allocation of an even higher fraction of the total labor potential of society to the creation of material producer goods, as against social services dealing with health, education, artistic creation, pure, scientific research, childcare, etc., etc. None of these assumptions can be scientifically proven or justified. Indeed, their apologetic function as a straightforward rationalization of existing practice in the USSR and the people's democracies is obvious to any critical observer. It should be added that both Oscar Lange and Bronislaw Mink, while not clarifying the difference between capitalist and socialist reproduction schemas, correctly demonstrated that increased productivity of labor and technical progress do not necessarily require Department I to grow more quickly than Department II, nor do they imply increased current outlay on means of production per unit currently, annually, produced. 32 Rosa Luxemburg well understood that the form of the reproduction 31. C. Inter alia, P. M. Mstislawski, on the methodology to justify optimal proportions of social reproduction, in Wyprosie Ekonomiki, No. 5, 1964. Helmut Kojolik, Aktuelle Probleme der politischen Ökonomie, Berlin, 1966. Rudolf Reichenberg, Struktur und Wachstum der Abteilungen I und II im Sozialismus, Berlin, 1968. 32. C. Lang, Op. Cit. pp. 32-3, and Bronislaw Mink, Aktuellen Zagadnienia Ekonomii Politische Sozialismu, Current Problems in the Political Economy of Socialism, Warsaw, 1956. Introduction 35 Schemas applies only to capitalist commodity and value production, and that the laws of motion corresponding to that form can have no validity in non-capitalist societies. But even she erred by attaching to the equilibrium proportions derived from the schemas in a historical, eternal valid way which they do not and cannot possess. 3. If a socially appropriated surplus product is substituted for surplus value, then the equilibrium formula takes on a new form which expresses the different social goal of reproduction, corresponding to the changed social structure. Surplus value is not simply a part of the total value of commodities produced under capitalism, nor is it just a fraction of the newly produced value product, the national income. It is also the goal of the capitalist production process. As such, it is much more than a mere symbol in a reproduction schema which is intended to represent reality at a high level of abstraction. For Marx, the schemas refer to the reproduction of quantified use value and exchange value in a given proportion. But they also express the reproduction of capitalist relations of production themselves. 34 All that is implied in the formula IV plus is equals IIC, and all that changes under socialism, once S disappears. Furthermore, in a society where commodity production has withered away, and where the concept of surplus labor is essentially reducible to that of social service and economic growth, the meaning of the notion of equilibrium, derived from the proportionality formula, is subject to a fundamental transformation. When proportionality is upset in a commodity-producing society, production of both use values and exchange values declines, because both are inextricably linked to each other. Under socialism, however, no such inexorable nexus survives. Not even as a necessary proportion, in the form of an eternal law, between labor inputs and use value inputs. Indeed, in Capital Volume 2, Marx goes so far as to state categorically that, after the abolition of capitalism, there will be constant relative overproduction, of Equip 33. Rosa Luxemburg, The Accumulation of Capital, London, 1963, pp.84-5. Earlier, however, she had specifically stated, in every planned system of production it is, above all, the relation between all labor, past and present, and the means of production, between versus plus S and C, according to our formula, or the relation between the aggregate of necessary consumer goods, again, in the terms of our formula, V plus S, and C which are subjected to regulation. Under capitalist conditions, on the other hand, all social labor necessary for the maintenance of the inanimate means of production and also of living labor power is treated as one entity, as capitic in contrast with the surplus labor that has been performed, i.e. with the surplus value S. The relation between these two quantities C and V plus S, as a palpably real, objective relationship of capitalist society, it is the average rate of profit, IBID. Page 79, 34. See Capital Volume 3, Chapter 51. 36 Introduction meant, raw materials and foodstuffs. Overproduction of this kind, he says, is equivalent to control by the society over the objective means of its own reproduction. 35. It is easy to imagine a society which, having reached a certain level of consumption, consciously decides to give absolute priority to a single goal, reduction of the workload. Its efforts would then be concentrated on assuring the production and distribution of an ideal package of use values with fewer and fewer labor inputs. There would still be simple reproduction at the level of use values, but it would be achieved with, let us say, a reduction in man days of 4% per annum, if population increased by 1% and labor productivity by 5%. To call this a situation of contracted reproduction would be wrong, both because a socialist society would calculate essentially with use values, and because in Marx's reproduction schema the concept of contracted reproduction is logically connected with the notions of crisis, interrupted economic equilibrium and declining living standards, whereas the conditions just described involve smooth continuity of material production and reproduction, stable living standards and absence of any kind of crisis. This does not mean that planned socialist production could do without specific proportions in the flow of labor, means of production and consumer goods between the two departments. Such proportional allocation of resources is indeed the very essence of socialist planning. It means only that there is a qualitative as well as a quantitative difference between value calculations and calculations in labor time. Between the dynamics of, on the one hand, appropriation and accumulation of surplus value, and, on the other hand, rising efficiency, labor productivity, achieved in successive phases of production and measured in quantities of use values produced during a fixed length of time. 36-35. See below, pp. 544-5, 36. Cf. The following passage from Engels is anti-Dühring. From the moment when society enters into possession of the means of production and uses them in direct association for production, the labor of each individual, however varied its specifically useful character may be, becomes at the start and directly social labor. The quantity of social labor contained in a product need not then be established in a roundabout way. Daily experience shows in a direct way how much of it is required on the average. Society can simply calculate how many hours of labor are contained in a steam engine, a bushel of wheat of the last harvest, or 100 square yards of cloth of a certain quality. It could therefore never occur to it still to express the quantities of labor put into the products, quantities which it will then know directly and in their absolute amounts, in a third product, in a measure which, besides, is only relative, fluctuating, inadequate, though formerly unavoidable for. Introduction. 37. Mink goes much farther than Luxemburg when, summing up the opinion of two generations of Stalinist and post-Stalinist East European and Soviet economists, he clearly asserts, the basic theses of Marx's theory of expanded reproduction, as expressed in the schemas, are entirely valid under socialism. 3. 7. Contrary to the explicit theory of lack of a better, rather than express them in their natural, adequate and absolute measure, time. Just as little as it would occur to chemical science still to express atomic weights in a roundabout way, relatively, by means of the hydrogen atom, if it were able to express them absolutely, in their adequate measure, namely in actual weights, in billionths or quadrillionths of a gram. Hence, on the assumptions we made above, society will not assign values to products. It will not express the simple fact that the 100 square yards of cloth have required for their production, say, 1,000 hours of labor in the oblique and meaningless way, stating that they have the value of 1,000 hours of labor. It is true that even then it will still be necessary for society to know how much labor each article of consumption requires for IH production. It will have to arrange its plan of production in accordance with its means of production, which include, in particular, its labor power. The useful effects of the various articles of consumption, compared with one another and with the quantities of labor required for their production, will in the end determine the plan. Frederick Engels, Anti-Dühring, Moscow, 1969, pp. 366-7. Cf. Also Marx's observation, let us finally imagine, for a change, an association of free men, working with the means of production held in common, and expending their many different forms of labor power in full self-awareness as one single social labor force. Labor time would in that case ply a do ble part. Its apportionment in accordance with a definite social plan maintains the correct proportion between the different functions of labor and the various needs of the associations. On the other hand, labor time also serves as a measure of the part taken by each individual in the common labor, and of his share in the part of the total product destined for individual consumption. Capital Volume 1, Op. Cit. pp.171-2. To what theoretical contortions the confusion of capitalist and socialist reproduction schemas necessarily leads is strikingly demonstrated by Reichenberg, Op. Dt. First, he calmly includes the material tools of the service sector in a department II of consumer goods, page 16. Next, he speaks of an intensification of expanded reproduction as a result of the scientific technical revolution. An intensification which expresses itself in the fact that, if the difference between IV pluses and IIE remains the same, a process of increased accumulation is possible, page 21. But he fails to specify the object of this accumulation. Is it the value of IIE? Obviously that would be nonsense. The difference between two value quantities cannot change if the quantities themselves do not change. Perhaps it is accumulation of use values? No doubt. But surely an increase in the mass of raw materials and tools, for the output of consumer goods, produced by a given quantity of socially necessary labor is the very definition of an increase in labor productivity. And, at the same time, Reichenberg implies that the value of these goods, and therefore the dynamics of expanded reproduction in value terms, has not changed. 37. Bronislaw W. Mine. L. Économie politique du socialisme. Paris, 1974, page 167. 38 Introduction. Marx and Engels, such, socialist production, will thus remain generalized commodity production, generalized production of value. We may well ask what kind of intrinsic law of raising surplus labor would then be incorporated into these socialist production relations. For Marx distinctly states that such a law underlies the schemas of expanded reproduction referring to the production of surplus value. 38.6. Productive and unproductive labor. Marx's theory of reproduction is firmly rooted in his perfected labor theory of value, not only in the sense that his reproduction schemas are based upon a common numeraire, labor time, but also in the sense that what they measure and express is the distribution and movement of the labor force available to society among different departments and branches of material production. Value, in Marx's theory, is abstract social labor. Michio Morishima, who has devoted much effort and ingenuity to rehabilitating Marx in the eyes of academic economists as one of the principal forerunners of aggregation techniques, nevertheless continues to detect a contradiction between a macroeconomic theory of value, based upon aggregation, and a microeconomic labor theory of value. While dismissing the trite contradiction between Volume 1 and Volume 38. In this way, a situation comes about in which the individual capitalists have command of increasingly large armies of workers, no matter how much the variable capital may fall in relation to the constant capital, so that the mass of surplus value, and hence profit which they appropriate grows, along with and despite the fall in the rate of profit. Capital Volume 3, Chapter 13, our emphasis. It should be noted that, in the previous sentence, Marx has explicitly referred to accumulation of capital, and thus expanded reproduction. This passage should be contrasted with the no less explicit one concerning economic growth under socialism. If however wages are reduced to their general basis, that portion of the product of his labor that goes into the worker's own individual consumption, if this share is freed from its capitalist limit and expanded to the scale of consumption that is both permitted by the existing social productivity, the social productivity of his own labor is genuinely social labor, and required for the full development of individuality. If surplus labor and surplus product are also reduced, to the degree needed under the given conditions of production, on the one hand to form an insurance and reserve fund, on the other hand for the steady expansion of reproduction in the degree determined by social need. If both wages and surplus value are stripped of their specifically capitalist character, then nothing of these forms remains, but simply those foundations of the forms that are common to all social modes of production. Volume 3, Chapter 50, our emphases. It is clear from these quotations that, for Marx, the difference in form implies a difference in quantities, especially in those dynamic quantities which are growth trends. Introduction. 39.3, around which so much academic criticism of Marx has revolved for almost a century, he constructs quite an imposing straw man out of this new contradiction. 39. In our opinion, however, his subtle distinction between Marx's two labor theories of value is based upon a simple conceptual confusion. For Marx, value and value production are eminently social qualities, referring to relations between men, and not physical attributes adhering to things once and for all. Thus, when Marx writes that the value of a commodity is the embodiment of human labor expended in its production, and when he goes on to say that its value is equal to the socially necessary labor contained within it, he is not making two different statements, but simply repeating the same thesis. For the value of a given commodity is determined only by that portion of labor spent in its production which corresponds to the social average, both the average productivity of labor and the average socially recognized need, that is to say, which is recognized by society as socially necessary labor. Labor expended in the production of a given commodity, but not recognized by society, is not productive of value for the owner of that commodity. However, precisely because value and the production of value refer ultimately to the distribution and redistribution of the total available labor power society engaged in production, that macroeconomic aggregate is a basic economic reality, a basic fact of life. If 5 million workers work 2,000 hours a year in material production, the total value product is 10 billion hours, independently of whether the socially recognized value of each individual commodity is equal to, or larger or smaller than, the actual number of labor hours expended in its production. It follows that if the value of a given commodity is less than the labor actually spent on its production, then there must be at least one other commodity whose value is greater than the quantity of labor actually embodied in it. 40 Social recognition of labor expenditure and 39. Michio Morishima, Marx's Economics, Cambridge, 1973, pp. 11-12. Cf. Grundrisse, Op. Cit. Page 135. What determines value is not the amount of labor time incorporated in products, but rather the amount of labor time necessary at a given moment. 40. Cf. Capita, Volume 3, Chapter 10, especially the following passage. Strictly speaking, in fact, the market value of the entire mass, as governed by the average values, is equal to the sum of its individual values. Those producing at the worst extreme then have to sell their commodities below their individual value, while those at the best extreme sell theirs above it. See also below, page 207. If the commodities are not sold at their values, then the sum of converted values remains unaffected. What is a plus for one side is a minus for the other. 40. Introduction. Actual labor expenditure can differ only for individual commodities, not for the total mass. 41. In that sense, Morishima is right when he stresses that, in the last analysis, and for the capitalist mode of production, as distinct from petty commodity production, Marx's law of value is fundamentally an aggregate, macroeconomic concept. 42. The nexus between the reproduction schemas and the problem of the circulation of capital in general, and the theory of value leads us back to one of the most hotly disputed issues of Marxist economic theory, the exact delimitation between productive and unproductive labor. As the schemas are value schemas, they express only value production, and automatically exclude economic activities which are not productive of value. What precisely are these activities? It has to be admitted that the solution of this problem was made more difficult by Marx himself. There are undeniable differences, if only of nuance, between, on the one hand, the long section of theories of surplus value dealing with the problem of productive and unproductive labor and, on the other, those key passages of Capital, especially Volume 2, which treat the same subject. One striking illustration of this is the analysis of commercial agents and travelers. They are classified as productive workers in the theories, and as unproductive workers in Capital Volumes 2 and 3. 43. In recent years, a long and often confused debate among Marxists has further complicated the matter. 44 is also 41. I shall come back to this thesis when I deal with the so-called transformation problem in the introduction to Volume 3. 42. Morishima, Op. Cit. pp. 2-3, 43. Theories of Surplus Value, Part 1, Moscow 1969, page 218. Capital Volume 3, Chapter 17, and see below, pp. 209-11. Even within Part 1 of Theories of Surplus Value, there are striking contradictions on this question. Thus on page 157 Marx writes, an actor, for example, or even a clown, according to this definition, is a productive laborer if he works in the service of a capitalist. And on page 172 he states, as for labors which are productive for their purchaser or employer himself. As for example the actor's labor for the theatrical entrepreneur, the fact that their purchaser cannot sell them to the public in the form of commodities but only in the form of the action itself would show that they are unproductive labors. 44. C. Infer alia, Jacques Nagels, Travail collectif et travail productif dans Evolution de la pensée marxiste, Brussels, 1974. S. H. Kuntz, Productive Labor and Effective Demand, London, 1965. Arnaud Berthet, Travail producti, et productivité du travail chez Marx, Paris, 1974. Ian Goff, Marx and Productive Labor, in New Left Review, number 76, November to December 1972. Peter Howell, once again on Productive and Unproductive Labor, in Revolutionary Communist, No 3/4, November 1975. Mario Kogoy, Were Theorie und Staatsausgaben, in Probleme einer Materie, Istischen Staatstheorie, Frankfurt, 1973, pp. 164-71. P. Bischoff et al. Productive und Unproductive Arbeit als Kategorien der Klassen. Introduction. 41. Intertwined with differences in judging the so-called service industries. Which, to take one example, are not included in Soviet and East European accounting as contributing to national income, on the basis of a particular interpretation of Marx's theory of productive labor. 45. How then shall we unravel the problem? A preliminary distinction which we need to draw goes to the heart of the matter. When Marx classifies certain forms of labor as productive and others as unproductive, he is not passing moral judgment or employing criteria of social, or human, usefulness. Nor does he even present this classification as an objective or a historical one. The object of his analysis is the capitalist mode of production, and he simply determines what is productive and what is unproductive for the functioning, the rationale of that system, and that system alone. In terms of social usefulness or need, a doctor provides labor which is indispensable for the survival of any human society. His labor is thus eminently useful. Nevertheless, it is unproductive labor from the point of view of the production or expansion of capital. By contrast, the production of dum-dum bullets, hard drugs or pornographic magazines is useless and harmful to the overall interests of human society. But as such commodities find ready customers, the surplus value embodied in them is realized, and capital is reproduced and expanded. The labor expended on them is thus productive labor. In the framework of this Saussure 1y determined and historically relative IZED concept, productive labor may then be defined as all labor which analyze, in Sozialistische Politik, June 1970, Altvater and Heusken, Produktive und Unproduktive Arbeit als Kampfbegriff, in Ibid. September 1970. Rudi Schmid, Zentralprobleme der Marxischen Ökonomie, Asians und Krisentheorie, Diploma Thesis, Frankfurt, 1972. I. Hashimoto, The Productive Nature of Service Labor, in the Kyoto University Economic Review, October 1966. Kei Nishikawa, Productive and Unproductive Labor from the Point of View of National Income, in Osaka City University Economic Review, Number 1, 1965. Kei Nishikawa, A Polemic on the Economic Character of Transport Labor, in Ibid. Number 2, 1966. See also the article by Elisabeth Okoga, Catherine Collett-Theleme, Pierre Salama and Hugues Lagrange in Critiques de l'économie politique, numbers 10 and 11/12, January to March and April to September 1973. Those by J. Morris and J. Blake in Science and Society, numbers 22, 1958, and 24, 1960, and those by Fine, Harrison, Goff, Howell and others in the Bulletin of the Conference of Socialist Economists, 1973-5. There are numerous books on Marxist economic theory which deal with the same subject in passing. 45. See, for example, Jean Marchal and Jacques Lecaillon, La répartition du revenu national, Les Modèles, Volume 3, Le Modèle classique. Le Modèle marxiste, Paris, 1958, pp. 82-5. Bronislaw Mink, Op. Cit. pp. 159-65, and many others. 42. Introduction is exchanged against capital and not against revenue, i.e. all labor which enriches one or several capitalists, enabling them to appropriate a portion of the total mass of surplus value produced by the total mass of value producing wage labor. 46. We could call it labor productive from the point of view of the individual capitalists. All wage labor engaged by capitalist enterprise, as opposed to labor functioning for private households for consumption needs, falls into that category. This is the level at which theories of surplus value stops. But when he returns to the same problem in Capital Volume 2, from the point of view of the capitalist mode of production in its totality, and especially from that of the growth or accumulation of capital, Marx now distinguishes labor productive for capital as a whole from labor productive for the individual capitalist. For capital as a whole, only that labor is productive which increases the total mass of surplus value. All wage labor which enables an individual capitalist to appropriate a fraction of the total mass of surplus value, without adding to that mass, may be productive for the commercial, financial or service sector capitalist whom it allows to participate in the general sharing of the cake. But from the point of view of capital as a whole it is unproductive, because it does not augment the total size of the cake. Only commodity production makes possible the creation of value and surplus value. Only within the realm of commodity production, then, is productive labor performed. No new surplus value can be added in the sphere of circulation and exchange, not to speak of the stock exchange or the bank counter. All that happens there is the redistribution or reapportionment of previously created surplus value. This point is made clear in Capital Volumes 2 and 3. 47. Most of the relevant passages from Volume 2 were drawn by Engels from manuscripts 2 and IV. In other words, they were written in 1870 or between 1867 and 1870, sometime after the theories of surplus value of 1861-3, and even after the rough manuscript of Volume 3, and may therefore be considered to express Marx's definitive views on the question. Contrary to what is said in the theories, they imply that wage-earning commercial clerks or travelers do not perform productive labor, at least not from the standpoint of capital as a whole. However, even when this basic principle is established, 4 additional problems remain to be solved. First, there is the question of so-called immaterial goods, concerts, circus acts, prostitution, teaching, etc. In Theories of Surplus Value, 46. See Theories of Surplus Value, Part 1, Op. Cit. Chapter 4, 3, 47. See below, pp. 209-11, and Capita, Volume 3, Chapters 16 and 17. Introduction 43. Marx tends to classify these as commodities, insofar as they are produced by wage earners for capitalist entrepreneurs. Although in Volume 2 he does not explicitly contradict this, he insists strongly and repeatedly on the correlation between use values embodied in commodities through a labor process which acts upon and transforms nature, and the production of value and surplus value. 48. Moreover, he provides a general formula which implies the exclusion of wage labor engaged in personal service industries from the realm of productive labor. If we have a function which, although in and for itself unproductive, is nevertheless a necessary moment of reproduction, then when this is transformed, through the division of labor, from the secondary activity of many into the exclusive activity of a few, into their special business, this does not change the character of the function itself. 49. If this is true of commercial travelers or bookkeepers, it obviously applies all the more to teachers or cleaning services. The definition of productive labor is commodity-producing labor, combining concrete and abstract labor, i.e. combining creation of use values and production of exchange values, logically excludes non-material goods from the sphere of value production. Furthermore, this conclusion is intimately bound up with a basic thesis of capital. Production is, for humanity, the necessary mediation between nature and society. There can be no production without concrete labor, no concrete labor without appropriation and transformation of material objects. So 48. See below, Chapter 6. Of the more systematic analyses of this problem, those of Nagels and Bischoff, see Note 44 above, adopt a similar position to our own. Goff supports the opposite view, basing himself especially on a passage of Capital Volume 1, Op. Cit. Page 644, in which Marx explicitly includes wage earners working for private capital, such as teachers, in the realm of productive labor. In our opinion, this passage, like several in Theories of Surplus Value, only indicates that Marx had not yet completed his articulation of the contradictory determinants of productive labor. On the one hand, exchange against capital rather than revenue, and on the other, participation in the process of commodity production, which involves the unity and contradiction of the labor process and the valorization process, use value and exchange value, concrete and abstract labor. What is the immaterial good, produced by a wage-earning teacher, which could be conceptually contrasted with the immaterial service, produced by a wage-earning cleaner, working for a capitalist cleaning firm, or by a wage-earning clerk of a department store? 49. See below, page 209. 50. See Capital Volume 1, OP CIT, pp.283 ff. Jacques Governor attempts, mistakenly in our opinion, to transcend this limitation. In order to be able to include the production of immaterial goods by wage labor in the category of 44 introduction, this becomes evident when Marx sets forth in Capital Volume 2 his reasons for classifying the transport industry in the realm of the production of value and surplus value, rather than in that of circulation. The argument is clearly summarized in the following passage: the quantity of products is not increased by their transport. The change in their natural properties that may be effected by transport is also, certain exceptions apart, not an intended useful effect, but rather an unavoidable evil. But the use value of things is only realized in their consumption, and their consumption may make a change of location necessary, and thus, in addition, the additional production process of the transport industry. The productive capital invested in this industry thus adds value to the products transported. 51. Now it is obvious that none of these arguments is applicable to the carrying of persons. Passenger transport is not an indispensable condition of the realization of use values and adds no new value to any commodity. It is rather a personal service on which individuals, whether capitalists or workers, spend their own revenue. Thus, whether it is organized on the basis of wage labor or not, the passenger transport industry can no more be considered as increasing the total mass of social value and surplus value than can wage labor employed in the fields of commerce, banking, or insurance. In striking contrast to the above passage is Marx's argument in Chapter 6, 3, of Volume 2. While explicitly stating that transportation of persons by capitalist enterprise does not create commodities or use values of any kind, he notes that it is nevertheless a productive branch, even though that useful effect, Nutzeffekt, effect, is only consumable during the production process itself. 52. Ranging this question under the broader heading of so-called service industries, we may say that, as a general rule, all forms of wage labor which exteriorize themselves in and thus add value to a product, materials, are creative of surplus value and hence productive for capitalism as a whole. This applies not only to manufacturing and mining industries, but also to transportation of goods. S3. Public service industries such as the production and transport of water or any form of productive labor. He extends Marx's formulation referred to above into transformation of nature or the world, where, or the world means or society. Since wage-earning teachers transform society, without transforming nature, the implications are obvious. Jacques Governor, Le Travail Productif en Régime Capitaliste, Louvain, 1975, pp. 41 ft. 51. See below, pp. 226-7, 52. See below, pp. 134-5, 53. See below, Chapter 6. Introduction. 45. Energy, e.g. gas and electricity, the selling of meals in restaurants, the building and sale of houses and offices as well as provision of the material for constructing them, and of course agriculture. Many sectors which are often included under the heading service industries are, therefore, parts of material production and employ productive labor. By contrast, the letting of apartment or hotel rooms, the service of transporting persons in buses, underground systems or trains, the performance of medical, educational or recreational wage labor which is not objectivized outside the worker, the sale of specific forms of labor rather than of commodities, the work of commercial or banking clerks and of the employees of insurance companies or market research firms. These do not add to the sum total of social value and surplus value produced, and cannot therefore be categorized as forms of productive labor. An interesting illustration is provided by television. The production of television sets or films, including copies of such films, is obviously a form of commodity production, and wage labor engaged in it is productive labor. But the hiring out of completed films or the renting of a single television set to successive customers does not have the characteristics of productive labor. Similarly, wage labor employed in making advertising films is productive, whereas the cahooging of potential clients to purchase or order such films is as unproductive as the labor of commercial representatives in general. The second problem is to draw a precise demarcation between the spheres of production and circulation in capitalist society as a whole. Volume 2 of Capital leaves no room for doubt about Marx's view. Only that labor which either adds to or is indispensable for the realization and conservation of a commodity's use value adds to the total amount of abstract social labor embodied in that commodity, is productive of value. Point 54. Like the rest of Volume 2, the passages dealing with this question are but successive unfoldings of the basic analysis of the commodity, of its irreducible duality and the contradictions flowing therefrom. Thirdly, we have to consider the different kinds of labor performed within the production process itself. Here Marx takes a much less simplistic attitude than some of his latter-day disciples. His fundamental doctrine is that of the collective laborer, as developed in Results of the Immediate Process of Production, 5. 5. Productive labor, 54. See below, pp. 225-6, 55. This text is included as an appendix in Capital Volume 1, Op. Cit. See our introduction to this appendix, as well as Chapter 14 of Capita, Volume 1 itself. 46 Introduction is labor expended in the realm of production of commodities, as all wage labor indispensable for that production process. That is to say, not only manual labor, but also that of engineers, people working in laboratories, overseers, and even managers and stock clerks, insofar as the physical production of a commodity would be impossible without that labor. But wage labor which is indifferent to the specific use value of a commodity and which is performed only to extort the maximum surplus value from the workforce, e.g. the wage labor of timekeepers, or to assure the defense of private property, security guards in and around a factory, labor linked to the particular social and juridical forms of capitalist production, lawyers employed as salaried staff by manufacturing firms, financial bookkeepers, additional stock checkers made necessary by the tendency to overproduction. None of these is productive labor for capital. It does not add value to the commodities produced, although it may be essential to the overall functioning of the capitalist system, or of bourgeois society as a whole. The final case to be examined is that of petty commodity producers, independent peasants and handicraftsmen. While producing commodities and thus both use values and exchange values, these strata do not directly create surplus value, except in marginal cases, although they may contribute indirectly to the mass of social surplus value, for example, by depressing the value of food through their cheap labor. We believe that on this point Marx maintained the position put forward in Theories of Surplus Value. Such strata perform labor which is neither productive nor unproductive from the point of view of the capitalist mode of production, because they operate outside its framework. 56.7. Are unproductive laborers part of the proletariat? A precise definition of productive labor under capitalism is not only of theoretical importance. It also has major implications for social bookkeeping, calculation in value terms of the national income. 57. And significantly affects our analysis of social classes and the political conclusions we draw from it. 56. Theories of Surplus Value, Part 1, Op. Cit. pp. 407-8. 57. It should be added that, for both analytical and practical reasons, it is quite legitimate for Marxists to introduce into calculations of national income a category such as total money incomes of all households and enterprises taken together, provided that it is clearly differentiated from the value of the annual product and incomes generated by annual production. Introduction 47. The narrowest position, which seeks to reduce the proletariat to the group of manual industrial workers, is in complete contradiction with Marx's explicit definition of productive labor, and we need not dwell on it here. At the other extreme, it is obviously absurd to extend the concept of the proletariat to all wage and salary earners without limitation, including army generals and managers earning $100,000 a year. The defining structural characteristic of the proletariat in Marx's analysis of capitalism is the socio-economic compulsion to sell one's labor power. Included in the proletariat, then, are not only manual industrial workers, but all unproductive wage laborers who are subject to the same fundamental constraints: non-ownership of means of production, lack of direct access to the means of livelihood, the land is by no means freely accessible, insufficient money to purchase the means of livelihood without more or less continuous sale of labor power. Thus, all those strata whose salary levels permit accumulation of capital in addition to a normal standard of living are excluded from the proletariat. Whether such accumulation actually takes place is in itself irrelevant, though monographs and statistics tend to confirm that, to a modest or sizable degree, this social group does engage in it. This is the case especially of the so-called managers, who, notwithstanding a platitude which continues to circulate in spite of all evidence to the contrary, are part and parcel of the capitalist class, if not necessarily of its top layer of billionaires. This definition of the proletariat, which includes the mass of unproductive wage earners, not only commercial clerks and lower government employees, but domestic servants as well, and which considers productive workers in industry as the proletarian vanguard only in the broadest sense of the word, has been challenged recently by several authors. 58. It was, however, undoubtedly the one advanced by Marx and Engels and their most orthodox followers, the mature, not the 58. Gilman groups the advertising managers, the directors of public relations, the legal counsel, the tax experts, the sales engineers, the legislative lobbyists, their clerical assistants together with the rest of the growing host of white-collar workers in the general category of third-party consumers. Although he does not explicitly say so, he thereby tends to exclude them from the proletariat. The Falling Rate of Profit, London, 1957, pp. 93 and 131. This view clearly influenced Paul Barron's analyses in The Political Economy of Growth, New York, 1957, and those of Barron and Paul Sweezy in Monopoly Capital, New York, 1966. Beccara et al. Le capitalisme monopoliste d'État, Paris, 1971, explicitly exclude the intermediate salaried layers from the proletariat, reducing the latter to the sole group of productive workers, workers producing surplus value. CPP 213 and 236 ff. 48. Introduction. Senile, Kautsky, Plekhanov, Lenin, Trotsky, Luxemburg et al. S9. But it raises a weighty objection. If only productive labor produces value and thereby reproduces the equivalent of its own wages, besides creating surplus value, 60. Does this not imply that the wages of unproductive labor are paid out of surplus value produced by productive labor? And in that case, does there not arise a major conflict of interests between productive and unproductive labor, the first seeking to reduce surplus value to a minimum, the second wishing it to be increased? How can such a basic conflict of interest be reconciled with the inclusion of both sectors in the same social class? Furthermore, should the industrial workers not be opposed to any expansion of state expenditure, even in 59? The sources are too numerous to be listed exhaustively. The following are particularly worthy of note. Capital Volume 1, Op. Cit. Page 798, where the unemployed, sick, disabled, mutilated, widowed, elderly, etc., are designated as the pauperized sections, Lazaruschichte, of the working class. Capital Volume 2, see below, page 516, where Marx defines the class of wage laborers as those who are under constant, continuous, compulsion to sell their labor power, on page 561. Servants, die Bedientenclasse, are also characterized as wage laborers. Rosa Luxemburg, Einführung in die Nationalökonomie, Berlin, 1925, pp. 263-4 and 277-8, similarly includes casually and occasionally employed workers, as well as paupers, the sick and unemployed and so on as members of the working class. Trotsky, 1905, London, 1972, page 43, groups domestic servants under the same heading, and Kautsky, The Class Struggle, Erfurt Program, New York, 1971, pp. 35-43, explicitly includes in the ranks of the proletariat commercial and industrial wage earners. In his draft program of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, Plekhanov defines the proletariat as those who are forced to sell their labor power. See Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 6, page 19, later extending it to persons who possess no means of production and of circulation. All these persons are forced by their economic position to sell their labor power constantly or periodically. pp. 61-3. While Lenin contested the introduction of the words "and of circulation," he raised no essential objection to the formulation. 60. An interesting borderline case is that of the so-called semi-proletariat, the layer which retains partial ownership of its own means of production. Its income, which is derived from agricultural and handicraft commodities privately produced at a productivity of labor far below the social avenue age, barely exceeds its costs of production, and is therefore insufficient to secure the barest livelihood. The semi-proletariat is thus forced to work part of the time as wage labor. But precisely because it sells its labor power only temporarily, its wages can be driven far below the prevailing social minimum. Its social existence is characterized by a striking contradiction. While it is in no way involved in the extraction or consumption of surplus value, both its immediate and its historic interests stand in a certain limited opposition to those of the proletariat proper. That is why the semi-proletariat, unlike productive workers and other straightforward wage earners, cannot be regarded as a fraction of the proletariat. It represents rather a transitional phenomenon, with one foot in the petty bourgeoisie and another in the proletariat. Introduction 49. The realm of social services, since this is financed in the last analysis through an increase in surplus value extracted from them. This objection can be countered at two levels. To begin with, it is not true that all unproductive labor is paid out of currently produced surplus value. An important part of that labor, e.g. commercial employees, workers in the financial sector and those in unproductive service industries, is paid not out of currently produced surplus value, but out of that portion of social capital which is invested in these sectors. Only the profits of these capitals form part of currently produced surplus value. It is true that social capital is the result of past extortion of surplus value. But this applies also to variable capital, to wages currently paid out to productive workers. The important point here is that, since wages and salaries in all these sectors are not drawn from currently produced surplus value, their payment in no way reduces the currently paid wages of productive workers. 61. Part of the wages bill of unproductive labor, however, is financed out of currently produced surplus value. This concerns essentially the wages and salaries of state employees in public services and administration, not, of course, the state industries, where autonomous commodity production and therefore value production occur. But in order to conclude from this that a reduction of state expenditure entails a reduction of surplus value and an increase in real wages, or, which amounts to the same thing, that the rise in state expenditure has occurred through an increase in surplus value and a reduction in real wages, it would be necessary to undertake a very detailed analysis of the trend of the rate of exploitation and of workers' living standards and needs since the explosion of state expenditure. Such an examination is clearly beyond the scope of this introduction, but two crucial points should be made. First, the concept of gross wages, wages before tax, has no meaning in Marxist economic theory. Wages are means of reconstituting the 61. These wages increase the total mass of social capital among which the given quantity of surplus value has had to be divided. In other words, they lower the average rate of profit. But as far as the industrialists are concerned, this is a lesser evil. If there were no autonomous commercial capital and commercial wage earners, their own capital outlays to cover the costs of circulation would be significantly higher, and the rate of profit still lower. See Capital Volume 3, Chapter 17. Since this only concerns the distribution of a given mass of surplus value between different forms of capital, with no direct bearing on the division of newly created value between wages and surplus value, On the rate of exploitation of productive labor, there arises no conflict of interest between productive and commercial wage earners. 50. Introduction workers' labor power through the purchase of commodities and services. Thus, money deducted from the worker's gross wage to help the state buy aeroplanes has nothing at all to do with wages. It is from the outset part of social surplus value. Of course, if fresh taxes actually lower previously attained levels of real wages, they may indeed be said to have increased the rate of surplus value. But again, this will be measured by comparing successive amounts of net real wages and not gross wages. Similarly, it would be absurd to construe state medical, educational or transport services which help reconstitute the worker's labor power, or maintain his family under normal living conditions, as derived from surplus value. They represent rather a socialized portion of the wage, regardless of whether it passes through the form of state revenue, and regardless of whether it originated in gross wages, taxes paid by the worker, gross profits, taxes paid by the capitalist, or the gross income of independent middle classes. 62. It thus proves meaningful after all to examine the impact of a rise or fall in state expenditure on average working class living standards, independently of its servicing, mediation, by unproductive state employees. Where these living standards decline, the conclusion is obvious. The total price of labor power, individual plus socialized wages, has been reduced. Where they rise, however, no sophism can prove that this entails an increase in social surplus value. To be sure, it could be accompanied by such an increase, but then so could a rise in real direct wages. Accompanied by is not synonymous with caused by, except for people with faulty logic. As Marxist economic theory rejects the notion of a rigid wages fund, 62. It has been objected that unemployment compensation can by no means be considered as the equivalent of the price, or value, of a commodity called labor power, for by definition the unemployed do not sell their labor power. However, this argument is based on a somewhat mechanistic reduction of the category, socialized wages. Nobody could assert that, if a worker places 10% of his current wages in a chocolate box or a bank account in order to provide for the portion of his active adult life, during which he expects to be unemployed, that amount of money thereby ceases to be part of his wages. There is no fundamental difference between this and the situation where all workers use a collective chocolate box or bank account called the National Institute of Unemployment Insurance or National Institute of Social Security, and where the sums of money do not pass through the workers' pay packets but are transferred directly from the capitalists' accounts to these institutes. Only if this analysis is accepted, by the way, is it legitimate to demand that such funds be exclusively administered by the unions, for neither the employers nor the state should have any say in how the workers spend their own money. 1. Introduction 51. Any analysis of the effects of varying levels of state expenditure upon the rate of exploitation would have to be aggregate and dynamic. Nothing flows automatically from either the expansion or contraction of state expenditure. Thus, for it to be shown that it was rising at the expense of the working class, it would have to be proved that, under the given economic, social and political conditions, a reduction in expenditure would lead to higher real wages rather than higher profits for the capitalist class. Without such detailed proof, the thesis would remain doubtful, to say the least. The analysis would have to take into account the probable dynamic of the political and social class struggle, a function of, among other things, the great historical shifts in the economic correlation of class forces within a given bourgeois society, and its precise impact upon the structure of both state revenue and state expenditure. We seem to have strayed considerably from the problem of productive and unproductive labor, and its relation to the definition of the proletariat. But in reality, we have only now arrived at the heart of the problem. For the correct Marxist classification of the proletariat, the class which is forced by socio-economic compulsion to sell its labor power to the capitalist owners of the means of production, implies that both variations in the level of the reserve army of labor, and the variegated relations between the purely physiological and moral historical components of the value of labor power, 63, are of decisive importance for the proletarian's immediate destiny. Once we understand this, we can see the significance of the growth of unproductive wage labor, which accompanies the absolute and relative increase in the size of the proletariat in contemporary capitalist count rise. 64. Far from reflecting increased exploitation of productive labor, or A63. See my introduction to Capital Volume 1, Op. Cit. pp. 66-72, and Late Capitalism, Op. Cit. pp. 149-58, 64.
Ваш Эрнерес, Инкель, Unemployed, as % of total active population 1930s.
1974 Belgium.
65,2%, 1930.
83 feet 7% Canada.
66,7%, 1941. 89,2%.
France.
57,2%, 1936. 81,3%.
Germany 69, 7%, 1939. 84 feet 5%, West Germany, Italy.
51,6%, 1936. 72,6%.
Japan.
41%, 1936. 69,1%.
Sweden.
71%, 1940. 91,0%.
Percent UK.
88,1% 1931. 92,3.
Percent USA.
78,2% 1939. 91,5.
Percent sources. For the 1930s, Annuaire des Statistiques du Travail, 1945-6, Bureau International du Travail, Montreal, 1947. For 1974, Office Statistique des Communautés Européennes, Statistiques de base, 1976. 52 Introduction. Sharp rise in the rate of exploitation. It has rather established a ceiling above which the rate of exploitation can hardly climb under normal political circumstances, excluding, that is, fascist or fascist-type regimes. 4. Despite the rapid replacement of living labor by dead labor, semi-automated machinery, it is this growth of unproductive wage labor which, in many capitalist countries, has reduced the reserve army of labor for a whole historical period. Moreover, the services provided by a significant sector of unproductive wage labor have been a major factor in developing the needs and living conditions of the proletariat far beyond the purely physiological bedrock. The new minimum standard which has arisen is, at least in the imperialist countries, and in some of the most developed semi-colonial countries with a powerful labor movement, like Argentina, much higher than the one existing in Marx's time. This acquisition should obviously not be taken for granted or regarded as unassailable. It is nothing but a conquest made by the working class under favorable conditions on the labor market, long-term decline of structural unemployment, and rendered objectively possible by the long post-war period of accelerated economic growth. Sink. The early 70s, as was foreseeable, this basic economic situation has been reversed. 65 massive structural unemployment has reappeared, together with savage attacks in many rich countries on the real wages of the working class, be they aimed at direct or socialized wages or at both. Correctly, the workers have reacted strongly against massive cuts in social state expenditure, thereby showing that their class instinct is clearer than the science of those theoreticians who persist in calling all state expenditure surplus value, the logical consequence of which would be indifference to, or even approval of the cutbacks. 8. Luxury production, surplus value and accumulation of capital. Also related to the integration of Marx's labor theory of value with his theory of reproduction is the question of the exact nature of the labor which produces luxury goods, as well as its function in reproduction. This problem is important not so much because of the role of luxury consumption as such, but because of the obvious analogy between luxury products and another sector which has played an ominously 65. See Chapter 4 of Late Capitalism, Op. Cit. Introduction. 53 Growing role in capitalist economy ever since Marx wrote Capital. We are referring, of course, to arms production. Controversy over the exact function of the arms sector under capitalism has been raging since the end of the 19th century, when the Russian populist V. Vorontsov raised for the first time the possibility of avoiding crises of overproduction through absorption of part of surplus value by increased arms production. 66 In the 30s and 40s, a long debate among Marxists took up the role of rearmament in overcoming the long-term stagnation of the international capitalist economy during the interwar period. Since the war, the Vance Cliff Kidron School has assigned a crucial position to the permanent arms economy, in the explanation of the long economic boom, and arms production occupies a central place in the process of surplus absorption, presented in Baron and Sweezy's Monopoly Capital. 67 More recently still, a new controversy has arisen between the author of this introduction and various other Marxist economists, centering on the specific relation of arms production to the evolution of the mass and rate of profit under late capitalism. 6. 8 Marx's theory sees the essence of value in abstract social labor, irrespective of the specific use value of the commodity it produces. The existence of some kind of use value is a precondition of the realization of exchange value only in the immediate and obvious sense that nobody buys a good which has absolutely no use for him. But the social fact of purchase is sufficient proof of the use value of a commodity, that is, of its usefulness to its buyer. Hence only unsold commodities do not embody socially necessary labor and thus have no value. Those which are sold are by definition the product of socially necessary labor and increase through their production the mass of socially produced value. Endure capitalism, also by definition, the production of all sold commodities created by wage labor increases the total mass of surplus. 66. Quoted in Luxembourg, The Accumulation o Capital, Op. Cit. Page 282, 67. Here again, the list of books is too long to be reproduced in full. Leaving aside older works, the following deserve mention. Natalia Moshkovska, Zur Dynamik des Spitkapitalismus, Zurich, New York, 1943. T. N. Vance, The Permanent War Economy, Berkeley, 1970. Adolf Kozlik, Der Vergütungskapitalism us, Vienna, 1966. Baron and Sweezy, Monopoly Capital, Op. Cit. Fritz Wilmar, Rüstung und Abrüstung im Spitkapitalismus, Frankfurt, 1965. Michael Kidron, Western Capitalism Since the War, London, 1968. Of less direct relevance is Gilman, The Falling Rate Zero, Profit, Op. Cit. 68. See My Arguments in Late Capitalism, Op. Cit. Chapter 9, and those of Kogoy, were Theorie und Staatsausgaben, Op. Cit. pp. 165-6. See also Paul Maddock, Kritik der Neomarxisten, Frankfurt, 1974. 54 Introduction value produced and realized, unless they are sold at a price so far below their cost of production that society does not recognize any part of the surplus labor contained in them. In Volume 2, Marx clearly distinguishes production and realization of surplus value, and, by implication, profit, from expanded reproduction of capital, capital accumulation. Not all commodities produced contribute to the process of expanded reproduction. But Marx states quite explicitly that all commodities produced and sold contribute to the increase of total surplus value appropriated by the capitalists and their retainers. 69 By contrast, under conditions of simple reproduction, there would be no surplus value and no profit whatsoever, since all surplus value would be unproductively consumed without entering into the reproduction process. The production of luxury consumer goods, purchased out of the portion of surplus value which is not accumulated, remains within the sphere of the production of value and surplus value, that is to say, it enlarges the mass of profit accruing to the capitalist class. By the same token, the production of arms or space equipment is a form of commodity production. The fact that the sole purchaser is here the state, whereas luxury products are exchanged for revenue of the bourgeoisie, makes no essential difference. In order to determine whether arms production depresses or raises the average rate of profit, the same questions have to be answered as for any other subdepartment of capitalist production. Is the organic composition of capital in that particular department equal, superior, or inferior to the average organic composition in other departments? And does its rise, or fall, influence the average social rate of surplus value? 70 It is not as easy to define the contribution of armaments production to the accumulation of capital as it is to decide whether it constitutes a form of production of value and surplus value which influences the oscillations of the rate of profit. Two basic situations have to be distinguished. 69. See below, pp. 146-9, 178, 508-9 etc. 70. This follows automatically from the commodity nature of the arms produced, that is to say, from the fact that capital invested in that sector is engaged in the production of commodities and the corresponding labor employed in the production of surplus value. Thus, as in the case of the production of luxury goods, differences between the rate of profit within that branch and the rate outside it, due, for instance, to variations in the organic composition of capital, will lower or increase accordingly the social average rate of profit. In Theories of Surplus Value, Marx explicitly defends this position against Ricardo. Introduction 5s In a situation of full employment of capital, which can be, and often has been, accompanied by structural unemployment of wage labor, the production of weapons, like the production of luxury goods not entering into the reproduction of labor power, evidently does not contribute to the accumulation of capital. This is true in a double sense. Weapons, like luxury products, do not provide the objective material elements of expanded reproduction. They furnish neither additional raw materials, machines or sources of energy, nor consumer goods capable of feeding an expanded workforce. Nevertheless, that part of the national income which buys weapons could not have been spent on additional means of production or wages for additional productive workers. Thus, both because of their specific use value, and because they are exchanged against the non-accumulated part of surplus value, weapons do not contribute to expanded reproduction, to capital accumulation, under conditions of full employment of social capital. This does not necessarily imply that weapons production reduces capital accumulation, except in the most general sense that all forms of unproductive expenditure of surplus value do so. For it to be shown that the appearance or expansion of an arms sector has actually reduced expanded reproduction, it would have to be demonstrated that it has appeared, or expanded, at the expense of the sector of means of production. If it has simply replaced luxury production, then, all other things being equal, neither the scope nor the potential rhythm of capital accumulation will have been changed. But what if the weapons sector has appeared, or expanded, at the expense of the sector producing consumer goods for the workers, still assuming full employment of capital? There are again two distinct possibilities to be considered. Where this substitution leads to a decline in the physical or moral working capacity of the labor force, the rate of capital accumulation will fall in consequence, perhaps even, after a certain time, to the extent of contracted reproduction. 71 But where this substitution leaves unchanged the capacity or willingness of the workers to accept the current norm of social labor in the process of production, such a shift of resources from Department II to Department III would imply a rise in the average social rate of surplus value. The same value product would then be produced with the same labor power, but at the cost of less variable capital. The working class would simply receive a smaller share of the existing national income. Whether this would leave 71. See Ernest Mandel, Marxist Economic Theory, London, 1968, pp. 332-5, on the war economy. 56 Introduction The rate of accumulation unaltered, or whether it would actually lead to a higher level of capital accumulation or expanded reproduction, would then depend on the way in which this rise in the rate and mass of surplus value influenced the division of surplus value between the unproductively consumed portion, in which is included the weapons sector, and the accumulated part. 7. 2 At this point, we must abandon the initial supposition of full employment of capital, and examine the actual function of expanding arms production under conditions of long-term plethora of capital. The situation is by no means artificial or introduced purely for the sake of argument. On the contrary, it was already prevalent during the first massive arms drive in the history of capitalism, which took place during the 2 decades preceding the First World War. 73. It was even more marked in the 30s, during the second period of massive rearmament, starting with Japan's Manchurian Incident, and German policy after Hitler came to power, and becoming generalized after 1936. Such plethora of capital remained more than ever the rule in the phase of permanent arming which has lasted now for more than 30 years and shows no signs of coming to an end. Quite the contrary. 74. It is thus entirely appropriate to investigate the effect upon capital accumulation of an armament sector developing under conditions of large-scale plethora of capital. Overproduction of capital signifies, on the value side, the emergence of large sums of capital which have to be hoarded in savings accounts. 72. In the accumulation of capital, OPCIT, pp. 455-7 and 461 feet, Luxemburg correctly stresses the circumstances under which increased military expenditure financed at the expense of the working class, for example, through indirect taxation of consumer goods, may lead to an increase both in the rate of surplus value and in capital accumulation. 73. It is sufficient to refer here to Chapter 8 of Lenin's Imperialism. 74. On the controversy between those who see a current scarcity of capital and those who argue that, on the contrary, there exists a plethora of capital, see Capital Shortage, Fact and Fancy, by the editors of Monthly Review, in Volume 27, Number 11, April 1976. In my own article, Waiting for the Upturn in Procure, Numbers 40-41, December 1975, I put forward the same position as that of Monthly Review. It should be stressed that there is no contradiction between the appearance of a plethora of capital and an actual decline in the rate of profit, i.e. relative scarcity of the mass of surplus value. Indeed, the latter determines the former. This appears paradoxical only to those who, ignoring one of the main lessons of Volume 2, evacuate the time factor from the analysis of capital in general, and mistakenly identify capita J with currently produced surplus value. The prob gem disappears once capital is understood as the accumulation of quantities of surplus value produced in a series of past operations. Introduction 57 are used for purchasing bonds and government securities, where they beget only the average rate of interest rather than the average rate of profit. On the use value side, it is expressed in sizable stocks of unused raw materials and productive capacity in plant, as well as in large reserves of unemployed workers. If, as RT, dolt of the appearance and expansion of a significant arms sector in the economy, money, or quasi-money, capital is productively reinvested, then the production of value and surplus value increases. We know already that the manufacture of arms is productive of value and surplus value. Hence, in the immediate sense, capital grows richer because more workers are exploited in the production of greater surplus value. Since Department II does not contribute to the creation of the material elements of expanded reproduction, its expansion cannot directly ensure a higher level of capital accumulation, but it can do so indirectly. For as additional workers are employed, the wages bill increases, leading to rising output and sale of consumer goods. Similarly, the consumption of additional raw materials in the weapons industry stimulates the production of mines and other centers of Department I which had previously contracted their output. Material production will rise in all sectors of the economy, thereby augmenting the material elements of expanded reproduction, provided that reserves of productive factors are available. W1 follows from the initial hypothesis of underemployment of capital, and or provided that at least part of the additional surplus value is not absorbed by the armament sector or other unproductive departments, but remains available for capital accumulation. These conditions apply with even greater force if the processes described are accompanied by a changed distribution of the national income between wages and surplus value, that is to say, if rearmament is financed to some extent at the expense of the working class through a rise in the rate of surplus value. The Re-U-Eatant combination would then be ideal for the accumulation of capital. At one and the same time, there would occur an expansion of the mass of workers employed and exploited, an expansion of the value product, the mass of surplus value, and market demand, an increase in the rate of surplus value and, probably, the rate of profit, and a rise in the rate of accumulation, an increase of investment in the productive sector, over and above the growth in arms spending. 75. This explains the important difference between Hitler's war economy and the post-war boom. In the former case, as opposed to the latter, increased investment was by and large confined to the armaments sector. There occurred no real cumulative growth, involving expansion of the final consumers market. 58 Introduction. Needless to say, this provides no long-term solution to the problems of capitalist equilibrium, since the very success of the operation inevitably reproduces the initial contradictions. Increased capital accumulation leads to a rise in the organic composition of capital, which in turn begins to depress the rate of profit. The higher level of employment, made possible by the absorption of part of the unemployed in the army or the state apparatus, a normal feature of a substantial rise in military spending, reduces the industrial reserve army of labor and thereby, except under a fascist-type dictatorship, tends to make it more difficult to neutralize the effects of the rising organic composition of capital by driving up further the rate of surplus value. A decline in the rate of profit depresses productive investment and leads to both a crisis of overproduction and a fall in the rate of capital accumulation. When that rate actually becomes negative, a process of devalorization of capital begins, which is the normal function of a crisis of overproduction. To counter this new crisis of capital accumulation through an intensification of armaments production, where a sizable sector already exists in the economy, would modify the basic proportions both of the division of surplus value between its accumulated and consumed portions, and of the allocation of productive resources between departments I and II, on the one hand, and department III, on the other. Whatever effect upon the process of expanded reproduction was initially obtained would be increasingly neutralized. Moreover, such a high rate of taxation of profits and wages would be necessary that, except under very special political conditions, the basic social classes, although not that sector of capitalists directly engaged in weapons production and procurement, would revolt against further development of the arms industry. Such an expansion is thus no cure-all for the ills of capitalist overaccumulation and overproduction. But it can trigger off shorter or longer periods of economic upturn as long as those preconditions indicated above are satisfied. 9. How can commercial and financial capital participate in the distribution of social surplus version ILU? The distinction between productive and unproductive labor partially dovetails with the distinction between two general sectors of capital: capital invested in commodity production, be it in industry, agriculture, transport or productive branches of the so-called service industries, and Introduction 59 capital invested elsewhere, between productive capital and unproductive capital. The latter category involves essentially commercial capital, banking and insurance capital, and capital invested in the unproductive branches of service industries. We have seen before that, while wage labor hired by these capitalists enables them to appropriate a fraction of the sum total of surplus value accruing to the entire capitalist class, it does not itself add to that total. The question may, therefore, be posed: why do the industrial capitalists, or more precisely all those who invest in the productive sectors, accept that a portion of the surplus value produced by their workers should be appropriated by capitalists whose capital does not contribute to the production of surplus value? This problem is dealt with at length in Capital Volume 3, but since a section of Volume 2 is devoted to it, we should briefly touch on it here. The answer becomes clear once we realize that, although capital invested outside the sphere of material production does not directly augment the mass of surplus value, it does contribute indirectly to its increase. In other words, industrial and farming capitalists abandon a share of their surplus value to traders and bankers not out of the goodness of their hearts, but because these gentlemen help them to raise the mass of that surplus value. In order to demonstrate that this is so, Marx again introduces into his analysis that time dimension, which plays such a key role throughout Volume 2, and which in a certain sense structures the whole process of circulation and turnover of capital. Whereas the total turnover time of fixed capital stretches over many years, and is not basically affected by small shifts in the length of the period during which capital takes the form of commodity capital, during which commodities remain unsold in the sphere of circulation, the situation is entirely different in the case of circulating capital. If it takes 3 months to produce a given mass of commodities, and 3 months to sell them, circulating productive capital will turn over only twice a year unless it receives assistance. That part of it which is exchanged for labor power, and thus makes possible the creation of surplus value, would then remain sterile for 6 months of the year. If, however, commercial capital buys up a large proportion of the commodities as soon as they leave the factory, or if banking capital advances the money to pay the raw materials bill immediately after the commodities are produced and before they are sold, then, owing to the assistance of these sectors of the capitalist class, productive circulating capital can be reinvested as soon. 60 Introduction as a production cycle is completed. Consequently, variable capital will never remain idle. It will set workers to produce surplus value 12 months, and not 6 months a year. As a result of which, all other things being equal, the total annual mass of surplus value will be twice as great as it would otherwise have been. It naturally pays industrial capital to give a discount to wholesale traders, or to pay interest to bankers, if these rescue operations allow an overall increase in the production of surplus value. What this implies, however, is that only a fraction of total social capital is continuously engaged in production. An important segment remains constantly outside the realm of production. We have already noted why part of social capital necessarily takes the form of money capital. We now see that another portion has to take the form of transportation and banking capital, in order to shorten the circulation time of commodities. From the point of view of the capitalist class as a whole, and this is the one adopted by Marx in Volume 2, only in Volume 3 does he consider these different sectors as competing with one another for fractions of social surplus value. This may be regarded as a functional division of labor within that class. Instead of each industrialist and capitalist farmer acting as his own treasurer, his own money changer, his own transporter, his own seller of commodities on the home and world markets, and his own advancer of additional money capital, all these various functions are socially centralized by sectors of the bourgeoisie specializing in different fields. This division of labor carries with it a considerable rationalization. The costs of overall social circulation, transportation and banking are lower than they would have been if each capitalist firm had had to accomplish these tasks itself. The overhead costs of production are thereby reduced, and the total mass of surplus value is increased through continuous production. It is thus profitable for the bourgeoisie as a whole to maintain, and even expand, as the record of the service industries demonstrates, this functional division of labor. What is the source of capital invested outside the realm of material production? Since all capital derives in the last analysis from surplus value, and since, under the capitalist mode of production, all surplus value is created by productive capital, that is, by wage labor engaged in material production, it may appear that all commercial and banking capital ultimately derives from industrial and agricultural, productive, capital. This is partially true. In Capital Volume 2, Marx points out how money capital is periodically expelled from the process of value. Introduction 61 Production, thereby becoming temporarily available for other purposes. The best example of this is the depreciation fund of fixed capital. Reinvested only at certain intervals, rather than piecemeal after each production cycle, it serves for a time as an important source of money capital employed in credit and other operations. However, such a view should not be generalized. Capital, after all, is older than the capitalist mode of production. Before surplus value was produced in the process of production, vast wealth was accumulated through the plunder of peasants, the fleecing of feudal lords, for example, by overpricing exotic merchandise, robbery of merchants, through piracy, and tribal communities, through the capture of slaves. Merchant, commercial and banking capital existed long before productive capital was born in manufactures, not to speak of the Industrial Revolution. Thus, industrial capital not only reproduces commercial and banking capital by paying over fragments of the surplus value created by its own workers, it also finds these other forms of capital present at the moment of its own birth, and indeed as a condition of this. Commercial and banking capital, then, reproduce themselves both by continuing their former practices, la appropriation of part of the social product originating outside the realm of capitalist relations of production, and transformation of it into surplus value and money capital, and by appropriating part of the surplus value created within the capitalist process of production proper. The interpenetration of pre-capitalist, semi-capitalist and capitalist relations of production, imposed upon colonies and semi-colonies by the power of capital on the world market and the violence of foreign political and military domination, has been an extremely important factor in the historical development of these twin sources of money capital accumulation. Through the operations of merchant, commercial, usury and banking capital, they have continued till this very day to play a key role in worldwide capitalist expansion, especially within the so-called third world countries. Thus pre-innovative accumulation of capital and productive accumulation of capital, through the creation of surplus value in commodity production, are not only successive historical stages, but also simultaneous and combined phenomena. Nor does primitive accumulation automatically lead to a commensurate spread of productive capital and industrialization. It may instead simply condense into a one-sided expansion of the above-mentioned forms of unproductive capital. This circumstance, together with the impact of foreign imperialist domination, clarifies one of the mysteries of underdevelopment under capitalism. 62 Introduction 10. Luxemburg's critique of Marx's reproduction schemas in the history of Marxist thought in the international labor movement. The most important controversy to have arisen in connection with Volume 2 was sparked off by Luxemburg's critique of Marx's reproduction schemas in her The Accumulation of Capital. Involved in the debate have been truly formidable questions: Marx's theory of crisis, the historical limits of the capitalist mode of production, the so-called breakdown theory, or Zusammenbruchs theory, and the origins and functions of imperialism, colonialism, militarism and wars in the imperialist epoch. 76 We shall confine ourselves, in this introduction, to that part of Luxemburg's contribution which is directly related to the subject matter of Capital Volume 2. The circulation, turnover and reproduction of the total social capital. Luxemburg's critique is essentially centered on a single theme: how can that part of the value of commodity which corresponds to the accumulated portion of surplus value be realized? What purchasing power is available for its realization? Why do capitalists expand production, if not because they are assured of, or expect to have, additional customers? Who are these new customers? Schaeffer 5T rejects the idea that they could be workers, since the purchasing power of the latter originates with capital, and expansion of production merely to satisfy the new needs of an enlarged workforce would be inconceivable for the capitalist class in its totality. Of course, this is not true of capitalists taken individually, for whom all workers except their own are potential customers, but, as Luxemburg flatly states, for the capitalist class as a whole, all workers are their own workers, and it makes no sense to treat them as a source of increased sales. 77. She also dismisses the notion that these additional customers could be other capitalists. For how could the capitalist class in its totality enrich itself if the money to buy the 76? The main contributions to the discussion on Luxemburg's The Accumulation of Capital were the reviews by Otto Bauer, in Die Neue Zeit, No. 24, 1913, Anton Pannekoek, in Bremer Bergerzeitung, the 29th of January 1913, and G. Eckstein, in Vorwärts, the 16th of February 1913, and the book by Bukharin, Imperialism and the Accumulation Zero, Capital, Op. Cit. Henrik Grossmann, Das Accumulations und Zusammenbruchsgesetz des kapitalistischen Systems, Leipzig, 1929, deals in a number of places with Luxemburg's theory. See also the recent discussion in Arguri Emmanuel, Le Profit et les Crises, Paris, 1975, and Joan Robinson's introduction to the English translation of The Accumulation of Capita, ed. Cit. 77. Luxembourg, The Accumulation of Capital, OPCIT, pp. 289-90. Introduction 63 Surplus product came out of its own pocket 178, nor could they be so-called third persons, who are essentially the cronies, hangers-on and servants of the capitalist class, or of landowners appropriating ground rent. 4. In the last analysis, the revenue of all these social layers is derived from surplus value. If surplus value were the only source of purchasing power of Jable for buying up the increased mass and value of commodities, it would mean that capitalists become richer by spending their own money. For Luxembourg, then, the conclusion is inescapable. The additional purchasing power which has to be sucked into the process of capitalist circulation can only come from outside capitalist relations of production properly called, through forcing non-capitalist social classes, essentially peasants and pre-capitalist landowners, ruinously to spend their revenue on capitalist commodities. Only in this way can expanded production and reproduction, capital accumulation and capitalist economic growth in general take place. The end result of the argument is equally obvious. By destroying the non-capitalist milieu on which its expansion is based, capitalism undermines the conditions of its own growth. The disappearance of this non-capitalist, pre-capitalist environment thus marks the absolute limit of capitalist development. 79. While the main thrust of Luxembourg's argument is clear and simple, much of the controversy surrounding the accumulation of capital has been diverted away from her central thesis, largely because she herself combined it with a series of further criticisms of Marx's reproduction schemas which are much easier to answer. Thus, when she asserts that Marx confuses the function of money as means of circulation with the role of income, purchasing power, as necessary prerequisite of the realization of commodity value, she is quite evidently mistaken. 80. And when she implies that the reproduction schemas do not correspond to the reality of the capitalist mode of production, she mixes up levels of abstraction which are clearly differentiated in Marx's method. She is no less misguided when she surmises that, because Marx's figures do not incorporate the laws of motion of capital, they allow for no increase in the organic composition of capital, they could not incorporate these. 78. Ibid. pp. 127-33, 79. The notion that a non-capitalist milieu is necessary for expanded reproduction and accumulation was first advanced by Heinrich Kuhnau, Die Zusammenbruchs Theory, in Die Neue Zeit, No. 1, 1898, and later defended by Karl Kautsky, Krisentheorien, in Die Neue Zeit, No. 2, 1902, and Louis B. Boudin, The Theoretical System of Karl Marx, Chicago, 1907, especially pp. 163-9 and 241-53, 80. Luxembourg, OPCIT, pp. 143-5. Crossing below, pp. 442-4. 64 Introduction Laws. Similarly, it does not follow at all from the evident truth that Department I is the primum movens of the accumulation process, that Department I is somehow sacrificed to, or dependent upon, Department I, in contradiction to the laws of private property and competition. 8. And so on and so forth. On all these secondary issues, controversy has been raging fiercely, generally at Luxembourg's expense. But although it still erupts from time to time, it has little relevance to the principal question that she raised. Luxembourg's main argument has to be answered at three successive levels of abstraction. First, and most abstractly, she committed a methodological error by situating within the framework of capital in its totality, a problem that can only be considered in relation to the competition of many capitals. 82. It is impossible to conduct an analysis simultaneously at these two distinct levels, since capital in its totality abstracts by definition from many capitals, from competition. Thus, the argument that the capitalist class cannot enrich itself by purchasing its own surplus product overlooks the fact that, under a system of private property, the surplus product can never be owned by a single total capital. Capitalist competition implies that capitalists can indeed grow richer by buying one another's surplus product. Marx himself explicitly states that the surplus value created at one point requires the creation of surplus value at another point, for which it may be exchanged. 83. He also indicates that, in the absence of competition, growth would actually disappear. 84. In short, for Marx, growth is possible in a purely capitalist milieu, i.e. where no part of the social surplus product can find non-capitalist customers, provided that the interests and growth rates of all capitalists are assumed to be not identical, but on the contrary rooted in competition. The realization question does not, and cannot, arise within the realm of capital in general. It appears, together with the theory of crises and the trade cycle, only within the sphere of many capitals. This Marx repeatedly stated himself. 85. It follows that reproduction schemas which imply competition should. 81. Schemas incorporating these laws of motion have been worked out by Bauer, Grossman, Leon Sartre, Glembowski, Hosea Jaffe and many others. Whether they assure long-term equilibrium conditions is, of course, quite a different question. 82. This point was first made by Rosdolsky, OPCIT, pp. 63-72, 83. Grundrisse, OPCIT, page 407, 84. Capital Volume 3, Chapter 15, 3, 85. Theories of Surplus Value, OPCIT, Part 2, pp. 532-4. Introduction 65 assume as a rule the existence of different, rather than equal rates of accumulation in the two departments, only occasionally leading to equalization of the rate of profit. This corresponds to the real modus operandi of the capitalist system. It also points the way to a solution of the technical problems seen by Luxemburg in the fact that the unsaleable portion of commodities of Department II embodies part of the surplus value created in that department. As a matter of fact, Luxemburg dismissed out of hand Marx's convincing solution, which was later developed at length by Otto Bauer. 86 Part of the surplus value produced in Department II is periodically transferred to Department I, precisely when, and because, Department I exhibits, over a considerable length of time, a higher organic composition of capital than that of Department II. At this most abstract level of reasoning, the problem has been posed as one of quasi-static equilibrium. But at a second level which, while still abstract, is a step nearer to the historical reality of the capitalist mode of production, accumulation of capital must be examined as a discontinuous process with a view to understanding its actual dynamics. The first question I posed was the following: can customers be found for those commodities which embody the accumulated part of surplus value, if we assume that all purchasing power originates as either wages or surplus value within the capitalist process of production itself? Marx's simple answer is yes, so long as we do not take surplus value to be a single mass, owned by a solitary capitalist, who would then obviously be condemned to buy his own goods. The second question may now be reposed as follows: what is the effect upon the realization of the value of commodities embodying the accumulated part of surplus value, JF, and when 1. The organic composition of capital rises in both departments. 2. Department I grows at a faster rate than II, which is the unavoidable result of the rising organic composition of capital, and 3. The rate of profit declines, i.e. the growth in the rate of surplus value is insufficient to compensate for the rising organic composition of capital. In other words, is full realization of surplus value possible when the laws of motion of the capitalist mode of production assert themselves? This second question requires a more complex answer than the previous one. Theoretically, full realization of surplus value is possible, and several ingenious mathematical models have been constructed by, among others, O. Benedict, Shinzaburo Koshimura, Oscar Lang, J. 86. Luxemburg, OPCIT, pp. 294-5. 66 Introduction Caridad Mateo and Hosea J. Aff 87. In order to show that it is. By contesting this, Luxemburg denied that pure capitalism was possible, thus taking a position exactly opposite to the one which Marx tried to demonstrate with his reproduction schemas. It should be immediately added, however, that the real socio-economic conditions expressed by these algebraic formulas have to be precisely defined. 88 Furthermore, those of her critics who replied that the schemas prove, by themselves, the possibility of unlimited, smooth progress of reproduction. 89 Forgot one small point. Capitalism has been generating periodic crises of overproduction for more than 150 years, and continues to do so with the regularity of a natural law. We can reject out of hand the hypothesis that each successive crisis has been due entirely to specific causes, unrelated to the inner logic of the capitalist mode of production, and extraneous to the interrelation of the growth rates of C, V, S, V, accumulated S, total S, both within and between the two departments. The very periodicity of these crises is enough to refute the harmony theorists, and the view that capital accumulation can go on forever, on the basis of the schemas. In this respect, the superiority of Luxemburg over certain of her critics is obvious. 90 Nevertheless, did she succeed in proving her case in a technically satisfactory manner? We do not believe so, for she narrowed down the problème to an excessively monocausal one. In order to prove that, under capitalism, equilibrium must beget disequilibrium, that expanded 87. O. Benedict, Die Accumulation des Kapitals bei wachsender organischer Zusammensetzung, in Unter dem Banner des Marxismus, No. 3, 1929. Koshimura, OPCIT. J. Caridad Mateo, Reproducción del Capital Social, Mexico, 1974. Hosea Jaffe, Processo Capitalista e Teoria dell'Accumulazione, Milan, 1973, and in a personal communication to myself. 88. Let us take a single example. In order to reconcile equilibrium with a rising organic composition of capital and a falling rate of profit, Koshimura has to modify the initial relations between the three departments and to increase considerably the organic composition of Department III, which makes little sense from a historical point of view. Next, he has to lower the total price of production of Department II, workers' wages, to the extent of an absolute decline. Offsetting the falling rate of profit by a rising rate of surplus value, which is plausible, Koshimura arrives at an absolute decrease in workers, and even capitalists' consumption, which is not only implausible but contrary to both Marx's basic assumption in Capital Volume 2, and to the existing empirical data. See Koshimura, OPCIT, pp. 122-4 and 124-6, 89. See the above-mentioned critique by Eckstein and the article by Helena Deutsch, in Der Kampf, 1913, the Theoretical Journal of Austrian Social Democracy. This is also partially true of the critiques by Bauer and Emanuel. 90. See especially her anti-critique, in Luxemburg and Bukharin, Imperialism and the Accumulation of Capital, OPCIT. Introduction 67 Reproduction must generate overproduction, and that accumulation of capital must lead to devalorization of capital is necessary to bring all the interrelated variables of the reproduction schemas into play. And this she does not do. Thus, while the accumulation of capital raises the correct problems, it does not provide acceptable solutions to them. 91. Synthetically, we may say that the equilibrium formula of expanded reproduction, IV plus I greater than CX plus ISI equals E plus IISJI, implies an identity of the rate of growth of demand for consumer goods generated by Department I, and the rate of growth of constant capital in Department II. Now, the rise in the organic composition of capital entails that the demand for consumer goods generated in Department I will normally grow more slowly than constant capital in that sector, unless the slower rate of growth of variable capital is compensated by a rate of growth of unproductively consumed surplus value higher than that of constant capital, which is extremely unlikely in the long run. The precondition of equilibrium is consequently a rate of growth of constant capital in Department II lower than the one in Department I. If the rates in the two departments are equal, the conditions of equilibrium will be upset. However, a rate of growth of constant capital in Department I which is permanently lower than that in Department I is incompatible with private property and competition. There is no reason why capitalists engaged in the production of consumer goods should forever abstain from trying to incorporate all existing technology, all means of reducing costs of production, all potentially usable machinery. Therefore, IA plus IISJI will from time to time be greater than IV plus ISCX plus ISY, just as, periodically, under conditions of rising organic composition of capital, biased development of labor-saving technology, IA plus ISG, will be equal to AI. E plus ISJI, and AI. E plus ISG, will be greater than LV plus ICX plus is. At 91. Nor can it be accepted that Grossman, OP-CIT, provides these solutions. His own standpoint, a denial that at the bottom of the crisis are problems of realization of surplus value and of disproportionality between production and consumption, is fundamentally unsound. By converting the decline of the rate of profit into the sole cause of the final breakdown of capitalism, he overlooks the fact that this tendency is offset by periodical devalorization of capital. Whereas he seeks to establish a mechanical unity between the theory of crises of overproduction and that of the breakdown of capitalism, the real, dialectical link between the two embodies the following contradiction. Crises of overproduction are the precise mechanism which allows the decline in the rate of profit to be periodically overcome, both through devalorization of the total mass of social capital and through a rise in the rate of surplus value. 68 Introduction therefore seems impossible to avoid periodic overproduction of consumer goods, as well as a decline in the rate of profit and of the ratio ACC, SV, entailing an abrupt halt to the accumulation of capital. Donald Harris has concluded from Marx's assumptions that equilibrium obtains only if, in a value system, there is proportional hiring of labor in the two departments, or if, in a prices of production system, there is an equal ratio of investment. Accumulation of surplus value. 92 However, all these calculations are based upon a misunderstanding of Marx's method. While Marx does assume an equal rate of exploitation in both departments, an assumption based on the concept of an average national value of labor power, for which quite strong empirical evidence exists under developed capitalism, he does not assume either that the organic composition of capital will remain equal or that the rate of surplus value will stay the same. His method of successive approximation to the appearances of day-to-day capitalist economy led him to abstract, at a given stage of the inquiry, from a number of additional variables, in order to clarify certain preliminary problems. This has nothing to do with assuming historical trends. Finally, on the third level, that of the actual historical process of capital accumulation, Luxemburg seems fundamentally correct. Capitalism was born essentially in a non-capitalist milieu. It has immensely enriched itself by plundering that milieu, and the same value-transferring metabolism has continued to this very day. Pure capitalism has never existed in real life and, as Engels rightly predicted, it never will exist, because we shall not let it come to that. The Russian October Revolution, and the subsequent expansion of a post-capitalist sector of world economy, indicates that Engels' instinct was a sure one in that respect. Luxemburg's analysis of the ways and means whereby capitalism sucks wealth and value from pre-capitalist communities and classes was an impressive first contribution to 3/4 of a century of anti-colonialist and anti-imperialist world literature. It has still to be equaled in either theoretical insight or economic lucidity. 93 The final balance sheet of Luxemburg's critique, then, must be a nuanced one. We cannot say baldly that she is right or that she is wrong. While many of her partial theses, as well as her final answer, are inadequate, she certainly poses relevant questions and puts her finger on real problems which Volume 2 does not and cannot answer. In particular, 92. Donald J. Harris, on Marx's scheme of reproduction and accumulation, in Journal of Political Economy, Volume 80, 1972, pp. 505 ff. 93. See especially The Accumulation of Capital, chapters 27 to 30. Introduction 69 The contradictory character of capitalist growth, discussion of which was stimulated by her seminal The Accumulation of Capital, cannot be simply subsumed under the formulas, anarchy of production, and disproportionality, Point 94. The specific place which unavoidable disproportions between production and mass consumption occupy in the dynamics of capitalism has to be integrated into any overall explanation of capitalist disequilibrium and crisis. 2. Volume 2 of Capital and Marx's explanation of capitalist crises of overproduction. Our discussion of Luxemburg's critique of Marx's reproduction schemas leads logically on to an examination of his theory of crises, as it appears in Volume 2 of Capital. It is well known that the 4 volumes of Capital which Marx left behind contain no systematic analysis of that key aspect of the capitalist mode of production, the inevitable periodic occurrence of such crises. In his original plan, Marx had reserved a full treatment of the question for a 6th volume dealing with the world market and crises. 9. 5 but partial considerations are interspersed through the text, especially in Volume 4, Theories of Surplus Value, and Volumes 2 and 3. It is on these that we wish to touch briefly here. In Volume 2, Marx makes a number of crucial points about capitalist crises of overproduction. First, he insists upon the fact that the role of commercial capital is intermediary between industrial capitalist and 94. The neo-harmonic IST versions of the Austro-Marxists Hilferding and Bauer were clearly inspired by Tugen-Baranowski's book Studien zur Theorie, op CIT. Although both polemicized against Tugen-Baranowski, they fell under the spell of his mathematical juggling with the reproduction schemas. Hilferding's statement in his magnum opus of 1909, Finanzkapital, is especially striking. A general cartel regulating total social production and thereby overcoming crises is, in principle, economically imaginable, even if such a social and political state of affairs is an in one possibility, op CIT. Page 372. Bukharin was influenced by the same trend of thought, as clearly emerges from the assertion in Imperialism and the Accumulation Zero, Capital, op CIT. Page 226, that under state capitalism, where anarchy of production has been overcome, there could be no crises of overproduction. Drawing on these arguments, Tony Cliff and his disciples have attempted to justify their use of the term state capitalism to define the Soviet economy. An economy which has witnessed no crisis of overproduction for more than half a century. C. Cliff, Russia. A Marxist Analysis, London, 1964, pp. 167-75. For a thorough critique of the neo-harmonic IST interpretation of Capital Volume 2, see Rostolsky, op CIT. pp. 569-80 and pp. 586-94. 95. See my Introduction to Capita, Volume 1, op CIT. pp. 28-31. 70. Introduction. Final consumer, while helping to shorten the circulation time of commodities and hasten the turnover of productive circulating capital, at the same time masks the growing disproportion between expanding production and lagging final demand. 96. More precisely, Marx adds, the periods in which capitalist production exerts all its forces regularly show themselves to be periods of overproduction, because the limit to the application of the productive powers is not simply the production of value, but also its realization. However, the sale of commodities, the realization of commodity capital, and thus of surplus value, is restricted not by the consumer needs zero, society in general, but by the consumer needs of a particular society in which the great majority are always poor and must always remain poor. This, however, belongs rather to the next part. 97. This is but an echo of the famous passage in Volume 3, in which Marx summarizes his theory of crises, ending with the following words. The ultimate reason for all real crises always remains the poverty and restricted consumption of the masses, in the face of the drive of capitalist production to develop the productive forces as if only the absolute consumption power of society set a limit to them. 9. 8. However, Marx states no less categorically in Volume 2, it is a pure tautology to say that crises are provoked by a lack of effective demand or effective consumption. The capitalist system does not recognize any forms of consumer other than those who can pay, if we exclude the consumption of paupers and swindlers. The fact that commodities are unsaleable means no more than that no effective buyers have been found for them. No consumers, no matter whether the commodities are ultimately sold to meet the needs of productive or individual consumption. If the attempt is made to give this tautology the semblance of greater profundity, by the statement that the working class receives too small a portion of its own product, and that the evil would be remedied if it received a bigger share, if its wages rose, we need only note that crises are always prepared by a period in which wages generally rise, and the working class actually does receive a greater share in the part of the annual product destined for consumption. From the standpoint of these advocates of sound and simple common sense, such periods should rather avert the crisis. It thus appears that capitalist production involves certain conditions, independent of people's good or bad intentions, which permit the relative prosperity of the working class only temporarily, and moreover always as a harbinger of crisis. 9. 9. Is there a 96? See below, pp. 155-6. 97. See below, page 391, note. Our emphasis. 98. Capital Volume 3, Chapter 30, 99. See below, pp. 486-7. Introduction. 71. Contradiction between these two explanations? What lies behind the frenetic accusations of underconsumptionism, referred to as some grave deviation or shameful disease, and leveled by some of Marx's followers against others? In our opinion, there is no contradiction whatsoever between the above two sets of comments made by Marx on capitalist crises of overproduction. What he rejects is the common or garden reformist or liberal platitude, according to which crises could be avoided if, in the period immediately preceding or coinciding with the onset of overproduction, the purchasing power in the hands of the masses were to be significantly increased. This simplistic view overlooks two facts. Under capitalism, not all commodities are consumer goods. An important fraction of the total commodity mountain, namely, all means of production, cannot be, and are not intended to be, bought by workers. Therefore, an increase in sales of consumer goods, in and of itself, tells us nothing of the course of sales of equipment and raw materials. It does not lead automatically to greater productive investment. Indeed, a redistribution of the national income at the expense of profits, which would be the outcome of a sudden large rise in wages, would result in a collapse of investment, of sales of means of production. If this succeeded a period of actual decline in the rate of profit, then capital accumulation would contract very violently indeed and the crisis would remain unavoidable. Inasmuch as they forget this basic correlation of the trade cycle with medium-term fluctuations of the rate of profit, all economists, whether Marxist or non-Marxist, who explain the crisis exclusively or mainly in terms of the relation between the purchasing power of consumers and the national income are truly guilty of under-consumptionism, that is to say, of a one-sided and therefore erroneous theory of overproduction in the trade cycle. 10. But the same is true of the opposite theory, which concentrates exclusively or mainly on the disproportion between the two departments, explaining crises by the anarchy of production and the difficulty, impossibility, of establishing the right proportions, spontaneously, as if organized capitalism, or a general cartel, could avoid crisis. 101-100. The most noteworthy Marxist author of this type is Natalia Moshkovska, Zur Kritik moderner Christentheorien, Prague, 1935, but Fritz Stemberg and Paul Sweezy should also be mentioned in this context. The list of non-Marxist economists is very long indeed, running from Simon de Sismondi and Malthus to Lederer and Keynes, 101. See note 94 above. 72. Introduction. Overlooked in such a thesis is the fact, which Marx himself pointed out, 102, that the disproportion between the tendency of unlimited development of the productive forces and the narrow constraints placed upon consumption by the bourgeois mode of distribution, is itself a specific source of disequilibrium, autonomous from the disturbance of equilibrium relations between the two departments. Supporters of this view also forget, like Tugan Baranowski, the father of pure disproportionism, that unlimited growth of Department I leads to ever faster growth of the productive capacity of Department II, although not necessarily in the same proportion. In other words, that under capitalist commodity relations production can never fully emancipate itself from sales to the final consumer. 103. Thus theories of pure disproportionism are as wrong as ones of pure underconsumptionism. The basic causes of periodic crises of overproduction are, at one and the same time, the inevitable periodic decline of the rate of profit, the capitalist anarchy of production, and the impossibility under capitalism of developing mass consumption in correlation with the growth of the productive forces. As we have explained elsewhere. 104. The basic curse of capitalism, the fact that surplus value embodied in commodities can only be realized if they are sold at their value, implies the presence of an insoluble contradiction at a given point of expanded reproduction. Any measure which tries suddenly to reverse the decline of the rate of profit provokes a shrinking of the market of final consumers. And any attempt suddenly to reverse that shrinking accentuates the decline of the rate of profit. Capitalist growth and prosperity require both a rising rate of profit, of currently realized as well as anticipated profits, and an expanding market, as present reality and future trend. But the coincidence of these conditions can never be permanent, for the very forces which bring it into being at a given point in the trade cycle work towards its undoing at a subsequent stage. 10s. In that sense, crises of overproduction are 102. Grundriss, Op. Cit. pp. 420-42. Theories of surplus value, Op. Cit. Pan 3, pp. 120-21. See also Grundriss, page 155, 103. It is quite the same with the demand created by production itself for raw material, semi-finison D goods, machinery, means of communication, and for the auxiliary materials consumed in production, such as dyes, coal, grease, soap, etc. This effective, exchange value positing demand is adequate and sufficient as long as the producers exchange among themselves. Its inadequacy shows itself as soon as the final product encounters its limit in direct and final consumption. Grundriss, page 421, 104. Mandel, Marxist Economic Theory, Op. dt. Page 370, 105. Among these should be included not only purely economic factors, but also the intertwining of the trade cycle with the partially autonomous cycle of the class struggle. Introduction 73. Unavoidable under capitalism. According to even the most optimistic hypothesis, anti-cyclical policies can only reduce their scope temporarily. They cannot prevent the very moderation obtained during one period from leading, in the long run, to more explosive side effects, such as the cumulative movement of inflation, or the precipitate growth of the burden of company debt. 106. The objective logic of crises of overproduction, connected with the operation of the law of value, as clarified by an important remark made by Marx in Capital Volume 2. 107 Equilibrium of the process of expanded reproduction presupposes that commodities are sold at their value, or more precisely, at the value they had at the moment of their production. However, the very dynamic of expanded reproduction involves regular revolutions in technology, unceasing attempts by industrialists to win the competitive struggle by reducing their costs of production and growing substitution of machines for full-annual labor. All these phenomena, which are translated into regular increases in the average labor productivity of most branches of production, imply a tendency for the value of each commodity to decline. Seen in this light, crises of overproduction are nothing other than objective mechanisms through which the adjustment of market prices to declining commodity values is achieved. Low capital thereby incurs important losses, i.e. devalorizations of capital, whether directly, through the reduction in value of commodity capital, or indirectly, through the bankruptcy and closure of the least efficient firms. Marx further stresses in Capital Volume 2 that there exists a nexus between the trade cycle and the turnover cycle of fixed capital, which is distinct from the usually mentioned one of determination grosso modo of the length of the former by that of the latter. Fixed capital expenditure is discontinuous in a double sense. Machines are replaced not piecemeal, except, of course, so far as current repairs are concerned, but in toto, say once every 7 or 10 years. Their replacement tends to occur at the same time in numerous, interconnected key branches of industry, precisely because the process is not only, or even essentially, a function of physical wear and tear, 109, but rather a response to financial incentives, 106. On the roots, functions and consequences of permanent inflation in contemporary capitalism, see Chapter 13 of My Late Capitalism, Op. Cit. 107. See below, page 153, 108. Declining value expressed in gold prices and not, of course, in inflated paper currency, 109. Moral, wearing out of equipment, obsolescence, generally predates physical breakdown under capitalism, given the pressure of competition and accelerated technical progress. 74 Introduction to introduce more advanced technology. The principal criteria of profit calculation are here: availability of sufficient money capital reserves, rising rate of profit and profit expectations, and the existence and/or anticipation of a sudden market expansion. These incentives coincide only at a certain point in the trade cycle, but when this occurs, there follows a massive investment in the renewal of fixed capital. This in turn sets up a dynamic of accelerated capital accumulation and economic growth, together with rapid expansion of markets, which leads finally to an increase in the organic composition of capital, a declining trend of the rate of profit, and a tendency to slow down investment and renewal of fixed capital. Discontinuous renewal of fixed capital is, therefore, one of the key determinants of the trade cycle. The difficulty is compounded by the fact that the productive capacity of the sub-branch of department I which produces means of production for the production of means of production, must normally be geared to the general demand for the renewal of fixed capital, at least in its social average. Thus, while this sub-branch may be overtaken by peak demand at the moment of overheating, it will suffer from unused capacity during a considerable part of the trade cycle. I-10-12. Money circulation, money capital and money hoarding. One of the most modern aspects of Marx's analysis is the treatment in Volume 2 of the commodity-money dialectic, and its correlation with problems relating to the reproduction of social capital and the trade cycle. Here, Marx fundamentally anticipates the Keynesian problematic of money hoarding, that is, withdrawal of money from the process of productive circulation, i.e. circulation geared to the realization and reproduction of surplus value. Marx starts from the assumption that, in order for the process of reproduction to flow smoothly, all income generated in the production process must be spent on the commodities produced. Any additional purchasing power injected into the reproduction process at a given point must be expelled at another point, if the process is to continue in a balanced way. Now, it so happens that the very functioning of the capitalist mode of production leads to periodic hoarding of money capital. We have already 110. See below, pp. 542-5. Of course, academic economic theory later took over this essentially Marxist contribution to the theory of the trade cycle. Introduction 75 encountered this problem with regard to discontinuous renewal of fixed capital. Marx points out that successive expansions and contractions of the circulation time of commodities, related to phases of the trade cycle, result in periodic expansions and contractions of money capital as compared with productive capital. In the same way, the shortening or lengthening of the production process itself, for instance, increase or reduction of the weight within the total product mix of commodities requiring a lengthy production time, gives rise to contraction or expansion of the volume of money capital in circulation. The shorter the production time, the quicker will be the turnover of productive capital itself, and the smaller will be the money reserves which the capitalists have to throw into circulation, in order to cover the wages bill and their own consumption needs until the commodities worked upon in their factories are finished and sold. Conversely, a lengthening of the production time will result in a lengthening of the turnover time of capital, and an increase in the reserves of money capital and money revenue that have to be injected into the circulation process to maintain consumption until the production and sale of the commodities is completed. More generally, the harmonious flow of expanded reproduction is constantly threatened, not permanently upset, of course, because there are always capitalists who buy without selling, and others who sell without buying. Money is continually being withdrawn from circulation, and additional money is forever being injected. Only if these movements cancel each other out will the partially autonomous character of the money flow not conflict with the need to realize the total value of commodities produced. While the banking system objectively strives to achieve that balance, and thus represents a force of social accounting and centralization far superior to anything private ownership could accomplish in the realm of production, it does not have the means to ensure automatic and continual balancing. Here there appears a further cause of discontinuity or interruption of expanded production, a cause which, though derived from monetary phenomena, is of course essentially rooted in the contradictory nature of the commodity and of the production of value and surplus value. It follows that a series of proportions, additional to those which emerge prima facie from the reproduction schemas, play an important role in amplifying, if not triggering off, the trade cycle. The way in which the total money stock is divided between circulating money and hoarded 111. See below, pp. 358-9, 364-6.
76 Introduction Money L12. The way in which circulating money is divided between circulating money capital and circulating revenue. The way in which hoarded money is divided between latent potential productive capital, i.e. money capital which will tend to contribute to increased production of surplus value, and capital which is more or less permanently hoarded, i.e. withdrawn from both the sphere of production and the sphere of circulation of commodities. All these proportions significantly influence the volume and rhythm of capital accumulation. 113 Keynes was correct when he discarded the assumption of more or less permanent full employment of manpower and capital, or at least, the hypothesis that it could be achieved automatically through the operation of market forces.
He was also right to point out that capital or revenue not spent, hoarded, is an important source of disequilibrium and underemployment of productive resources in an economy based upon generalized commodity production. In fact, Marx had argued as much 65 years earlier, in Capital Volume 2. But the latter's understanding of the fundamental mechanisms of the capitalist mode of production proved more profound than that of Keynes. For Marx went a step further by distinguishing between productive investment, investment leading to increased production of surplus value, and unproductive investment, which cannot directly augment the total social wealth and real income, but only contribute indirectly to reallocation and redeployment of existing resources. After all, building pyramids and digging canals in order to fill them up again does not have the same effect upon economic growth, capital accumulation and expanded reproduction as building new factories and opening up new oil fields. Buying government bonds in order to finance the building of pyramids is evidently not the same kind of activity as the investment of productive capital. L14112. See below, pp. 260-61. 113. In his latest book, Emmanuel correctly stresses the role of hoarding in Marx's theory of crises. He uses the expression vu, oird, achat, purchasing desire, as opposed to pouvoir d'achat, purchasing power, op-cit. pp. 61 ff. 114. Paul Maddock, Marx and Keynes, London, 1969, does not make the matter any clearer by a confused use of the concept, waste production. Waste, in the sense of products not entering into the reproduction process, and waste, in the sense of unsellable products, are not at all identical concepts. Luxury products are, like arms, commoditize, and they find buyers. Public works and other infrastructural outlays are not carried out for the purpose of sale, but in order to accelerate the turnover of capital and thereby indirectly to increase the production of surplus value. However, pyramids or canals which are dug and then filled up again are pure waste. They are neither commodities to be sold nor means of hastening the turnover of capital. Introduction 77. From the elements of monetary analysis dispersed throughout Volume 2, it is possible to identify, within the framework of Marxist economic theory, 4 distinct causes of rising commodity prices.
These causes are the following. A fall in the average productivity of labor in a given branch of output. For example, in certain agricultural or mining branches, where a decline in natural fertility is not completely offset by technological progress, prices would then rise as the result of an increase in value of particular commodities, in the quantity of social labor necessary for their production. B. A sudden increase of labor productivity in the gold mining industry, and thus a decline in the value of gold. All other things remaining equal, the same mass of commodities would then be exchanged for a greater amount of gold produced by the same quantity of labor as before.
In other words, the gold price of commodities would rise. C. An upward trend of market price fluctuations around an unchanged axis of values. This may occur, even when the gold currency remains stable and when there is no paper money inflation, at that precise stage of the trade cycle marked by the periodic contraction of the hoarded part of money as compared to the circulating part. D. An inflationary movement of money signs. In this case, a constant amount of gold, which exchanges against the same amount of commodities as before on the basis of an unaltered quantity of socially necessary labor, becomes represented by a greater sum of paper money signs, or of bank money, credit money. 0.11s13. Growth and Crisis. The central message of Volume 2, like that of Volume 1, refers to a terrifyingly dynamic process. Volume 1 indicates why capital, by its very essence, is value in perpetual search of additional value, produced by the workers in the process of production. The unquenchable thirst for surplus value is the fundamental motor of economic growth, technological revolution, research and development, spending, improvement of communications, third world aid, the sales drive and market research. A corresponding quest for individual enrichment appears at the core of every level of bourgeois society, together with increasing 115. Karl Marx, A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, Moscow, 1971, pp. 118-20. See also Grundrisse, Op. Cit. pp. 121-2 and 212-13. 78 Introduction Alienation of Workers and Inhuman Beings, and a Growing Threat that the Forces of Production will be transformed into forces of destruction. Paradoxical why. Mankind increasingly loses control over its own products and productive endeavor at the very moment when its mastery of nature and natural forces seems to be developing by leaps and bounds. 116 In Volume 2 of Capital, we follow the commodities, containing the surplus value produced by the workers, on their travels outside the factory. A spiraling movement of growth is unleashed. A veritable avalanche. 117 The sale of commodities at their value enables profit to be realized and additional capital to be accumulated. More capital begets more surplus value, which in turn begets more capital. Obstacles on the road of self-expansion, such as the enforced lingering of commodities in the sphere of circulation, or the protracted character of the production process itself, are swept away by the avalanche, thanks to social division of labor within the capitalist class, the appearance of commercial and banking capital, and the constant striving to accelerate the transport of commodities, build up a worldwide system of communications and reduce the length of the circulation process to a minimum. An immense mountain of commodities is distributed with lightning speed around the globe, so that a steadily growing stream of value, money capital, may be concentrated in the hands of an ever smaller percentage, if not necessarily a shrinking absolute number, of the world's active population. Today's real masters are to be found in probably no more than 1,000 or 2,000 firms the world over. 11s 116. This domination of nature increasingly takes the form of the destruction, Raubbau, of nature, as is shown by the threats to ecological equilibrium. 117. Marx and Luxemburg borrowed the image of the spiral as an expression of the form of capitalist development from Simon de Sismondi. 118. This does not mean, of course, that the hundreds of thousands of smaller capitalist entrepreneurs, and the several million capitalist rentier families, are not part of the world bourgeoisie, but simply that they no longer command the decisive means of production or take the key investment decisions. Bourgeois society has the form of a pyramid in which the summit of monopolists could not survive without the support of different straight-off large and medium bourgeois and their retainers, as well as the, at least partial, support of sections of the petty bourgeoisie. The notion that capitalism could be abolished by eliminating the monopolists alone does not take account of the fact that capitalism inevitably grows out of even petty commodity production where conditions of money circulation and widespread private ownership of the means of production prevail. If a significant sector of medium-sized capitalist firms is retained, and some of the non-monopolist capitalists are rather large-scale ones, then capitalism would not only survive, but flourish and open up the road leading to the formation of new monopolies. Introduction 79 This frenetic search for additional wealth in order to create even more wealth becomes increasingly divorced from basic human needs and interests, increasingly opposed to the production of a rich individuality, and the rich development of social relations encompassing all human beings. But the process cannot continue smoothly and uninterruptedly. Capital is powerless to overcome the basic contradictions of the commodity and private property. From both sides, the contradictions of production for its own sake, production in order to augment the profits of those who own the major means of production, must lead to periodic discharge in huge social and economic convulsions. Following the social explosion initiated in the Western world by May 68 in France, the severe generalized recession of 1974 to 5119 has confirmed Marx's basic analysis. Capitalist growth cannot but be uneven, disproportionate and unharmonious. Expanded reproduction necessarily gives rise to contracted reproduction. Prosperity inexorably leads to overproduction. The search for the philosopher's stone which would enable market economy, private property, competition, to coincide with balanced growth, and mass consumption to develop apace with productive capacity, despite the capitalist's drive to force up the rate of exploitation, this search will go on as long as the system survives. But it will be no more crowned with success than that which has already been conducted for more than 150 years. The only possible remedy for economic crises of overproduction and social crises of class struggle is the elimination of capitalism and class society. No other solution will be found, either in theory or in practice. This awe-inspiring prediction made by Marx has been borne out by empirical evidence ever since Capital was written. There is no sign that it will be contradicted by current or future developments. Ernest Mandel 119. See the last chapter of Late Capitalism, Op. Cit. And my articles on the generalized recession of the international capitalist economy in Impricore. The 16th of January 1975, the 5th of June 1975, the 18th of December 1975 and the 15th of September 1976. Translator's Preface. The 3 volumes of Capital form a single integral work. As Ernest Mandel explains in his introduction, the later volumes extend, if they do not wholly complete, the theoretical depiction of the capitalist mode of production which Marx embarked upon with Volume 1. The Pelican Marx Library Capital has therefore been planned and executed as a coherent new edition. Though Volumes 2 and 3 have a different translator from Volume 1, Ben Fowkes and myself have each been able to read the other's work and give advice. On virtually all technical points and matters of terminology, volumes 2 and 3 follow the lead given in volume 1. As far as the style of writing is concerned, the difference is to be found between the later volumes and volume 1, while in some part inevitably reflecting the preferences of the translators, are due to a far greater extent to differences in the original texts. Volume 1 of Capital, which Marx himself prepared for the press and revised after its first publication, is palpably presented to the public as a work of science that is also a work of world literature. Hence not only the splendid rhetoric of many well-known passages, but also the copious references to the works of classical antiquity and Renaissance Europe. Volumes 2 and 3 follow much more in the wake of the less purple passages of Volume 1. Their content is to a far greater extent technical, even dry, and Volume 2, above all, is renowned for the arid deserts between its oases. From the scientific point of view, this is all quite contingent, but it has caused many a non-specialist reader to turn back in defeat. As translator, I have tried to ease the passage as best I could by rendering Marx's prose into as straightforward and contemporary in English as possible. Translators' footnotes and cross-references are designed with the same end in view. But though it is not hard for a new translator to improve on previous editions, I certainly could not claim to have made the later volumes of Capital easy reading. Happily, the Translator's Preface 81 reader of the present edition also has Ernest Mandel's introduction as a guide, and this will come to the rescue, I am sure, at many a tricky point. David Fernbach note in compiling the editorial footnotes, indicated by asterisks etc., the translator has derived much assistance from the Marx-Engels work, MEW, edition of Capital. Note. In this edition numbered footnotes are those of the original text. Those marked by asterisks, etc., are the translator's. Preface. It was not an easy job to prepare the second volume of Capital for publication, and particularly in such a way that it appeared not only as an integrated work, as complete as possible, but also as the exclusive work of its author, and not its editor. The task was made more difficult by the large number of versions, most of them incomplete. Only one of these, Manuscript IV, had been completely prepared for publication, though even here the greater part had been made obsolete by drafts of a later date. The main body of the material, if it was fully worked out in content, in the main, was not so in its language. It was composed in the idiom that Marx customarily used in preparing his summaries, a negligent style, colloquial and often coarsely humorous expressions and usages, English and French technical terms, frequently whole sentences and even pages in English. This is the expression of ideas in the immediate form in which they developed in the author's head. Alongside particular sections that were worked out in detail, there were others, equally important, that were only sketched in outline. The material for factual I-11 illustration had been assembled, but hardly arranged, let alone worked up. At the end of a chapter, in his haste to go on to the next, Marx often left a few disconnected sentences to serve as the guidelines for an as yet unfinished analysis. Finally, there was the notorious handwriting, which even the author himself was sometimes unable to read. I have confined myself to reproducing the manuscripts as literally as possible, altering in the style only what Marx himself would have altered, and only putting in explanatory parentheses and bridging passages where this was absolutely necessary, and the sense quite ambiguous. Whenever there was even the faintest doubt as to the meaning of a sentence, I preferred to print it word for word. The reworkings and interpolations that originate from me amount altogether to less than 10 printed pages, and are of a purely formal character. 84 Preface. It is sufficient to enumerate the manuscript material that Marx left for Volume 2 to show the incomparable conscientiousness and severe self-criticism with which he strove to bring his great economic discoveries to the utmost degree of perfection before publishing them. This self-criticism seldom allowed him to adapt his presentation, either in content or in form, to his mental horizon, which was constantly expanding as the result of new studies. The material, then, consists of the following manuscripts. Firstly, a manuscript entitled Zur Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, 1,472 pages in 23 notebooks, written between August 1861 and June 1863. This is the continuation of the volume of the same title published in Berlin in 1859. The themes investigated in Volume 1 of Capital are dealt with in pp. 1 to 220, Notebooks IV, and again in pp. 1159 to 1472, Notebooks 1923, from the transformation of money into capital through to the conclusion. This is the first existing draft for Volume 1. Pages 973-1158, Notebooks 1618, deal with capital and profit, rate of profit, merchant's capital and money capital, themes that were later developed in the manuscript for Volume 3. The themes treated in Volume 2, however, as well as many treated later in Volume 3, are not yet grouped together. They are dealt with in passing in the section that forms the main body of the manuscript, pp. 220 to 972, Notebooks V15, Theorien über den Mehrwert. This section contains a detailed critical history of the crucial question in political economy, the theory of surplus value, while at the same time most of the points that were specifically investigated later in the manuscript for Volumes 2 and 3, in their logical context, are developed here in polemical opposition to Marx's predecessors. My intention is to publish the critical portion of this manuscript, leaving aside the passages already covered in Volumes 2 and 3, as Volume 4 of Capital. But valuable though this manuscript is, it was of little use for the present edition of Volume 2. The next manuscript in chronological order is that of Volume 3. The Zur Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, Berlin, 1859. English translation. A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, Trail S.W. Ryazanskaya, London, 1971. Theorien über den Mehrwert was first published in 1905-10, edited by Karl Kautsky, who took on the work after Engels' death. This edition, however, was far from accurate, and is now generally neglected in favor of that published by the Institute for Marxism-Leninism, Berlin, 1956-62. The remaining part of Marx's gigantic, Zur Kritik. Of 1861-3, approximately half its total million words, has yet to be published. Preface 85 bulk of this, at least, was written in 1864 and 1865. Only after this was essentially complete did Marx proceed to finish off Volume 1, which appeared in 1867. This manuscript of Volume 3 I am now preparing for publication. From the next period, after the appearance of Volume 1, we have a collection of 4 folio manuscripts for Volume 2, numbered IIV by Marx himself. Manuscript I, 150 pages, which appears to date from 1865 or 1867, is the first independent version of Volume 2 in its present arrangement, but a more or less incomplete one. Here, too, nothing could be used. Manuscript 3 consists partly of a compilation of quotations and references to Marx's extract books, mostly related to the first part of Volume 2, partly of elaborations of individual points, in particular criticisms of Adam Smith's ideas on fixed and circulating capital, and on the source of profit. There is also a presentation of the relation between rate of surplus value and rate of profit, which belongs to Volume 3. The references provided little that was new, while the elaborations were superseded by later versions, both for Volume 2 and Volume 3, and so also had to be mostly set aside. Manuscript IV is a version of Part 1 of Volume 2, and the first chapter of Part 2, which Marx left ready for publication, and it has been used in its due place. Even though it was evidently composed earlier than Number 2, it is more complete in form, and could thus be used to advantage for the appropriate portion of the book. It only needed some additions from Manuscript 2. This last manuscript is the only version of Volume 2 we possess which has been even approximately finished, and it dates from 1870. The notes for the final draft, which I shall discuss in a moment, say expressly that the second version must be used as a basis. After 1870 there is a further pause, principally occasioned by illness. As usual, Marx filled this time with study, agronomy, American and particularly Russian rural conditions, the money market and banking, as well as natural science. Geology and physiology, and in particular independent mathematical work, form the content of numerous extract books of this period. Early in 1877 Marx felt sufficiently restored. Adam Smith, author of The Wealth of Nations, 1776, gave bourgeois political economy its classical form, in a work that was both scientifically important and a major ideological weapon for the developing industrial capitalist class. For both these reasons, Smith's work forms a constant reference point for Marx throughout Capital. In Theories of Surplus Value, in particular, Part 1, Chapter 1 II, Marx develops his fullest critique of Smith's fundamental theoretical conceptions. See also Chapters 10 and 19 in the present volume. 86 Preface to Health to be able to proceed again with his own proper work. References and notes dating from the end of March 1877, taken from the above 4 manuscripts, form the basis for a new version of Volume 2, begun in Manuscript V, 56 folio pages. This covers the first 4 chapters, but is not very thoroughly elaborated. Essential points are treated in notes below the text. The material is collected rather than sifted, but this is the last complete presentation of the most important portion of Part 1. A first attempt to derive a publishable manuscript from this was made in Manuscript 7, between October 1877 and July 1878, only 17 quarto pages, covering the bulk of the first chapter. A second, final attempt, Manuscript 7, dated the 2nd of July 1878, has only 7 folio pages. By this time Marx seems to have realized that, save for a complete transformation in the state of his health, he would never manage to complete a version of the second and third volumes that he would himself be satisfied with. Indeed, Manuscripts V8 bear only too frequently the traces of violent struggle against the oppression of illness. The most difficult bit of the first part was worked over afresh in Manuscript V. The remainder of the first part and the whole of the second part presented no significant theoretical difficulties, with the exception of Chapter 17, but the third part, on the reproduction and circulation of the social capital, seemed to him strongly in need of revision. In Manuscript 2, for example, reproduction was treated firstly without regard to the money circulation that mediates it, and then once again taking this into account. This was to be jettisoned, and the whole part completely revised so as to correspond to the author's expanded horizon. This is how Manuscript 8 came into being, a notebook of only 70 quarto pages, but what Marx managed to compress into this space can be seen from Part 3 in its published form, subtracting the pieces interposed from Manuscript 2. This Manuscript 2 is only a provisional treatment of the subject, the main point being to set down and develop the new perspectives arrived at since Manuscript 2, ignoring those points on which there was no thing new to say. An important section of Chapter 17 in Part 2, which overlaps somewhat into the third part, was also considered again and expanded. The logical sequence is frequently interrupted, and the treatment in places punctuated and especially at the end quite incomplete. And yet what Marx intended to say is said there, in one way or another. That is the material for Volume 2, from which I was to make some. Preface 87 thing, as Marx put it to his daughter Eleanor shortly before his death. I interpreted this commission in the narrowest sense. Wherever possible, I have confined my activity to mere selection between the various drafts, and indeed always used the last existing draft as the basis, comparison being made with the earlier ones. Real difficulties, i.e. those other than merely technical, arose only in the first and third parts, although they were in no way slight. I have sought to resolve them exclusively in the spirit of the author. I have mostly translated, into German, the quotations in the text, where evidence of a factual nature was involved or where, as with passages from Adam Smith, the original is available to anyone who wants to go more deeply into the matter. Only in Chapter 10 was this not possible, as here the English text is criticized directly. The quotations from Volume 1 carry page references to the second edition, the last to appear in Marx's lifetime. For Volume 3, besides the first version contained in the manuscript, Zur Kritik, the pieces in Manuscript 3 already mentioned, and short notes occasionally interspersed in extract books, we have just the folio manuscript of 1864-5 is mentioned, elaborated to approximately the same degree of completeness as Manuscript 2 for Volume 2, and finally a notebook of 1875, entitled The Relation of the Rate of Surplus Value to the Rate of Profit, which is a mathematical treatment in equations. Rapid progress is being made in preparing this volume for publication. As far as I can judge at this moment, it will chiefly involve only technical difficulties, with the exception of a few, though very important sections. It is a suitable place here to rebut a certain accusation made against Marx, first only cautiously and sporadically, but now, after his death, proclaimed by German academic and state socialists and their hangers-on as an established fact. The accusation that Marx plagiarized the asterisk in the present volume. These references have been replaced throughout by corresponding references to the Pelikan Marx Library edition. The reader is also reminded that the division there into chapters and parts follows that made by Engels for the original English edition of 1886, and is different from that of the various German editions. The table on page 110 of Volume 1 shows the relationship between English and German divisions. In fact, 9 years were to elapse before the publication of Volume 3. See Engels's preface to that volume. 88 Preface work of Rodbertus. I have already said elsewhere what it was most urgent to say on this matter, but only here can I introduce for the first time the decisive evidence. As far as I know, the accusation was first made by R. Meyer in his Emancipationskampf der Wir 10 Standes, page 43. It can be demonstrated that Marx borrowed the greater part of his critique from these publications, the works of Rodbertus dating back to the latter half of the 1830s. I might well take it, until evidence to the contrary is forthcoming, that the entire demonstration of this statement consists in the fact that Rodbertus assured this Herr Meyer of it. In 1879, Rodbertus himself appeared on the scene, and wrote to J. Zeller, Zeitschrift für die gesamte Staatswissenschaft, Tübingen, 1879, page 219, with reference to his text, Zur Erkenntnis unserer Staatswirtschaftlichen Zustände, 1842. You will find that the same thing, the line of thought there developed, has already been nicely used by Marx, of course without acknowledgement to me. This was then echoed in so many words by his posthumous editor T. Kozik, Das Kapital, von Rodbertus, Berlin, 1884, Introduction, page XV. Finally, in the Brief und Sozialpolitische Aufsicht von Dr. Rodbertus Jagetzo published by R. Meyer in 1881, Rodbertus says straight out, "Today I find myself robbed by Schafflet and Marx, without my name one." In the preface to Marx's The Poverty of Philosophy, translated into German, by E. Bernstein and K. Kautsky, Stuttgart, 1885. This work of Marx's, first published in 1847 as a reply to Proudhon's book The Philosophy of Poverty, was written in French. The academic socialists, Kathedersozialisten, mentioned here, who flirted with socialism from the safety of their university chairs, first made their appearance in the 1870s. Prominent among them were Gustav Schmaler, Lujo Brentano, Adolf Wagner, Karl Bucher and Werner Sombart. They were outside and generally opposed to the Social Democratic Party. State socialism, the ideology that presents state intervention in the capitalist economy as ipso facto socialist, was a constant object of attack by Marx and Engels, as in the Communist Manifesto, ch. 3, 2, and the critique of the Gotha program. In Germany in the 1880s it was Bismarck's nationalization of the railways, in particular, that was dressed up as socialist, in this way, mainly by the academic socialists. Johann Karl Rodbertus Jagetzo, a Prussian landowner, was the doyen of state socialism in Germany, in practice seeking state support for the development of large-scale capitalist agriculture. Rodbertus had in fact died in 1875. The letter published in the Tübingen Zeitschrift was written on the 14th of March 1875. Albert Eberhard Schaffe, a vulgar economist, see page 101, note, and bourgeois sociologist. Marx refers to him in his Notes on Wagner. Preface 89 being mentioned, letter number 60, page 134. In a further passage Rodbertus's claim assumes more specific form. I showed in the third of my social letters how the capitalist's surplus value is derived, essentially the same way as Marx, only clearer and more briefly, letter number 48, page 111. Marx never came across these accusations of plagiarism. In his copy of the Emancipation Scamp the only pages cut were those of the part relating to the International, until I myself cut the remainder after his death. He never saw the Teilibingen Zeitschrift. The brief, etc. to R. Meyer remained equally unknown to him, and I came to know of the passage about the robbery only in 1884, through the good offices of Herr Dr. Meyer himself. But Marx was familiar with letter number 48. Herr Meyer had been kind enough to send the original to Marx's youngest daughter. After some furtive gossip that the secret sources of his critique were to be found in Rodbertus had reached his ears, Marx showed me the note in question. Here he finally had authentic information as to what Rodbertus himself claimed. If this was all Rodbertus was saying, then Marx was not worried, and if Rodbertus held his own presentation to be briefer and clearer, Marx could also allow him this indulgence. Indeed, Marx believed that the whole matter started and finished with this letter of Rodbertus. Marx was particularly inclined to let the matter lie because, as I know for a fact, he had been quite unaware of Rodbertus's literary activity up till around 1859, by which time his own critique of political economy was finished not only in outline, but even in the most important details. Marx began his economic studies in Paris in 1843 with the great English and French writers. Of the Germans, he was familiar only with Rau and Liszt, and that was enough. Neither Marx nor I had any word of Rodbertus's existence until 1848, when we had to criticize his speeches as a Berlin deputy, and his actions as a minister, in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung. We were so ignorant that we had to ask the Rhineland deputies who this Rodbertus was, who had suddenly become a minister. But that Marx already knew very well, even without Rodbertus's help, how the third of Rodbertus's Soziale Briefen von Kirchmann, in which he put forward his theory of rent against Ricardo's, was published in Berlin in 1851. Karl Heinrich Rau was a German economist who vulgarized the theories of Smith and Ricardo, and supported the doctrine of the factors of production put forward by Say. See page 227, note. Friedrich List, the most important German economist of the first half of the 19th century, accurately expressed the demands of the embryonic industrial bourgeoisie in Germany, and is particularly remembered for his forceful arguments for protective tariffs. 90 Preface Capitalist surplus value is derived, is shown by The Poverty of Philosophy, 1847, and by his lectures on wage labor and capital, delivered in Brussels in 1847 and published in 1849 in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, numbers 264 to 269. It was only around 1859, via Lassalle, that Marx discovered there was also an economist Rodbertus, and he then found the latter's third social letter in the British Museum. These are the facts of the case. What then about the material of which Marx is supposed to have robbed Rodbertus? I showed in the third of my social letters how the capitalist's surplus value is derived, essentially the same way as Marx, only clearer and more briefly. This then is the decisive point, the theory of surplus value, and it is hard to say what else there is in Marx that Rodbertus could have claimed as his property. Rodbertus here declares that he was the true founder of the theory of surplus value, and that Marx robbed him of it. Now what does the third social letter tell us as to the origin of surplus value? Simply that rent, which is how he lumps together ground rent and profit, does not arise as an addition to the value of a commodity, but rather as a result of a deduction of value suffered by wages, in other words because wages only amount to a part of the value of the product, and if labor is sufficiently productive, they do not need to be equal to the natural exchange value of the product, so that some of this still remains over for capital replacement and rent. We are not told what natural exchange value of the product it is which does not leave anything over for capital replacement, for the replacement of raw material and the wear and tear of tools. Fortunately we are able to confirm the impression Rodbertus's epoch-making discovery made on Marx. In the manuscript, Zur Kritik, we find in Notebook X, pp. 445 ff. Herr Rodbertus. New theory of rent. Digression. It is only from this point of view that the third social letter is considered here. Rodbertus's theory of surplus value in general is dismissed here with the ironic remark, Herr Rodbertus first investigates the situation in a country where there is no separation between land ownership and ownership of capital. And here, Ferdinand Lassalle, who at this time professed to be a disciple of Marx, one of only a small handful who had been able to remain in Germany after the failure of the 1848 revolution, became in the early 1860s the inspirer and chief organizer of the first mass movement of the modern German working class. Politically, however, he played an ambiguous role in relation to the Bismarck regime. See the First International and After, Pelikan Marx Library, pp. 20 ff. Preface 91. He comes to the important conclusion that rent, by which he means the entire surplus value, is simply equal to the unpaid labor or the quantity of products which it represents. The capitalist world has been producing surplus value for several centuries, and has gradually come to develop ideas about its origin. The first view was that arising directly from commercial practice, that surplus value is derived from an addition to the value of the product. This was the prevailing view among the mercantilists, But James Stoyart already saw that if this were the case, what one man gained, the other would necessarily lose. All the same, this view continued to haunt men's minds for a long time, particularly the minds of socialists, though it was expelled from classical, economic, science by Adam Smith. Smith wrote in The Wealthful Nations, Book 1, Chapter 6. As soon as stock has accumulated in the hands of particular persons, some of them will naturally employ it in setting to work industrious people, whom they will supply with materials and subsistence, in order to make a profit by the sale of their work, or by what their labor adds to the value of the materials. The value which the workmen add to the materials, therefore, resolves itself into two parts, of which the one pays their wages, the other the profits of their employer upon the whole stock of materials and wages which he advanced, Pelican Eden, page 151. And a little further on. As soon as the land of any country has all become private property, the landlords, like all other men, love to reap where they never sowed, and demand a rent even for its natural produce. The laborer must give up to the landlord a portion of what his labor either collects or produces. This portion, or, what comes to the same thing, the price of this portion, constitutes the rent of land. Single quote. In the above-mentioned manuscript, Zur Kritik, page 253, Marx remarks on this passage, Theories of Surplus Value, London, 1969-72, Part 2, pp. 15-16. Sir James Stewart's Inquiry into the Principles of Political Economy was first published in 1767. Stewart was the last representative of the mercantilist school, see below, page 139, note, and his work already represents a transition towards the classical bourgeois analysis of capitalist production by Adam Smith. It is with a short chapter on Stewart, therefore, that Marx opens his theories of surplus value. This passage and those following are quoted by Marx in the manuscript of Theories of Surplus Value, Part 1, Chapter 3, 2, pp. 78-85 of the English translation, interspersed with Marx's comments, as cited below by Engels. Marx's emphases in his quotations from Smith, however, differ somewhat in the published version. And thus presumably in the manuscript as well, from those made by Engels here. 92 Preface. Thus Adam Smith conceives surplus value, that is, surplus labor, the excessive labor performed and objectified in the commodity over and above the paid labor, the labor which has received its equivalent in wages, as the general category, of which profit in the strict sense and rent of land are merely branches. Adam Smith says further, Book 1, Chapter VFII, as soon as land becomes private property, the landlord demands a share of almost all the produce which the laborer can either raise, or collect from it. His rent makes the first deduction from the produce of the labor which is employed upon land. It seldom happens that the person who tills the ground has wherewithal to maintain himself till he reaps the harvest. His maintenance is general 1y advanced to him from the stock of a master, the farmer who employs him, and who would have no interest to employ him, unless he was to share in the produce of his labor, or unless his stock was to be replaced to him with a profit. This profit makes a second deduction from the produce of the labor which is employed upon land. The produce of almost all other labor is liable to the like deduction of profit. In all arts and manufactures the greater part of the workmen stand in need of a master to advance them the materials of their work, and their wages and maintenance till it be completed. He shares in the produce of their labor, or in the value which it adds to the materials upon which it is bestowed, and in this share consists his profit, Pelican Eden, page 168. Marx comments, page 256 of the manuscript. Here therefore Adam Smith in plain terms describes rent and profit on capital as mere deductions from the workman's product or the value of his product, which is equal to the quantity of labor added by him to the material. This deduction, however, as Adam Smith has himself previously explained, can only consist of that part of the labor which the workman adds to the materials, over and above the quantity of labor which only pays his wages, or which only provides an equivalent for his wages, that is, the surplus labor, the unpaid part of his labor. Adam Smith was thus already aware how the capitalist's surplus value is derived, and that of the landlord into the bargain. Marx recognized this quite frankly back in 1861, while Rodbertus and his crowd of admirers, springing up like mushrooms under the warm SWNMER reign of state socialism, seem to have totally forgotten it. Op. Cit. Page 82, T. Ibid. Page 85. Preface 93. Nevertheless, Marx continues, he does not distinguish surplus value as such as a category on its own, distinct from the specific forms it assumes in profit and rent. This is the source of much error and inadequacy in his inquiry, and of even more in the work of Ricardo. This statement applies word for word to Rodbertus. His rent, as simply the sum of ground rent and profit, he makes up a totally false theory of ground rent, and takes over profit just as he finds it in his predecessors. Marx's surplus value, however, is the general form of the sum of value appropriated without equivalent by the owners of the means of production, which is decomposed into the particular, transformed forms of profit and ground rent according to quite specific laws that were first discovered by Marx. These laws are developed in Volume 3, where it will be seen how many intermediate terms are necessary in order to proceed from understanding surplus value in general to understanding its transformation into profit and ground rent, and thus to understanding the laws of distribution of surplus value within the capitalist class. Ricardo already went significantly further than Adam Smith. He founded his conception of surplus value on a new theory of value, which although it was present in embryo in Smith, was time and again forgotten in the latter's exposition, a theory that became the starting point of all subsequent economic science. In Ricardo's view, the value of a commodity is determined by the amount of labor realized in it. From this Ricardo derived the distribution between worker and capitalist of the quantum of value added by labor to the raw materials, its division into wages and profit, surplus value. He showed that the value of commodities remains the same, however the ratio of these two parts may change, a law to which he admits only a few exceptions. He even established some basic laws on the changing ratio between wages and surplus value, conceived in the form of profit, even if in too general a sense. Marx, Capital Volume 1, Chapter 17, 1, and showed ground rent to be an excess over profit that in certain circumstances does not arise. In none of these points has Rodbertus gone beyond page 81. David Ricardo's main work, On the Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, first appeared in 1817. Ricardo marked the high point of classical political economy, as after 1830 the irrepressible fact of the class struggle of the industrial workers led bourgeois economics to retreat from its own previous scientific discoveries, and to the rise of vulgar economics, see page 101, note. Like that of Adam Smith, Ricardo's work forms a constant reference point throughout Capital, and the bulk of Part 1I of Theories of Surplus Value, in particular, is devoted to a critique of Ricardo's ideas. 94 Preface Ricardo. Either he remained quite unaware of the internal contradictions of Ricardo's theory, which led to the collapse of the Ricardian school, or these led him to utopian demands instead of economic solutions, zur Erkenntnis. Page 130. Ricardo's doctrine of value and surplus value did not have to wait for Rodbertus's zur Erkenntnis to be turned to a socialist purpose. In Volume 1 of Capital, page 734, Marx refers to a pamphlet entitled The Source and Remedy of the National Difficulties. A letter to Lord John Russell, London, 1821, containing the phrase, the possessors of surplus produce or capital, 0. The significance of this pamphlet of 40 pages, which Marx rescued from its oblivion, is already indicated by the express scion, surplus produce or capital. It goes on to say, whatever may be due to the capitalist, from the capitalist's standpoint, he can only receive the surplus labor of the laborer, for the laborer must live, page 23. But the manner in which the worker lives, and hence the magnitude of the surplus labor appropriated by the capitalist, are subject to considerable variation. If capital does not decrease in value as it increases in amount, the capitalists will exact from the laborers the produce of every hour's labor beyond what it is possible for the laborer to subsist on. The capitalist may eventually say to the laborers, you shan't eat bread, because it is possible to subsist on beetroot and potatoes. And to this point we have come. pp. 23-4. Single quote. If the laborer can be brought to feed on potatoes instead of bread, it is indisputably true that more can be exacted from his labor. That is to say, if when he fed on bread he was obliged to retain for the maintenance of himself and family the labor of Monday and Tuesday, he will, on potatoes, require only the half of Monday, and the remaining half of Monday and the whole of Tuesday are available either for the service of the state or the capitalist, page 26. It is admitted that the interest paid to the capitalists, whether in the nature of rents, interests of money, or profits of trade, is paid out of the labor of others, page 23. Here then we have precisely Rodbertus's rent, only instead of rent it is called interest. Marx notes on this, Zur Kritik, page 852. This scarcely known pamphlet, about 40 pages, which appeared, at a time when McCulloch, this incredible cobbler, began to make John Ramsay McCulloch vulgarized Ricardo's doctrines. The description was applied to him by a critic, Mordecai Mullion, pseudonym of John Wilson, in some illustrations of Mr. McCulloch's Principles of Political Economy, Edinburgh, 1826. Preface 95 Stir contains an important advance on Ricardo. It bluntly describes surplus value, or profit, as Ricardo calls it, often also surplus produce, or interest, as the author of the pamphlet terms it. As surplus labor, the labor which the worker performs gratis, the labor he performs over and above the quantity of labor by which the value of his labor power is replaced, by which he produces an equivalent for his wages. Important as it was to reduce value to labor, it was equally important to present surplus value, which manifests itself in surplus product, as surplus labor. This was in fact already stated by Adam Smith and constitutes one of the main elements in Ricardo's argumentation. But nowhere did he clearly express it and record it in an absolute form. Marx goes on to say, for the rest, the author remains a captive of the economic categories as he finds them. Just as in the case of Ricardo the confusion of surplus value with profit leads to undesirable contradictions, so in his case the fact that he christens surplus value the interest of capital. To be sure, he is in advance of Ricardo in that he first of all reduces all surplus value to surplus labor, and when he calls surplus value interest of capital, he at the same time emphasizes that by this he understands the general form of surplus labor in contrast to its special forms. Rent, interest of money in industrial profit. But on the other hand, he applies the name of one of these particular forms, interest, to the general form, and this suffices to make him relapse into economic slang. This last passage fits our Rodbertus like a glove. He too remains a captive of the economic categories as he finds them. He too christens surplus value with the name of one of its particular subordinate fonds, rent, which for him, moreover, is something quite indefinite. As a result of these two blunders, he again relapses into economic slang, fails to make any further critical development of his advance over Ricardo, and instead lets himself be diverted into making his unfinished theory, before it has even fully emerged from its shell, the basis of a utopia, which like everything else, he produces too late. The pamphlet quoted above appeared in 1821, and is already a complete anticipation of the Rodbertian Rent of 1842. This pamphlet is only the most advanced outpost of a whole group of writings of the 18,208, which turned the Ricardian theory of value and Asterisk Theories of Surplus Value, Part 1 II, pp. 238-9. T. Ibid. Page 254. 96 Preface Surplus Value against capitalist production in the interest of the proletariat, and fought the bourgeoisie with its own weapons. The whole of Owen's communism, in so far as it engaged in economic polemics, was based on Ricardo. But besides Owen there was a whole series of writers, of whom Marx mentioned just a few in 1847 in his book Against Proud Hun, Misère de la Philosophie, page 49 T. Edmonds, Thomson, Hodgkin, etc., and 4 pages more of etc. From this plethora of writings, I take just one at random, An Inquiry into the Principles of the Distribution of Wealth, Most Conducive to Human Happiness, by William Thomson, a new edition, London, 1850. This text, written in 1822, first appeared in 1824. Here, too, the wealth appropriated by the non-producing classes is described throughout as a deduction from the product of labor, and this in fairly strong terms. The constant effort of what has been called society has been to deceive and induce, to terrify and compel, the productive laborer to work for the smallest possible portion of the produce of his own labor, page 28. Why not give him the whole absolute produce of his own labor? Page 32. This amount of compensation, exacted by capitalists from the productive laborers, under the name of rent or profits, as claimed for the use of land or other articles. For all the physical materials on which, or by means of which, his productive powers can be made available, and their consent being a necessary preliminary to any exertion on his part, is he not, and must he not always remain, at the mercy of these capitalists for whatever portion of the fruits of his own labor they may think proper to leave at his disposal in compensation for his toils, page 125. In proportion to the amount of products withheld, whether called profits, or taxes, or theft, page 126, etc. I admit that I am somewhat ashamed to have to write these lines. The fact that the English anti-capitalist literature of the 1820s and 1830s is so completely unknown in Germany, despite the fact that Marx directly referred to it in The Poverty of Philosophy, and quoted a good deal of it. Robert Owen was the great English representative of utopian communism in the early 19th century, see in particular Engels's Anti-Düring, Part 3, Socialism, Chapter 1, Historical, The Poverty of Philosophy, London, 1966, page 60. Besides Marx's brief reference in The Poverty of Philosophy, a chapter of Theories of Surplus Value is devoted to Opposition to the Economists, based on the Ricardian theory, Part 1 II, Chapter 21. This deals principally with the works of William Thomson, Percy Ravenstone and Thomas Hodgkin. Thomas Edmonds, however, the author of Practical Moral and Political Economy, 1828, does not reappear in Theories of Surplus Value. Preface 97 in several places, in Volume 1 of Capital. This in itself may pass muster. But that not only the literatus vulgaris, desperately clinging on to Rod Bertus's coattails, who really has learnt nothing, but also the professor in high office, who brags of his learning, have forgotten their classical economics to such an extent as to seriously reproach Marx for purloining from Rod Bertus things that can already be read in Smith and Ricardo. This indicates the depths to which official economics has sunk, today. But what then did Marx say about surplus value that was new? How did it happen that Marx's theory of surplus value burst like a bolt from the blue, in all civilized countries, while the theories of all his socialist precursors, Rodbertus included, petered out ineffectually? The history of chemistry offers us a parallel. Towards the end of the last century, as is well known, the phlogiston theory still prevailed. According to this theory, the essence of all combustion consisted in a hypothetical substance detaching itself from the burning body, an absolute combustible that was given the name phlogiston. This theory was sufficient to explain the greater part of chemical phenomena known at that time, even if the explanation was rather strained in some cases. Now in 1774 Priestley prepared a kind of air, which he found so free of phlogiston that even ordinary air seemed adulterated by comparison. He named this de pH logistica ted air. Shortly afterwards, Scheele prepared the same kind of air in Sweden, and demonstrated its presence in the atmosphere. He also found that it vanished if a body was burned in it or in ordinary air, and therefore called it fire air. From these results, Priestley, now drew the conclusion that the combination produced by the union of phlogiston with one of the components of air, i.e. by combustion, was nothing more than fire or heat, which escaped through the glass. 2. Roscoe and Shore Jenner, Osvilu, Liches Lehrbuch der Chemie, Braunschweig, 1877, pp. 13, 18. Karl Schalener, a German exile and professor of organic chemistry at Manchester University from 1874, was a personal friend of Marx and Engels, and accompanied Engels on his visit to the United States in 1888. He was one of the first natural scientists to adhere to the philosophy of dialectical materialism, as well as a member of the German Social Democratic Party. Common literature. Here an allusion to R. Meyer. This is an allusion to Adolf Wagner, see above, page 88, note. Wagner specifically attacked Marx's economic theory in his book The General or Theoretical Doctrine of Political Economy, 1879. Marx's manuscript, marginal notes dealing with Wagner's critique, written in 1881-2, form his final economic writing. 98 preface. Both Priestley and Scheele had produced oxygen, but they were unaware of what they had laid their hands on. They remained captives of the pH logistic categories they had inherited. The element that was to overthrow the whole pH logistic conception and revolutionize chemistry was stricken with barrenness in their hands. However, Priestley had immediately informed Lavoisier in Paris of his discovery, and Lavoisier now investigated the whole of pH logistic chemistry with the aid of this new fact. He was the first to discover that the new type of air was a new chemical element, that what happened in combustion was not that a mysterious phlogiston escaped from the burning body, but that this new element combined with the body, and he thus put the whole of chemistry, which in its pH logistic form was standing on its head, onto its feet for the first time. Even if Lavoisier did not himself produce oxygen at the same time as the others, as he later claimed, he remains nonetheless the real discoverer of oxygen, as opposed to Priestley and Scheele, who merely produced it, without having the slightest inkling of what they had produced. Marx is related to his predecessors in the theory of surplus value as Lavoisier is to Priestley and Scheele. The existence of the part of the value produced that we now call surplus value was established long before Marx. What it consists of, the product of labor, for which the appropriator has paid no equivalent, was also formulated with a greater or lesser degree of clarity. But this was as far as it went. Some people, the classical bourgeois economists, investigated primarily the ratio in which the product of labor was distributed between the worker and the proprietor of the means of production. Others, the socialists, found this distribution unjust and sought to remove the injustice by utopian means. Both remained captive of the economic categories as they had found them. Then Marx appeared, and he stood in direct opposition to all his predecessors. Where they had seen a solution, he saw only a problem. He saw that what was involved here was neither dephlogisticated air nor fire air, but rather oxygen, that it was neither a matter of simply recording an economic fact, nor of a conflict between this fact and eternal justice or true morality, but rather of a fact which was destined to revolutionize economics, and which provided the key to the understanding of the whole of capitalist production, for the person who knew how to use it, that is. With the aid of this fact, Marx investigated all the existing categories of economics, as Lavoisier had investigated the existing categories of pH logistic chemistry with the aid of oxygen. In Preface 99, order to know what surplus value was, he had to know what value was. First and foremost, Ricardo's theory of value itself had to be subjected to criticism. Marx therefore investigated labor from the point of view of its value-forming quality, and established for the first time what labor, why, how it formed value, and that value in general is nothing more than congealed labor of this kind. A point Rodbertus never grasped to the end of his days. Marx then investigated the relation between commodities and money, and demonstrated how and why, by virtue of their inherent value property, commodities and commodity exchange must give rise to the antithesis of commodities and money. The theory of money which Marx founded on this basis is the first comprehensive theory of money, and it is now everywhere tacitly accepted. He investigated the transformation of money into capital, and proved that this rested on the sale and purchase of labor power for labor as the value-creating property. Marx solved at a single stroke one of the difficulties which had caused the Ricardian school to founder: the impossibility of bringing the mutual exchange of capital and labor into accordance with the Ricardian law of the determination of value by labor. By distinguishing between constant and variable capital, Marx was able for the first time to depict the process of surplus value formation in its true course, even in the minutest details, and thus to explain it, which none of his predecessors were able to do. He thereby established a distinction within capital itself, which neither Rodbertus nor the bourgeois economists was in a position even to approach, but which provides the key for solving the most intricate economic problems. The present Volume 2, and still more so, as we shall see, Volume 3, offer the most striking proof of this. In the further investigation of surplus value itself, Marx discovered its two forms, absolute and relative surplus value, and demonstrated the different, but in both cases decisive, roles that these have played in the historical development of capitalist production. On the basis of surplus value, Marx developed the first rational theory of wages that we have, and presented for the first time the basic elements of the history of capitalist accumulation, as well as depicting its historical tendency. And Rodbertus? After he had read all this, he found in it, true to the partisan economist he invariably was, an assault on society. Took the view that he himself had already described the origin of surplus value more clearly and briefly, and, finally, asserted that, while all this does apply to the present form of capital, as it historically exists, it, Brief und Socha, politisch Aufsichts, Op. Cit. Page 111. 100 Preface does not apply to the concept of capital, the utopian idea that Herr Rodbertus has of capital. Just like old Priestley, who swore by pH logis ton to the end, and would hear nothing of oxygen. Only Priestley really was the first to produce oxygen, whereas Rodbertus with his surplus value, or rather, rent, simply rediscovered a commonplace, while Marx, in contrast to Lavoisier, disdained to claim that he was the first to have discovered the fact of the existence of surplus value. Everything else that Rodbertus accomplished as an economist is on the same level. His elaboration of surplus value into a utopia was already criticized by Marx, unknowingly, in The Poverty of Philosophy. Everything else that there is to say, I have already said in the preface to the German translation of that work. His explanation of trade crises as a result of underconsumption on the part of the working class is to be found already in Sismondi's Nouveaux Principes de l'économie politique, Book IV, Chapter IV, 3. The only difference is that Sismondi constantly had in mind here the world market, while Rodbertus's horizon stretches no further than the Prussian frontier. His speculations as to whether wages stem from capital or revenue pertain to scholasticism and are finally laid to rest in the third part of this second volume of Capital. His theory of rent remains his very own property, and can sleep on until Marx's manuscript criticizing it is published. Finally, his proposals to emancipate landed property in the old Prussian provinces from the pressure of capital are again thoroughly utopian. They avoid the only practical question which is involved, how can the Prussian junker receive, say, 20,000 marks and spend 30,000 marks, year after year, without running into debt? Around 1830, the Ricardian school foundered on surplus value. What 3? Thus the home market becomes ever more constricted by the concentration of riches in the hands of a small number of proprietors. A PD industry is forced more and more to seek its outlets in foreign markets, where still greater revolutions await it, i.e. the crisis of 1817, which Sismondi goes on to describe, 1819 edition, page 336. Jean-Charles Simon de Sismondi was a Swiss economist and historian. Contemporary with the utopian socialists, he also criticized certain of the contradictions of the developing capitalist society, but this was from the restricted standpoint of the petty bourgeoisie. Sismondi idealized petty commodity production. English translation, pp. 5-19, Tur Rodbertus. New Theory of Rent, pp. 15-113 of Theories of Surplus Value, Part 1I, London, 1969. Preface 101. It was unable to solve remained still more insoluble for its successors, the vulgar economists. The 2 points on which it came to grief were as follows. 1. Labor is the measure of value. Now living labor, in exchange with capital, has a lesser value than the objectified labor for which it is exchanged. Wages, the value of a definite quantity of living labor, are always smaller than the value of the product that is produced by this quantity of living labor, or in which this is expressed. The question is in fact insoluble in this form. Marx posed it correctly, and thereby answered it. It is not the labor that has a value. Labor, as value-creating activity, can just as little have a particular value as heaviness can have a particular weight, heat a particular temperature, or electricity a particular intensity of current. It is not labor that is bought and sold as a commodity, but rather labor power. Once this becomes a commodity, its value is governed by the labor embodied in it as a social product. It is equal to the labor necessary for its production and reproduction. Thus the sale and purchase of labor power on the basis of its value in no way contradicts the economic law of value. 2. According to the Ricardian law of value, two capitals which employ the same amount of living labor at the same rate of pay, assuming all other circumstances to be also the same, produce in the same period of time products of the same value, and similarly the same amount of surplus value or profit. If they employ unequal amounts of living labor, then they cannot produce the same surplus value, or profit as the Ricardians say. However, the contrary is the case. In point of fact, equal capitals produce, on average, equal profits in the same time, irrespective of how much or how little living labor they employ. This contradiction to the law of value was already known to Ricardo, but neither he nor his followers were able to resolve it. Even Rodbertus could not ignore the contradiction, but instead of resolving it, he makes it one of the starting points for his Utopia, Zur Erkenntnis. Page 131. Marx had already resolved this contradiction in his manuscript, Zur Kritik, in the Plan of Capital. The solution is to be included in Volume 3. Some months will still pass until its publication. And so the economists who would like to discover Marx's secret source in Rod. Asterisk for Marx's explanation of the rise of vulgar economics. See the postface to the second German edition of Capital Volume 1, Penguin Marx Library Edition, pp. 97-8. Also Chapter 1, Note 34, pp. 174-5. TC Theories of Surplus Value, Part 1I, Chapter 5 III, 3A and 6, and Chapter 10. Parts 1 and 2. See above, page 87, and Engels' preface to Volume 3. 102. Preface. Bertus, as well as his superior predecessor, have here an opportunity to show what Rodbertus's economics can accomplish. If they show how an average rate of profit can and must come about, not only without violating the law of value, but precisely on the basis of this law, then we shall have to continue our discussion. In the meantime, they had better hurry. The brilliant investigations of this Volume 2, and its entirely new results in areas that up to now have been almost untrodden, are simply premises for the material of Volume 3, in which the final results of Marx's presentation of the process of social reproduction on the capitalist basis are developed. When this volume 3 appears, little more will be heard of an economist named Rodbertus. The second and third volumes of Capital were to be dedicated, as Marx frequently told me, to his wife. Frederick Engels, London, on Marx's birthday, the 5th of May 1884. Preface to the second edition. The present second edition is in essentials a word-for-word reprint of the first. Printer's errors have been corrected, a few stylistic faults eliminated, and a few short paragraphs that contain only repetitions have been taken out. Volume 3, which has presented quite unexpected difficulties, is now also nearly ready in manuscript. If I remain in good health, it will be able to go to press this autumn. F. Engels, London, the 15th of July 1893. Asterisk. For the sake of convenience, a brief summary is given here of the various manuscripts, III, from which this volume is compiled. Pages. Manuscript. Date Part 127V verses note found among extracts from books. 1877, 8200, 206. IV. Before 1870, 2078. 8. After 1878, 208, 29. IV. Before 1870, pp. 211 to 12 and 218. Notes from MS2, 1870. 109, 110, 20, 120, 23, 123, 96, 1969. 1870, 1878, 1877, 8, 1877, 104. Preface to the second edition pages. Manuscript. Date Part 2 233 to 42.
IV.
Before 1870, 242, 424.
2.
1870 Part 3 427 to 34.
2. 1870 435 65. 8. 1878 465 70. 2. 1870 470 71. 8.
1878 471 4.
2. 1870 474 97. 8. 1878 498 513. 2. 1870 513 56. 8. 1878 556 64. 2. 1870 565 99. 8. 1878.
Capital. Volume 2. Part 1. The Metamorphoses of Capital and Their Circuit. Chapter 1. The Circuit of Money Capital. The circuit of capital comprises 3 stages. As we have depicted them in Volume 1, these form the following series. First stage. The capitalist appears on the commodity and labor markets as a buyer. His money is transformed into commodities. It goes through the act of circulation MC. Second stage. Productive consumption by the capitalist of the commodities purchased. He functions as capitalist producer of commodities. His capital passes through the production process. The result. Commodities of greater value than their elements of production. Third stage. The capitalist returns to the market as a seller. His commodities are transformed into money. They pass through the act of circulation CM. Thus the formula for the circuit of money capital is MC. P. CM. The dots indicate that the circulation process is interrupted, while C and M denote an increase in C and M as the result of surplus value. In Volume 1, the first and third stages were discussed only insofar as this was necessary for the understanding of the second stage, the capitalist production process. Thus the different forms with which capital clothes itself in its different stages, alternately assuming them and casting them aside, remained uninvestigated. These will now be the immediate object of our inquiry. In order to grasp these forms in their pure state, we must first of all abstract from all aspects that have nothing to do with the change and constitution of the forms as such. We shall therefore assume here, both that commodities are sold at their values, and that the circumstances in which this takes place do not change. We shall also ignore any changes of value that may occur in the course of the cyclical process. 1. This introductory section is taken from Manuscript II. 110 The Metamorphoses of Capital and Their Circuit I. First Stage, MC2. MC represents the conversion of a sum of money into a sum of commodities. The buyer transforms his money into commodities, the sellers their commodities into money. What makes this particular act of commodity circulation a part of the whole process with a well-defined function in the independent circuit of an individual capital is not primarily the form of the act, but rather its material content, the specific use character of the commodities that change place with money. These are on the one hand means of production, on the other, labor power, the material and the personal factors of commodity production. Their precise nature must of course depend on the type of article to be product. If we call labor power L, means of production MP and the sum of commodities to be purchased C, then we have C equals L plus MP. To abbreviate, C, L. The act MC, considered in respect of its content, MP is thus represented by M underscore C. L. MC breaks up into ML and MMP. MP the money M divides into 2 portions, one for the purchase of labor power, the other for means of production. The two sets of pure chases pertain to completely different markets, one to the commodity market proper, the other to the labor market. But apart from this qualitative division of the commodities into which M is transformed, M_C. L also exhibits a most characteristic MP quantitative relationship. We know that the value or price of labor power is paid to its proprietor, who offers it for sale as a commodity, in the form of wages, i.e. as the price of a sum of labor that contains surplus labor. Thus, if the value of a day's labor power is 3 shillings, the product of 5 hours labor, this sum may figure in the contract between buyer and seller as the price or wage for perhaps 10 hours labor. If a contract of this kind is made with 50 workers, they have to provide the buyer with a total of 500 hours labor each day, half of this. 250 hours or 25 10-hour working days, consisting simply of surplus labor. The means of production to be purchased must be sufficient in quantity and volume to employ this amount of labor. Thus M_C. L does not simply express the qualitative relationship MP2. From here manuscript 7, begun the 2nd of July 1878. The circuit of money capital 111 in which a certain sum of money, e.g. £422, is transformed into means of production and labor power of a corresponding sum, but also a quantitative ratio between the portions of the money spent on labor power L and on means of production MP, this ratio being conditioned from the start by the excess or surplus labor that the number of workers involved have to expend. If the weekly wages of 50 workers in a spinning mill come to £50, for example, then it will be necessary to spend £372 on means of production. If this is the value of the means of production that a working week of 3,000 man-hours, 1,500 of these being surplus labor, transforms into yarn. The degree to which the expenditure of excess labor requires an excess value in the form of means of production is quite unimportant here. The point is simply that under all circumstances the part of the money that is spent on means of production, the means of production bought in MMP, must be sufficient, i.e. must be reckoned up from the start and be provided in appropriate proportions. To put it another way, the means of production must be sufficient in mass to absorb the mass of labor which is to be turned into products through them. If sufficient means of production are not present, then the surplus lahore which the purchaser has at his disposal cannot be made use of, his right to dispose of it will lead to nothing. If more means of production are available than disposable labor, then these remain unsaturated with labor, and are not transformed into products. Once the movement M_CL is completed, the purchaser does not MP merely have at his disposal the means of production and labor power needed to produce a useful article. He has also a greater capacity to set labor power in motion, or a greater quantity of labor, than is needed to replace the value of the labor power, as well as the means of production that are required to realize or objectify this amount of labor. He thus controls the factors of production for articles of a greater value than their elements of production, for a mass of commodities containing surplus value. The value that he has advanced in the form of money thus now exists in a natural form in which it can be realized as value which breeds surplus value, in the shape of commodities. In other words, it exists in the state or form of productive capital, with the ability to function as creator of value and surplus value. We call capital in this form P. The value of P, however, equals the value of L plus MP, that of the money M transformed into L plus MP. M is the same capital value as P. 112 The metamorphoses of capital in their circuit only in a different mode of existence, i.e. capital value in the state or form of money. Money capital, M_C, L, or MC in its general form, a sum of commodity pure MP chases. This act of general commodity circulation is thus at the same time, as a stage in the independent circuit of capital, the transformation of capital value from its money form into its productive form, or more briefly the transformation of money capital into productive capital. In the first figure of the circuit to be considered here, money appears as the original bearer of the capital value, and hence money capital appears as the form in which capital is advanced. As money capital, it exists in a state in which it can perform monetary functions, in the present case the functions of general means of purchase and payment. The latter, in that although labor power is bought beforehand, it is paid for only after it has done its work. In so far as the means of production are not readily available on the market, but have to be ordered, money also functions as means of payment in MMP. Money capital does not possess this capacity because it is capital, but because it is money. On the other hand, the capital value in its monetary state can perform only monetary functions, and no others. What makes these into functions of capital is their specific role in the movement of capital, hence also the relationship between the stage in which they appear and the other stages of the capital circuit. In the present case, for instance, money is converted into commodities which in their combination constitute the natural form of productive capital. This form therefore already bears latently within it, as its possibility, the result of the capitalist production process. A part of the money that performs the function of money capital in M_CL passes over, by accomplishing this very circulation, into MP function in which its capital character vanishes though its money character remains. The circulation of money capital M breaks up into MMP and ML, purchase of means of production and purchase of labor power. Let us consider the latter process by itself. ML, on the capitalist's part, is the purchase of labor power. It is the sale of labor power on the part of the worker, the owner of labor power. We can say, labor, here, as the wage form is presupposed. What is MC, ML, for the purchaser, is here, as in every sale, LM, CM, for the seller, the worker, in this case the sale of his labor power. The latter is for the circuit of money capital 113 center of labor, the first stage of circulation, or the first metamorphosis of the commodity, Volume 1, Chapter 3, 2, A. It is the transformation of his commodity into its money form. The worker spends the money thus received bit by bit on a sum of commodities that satisfy his needs, on articles of consumption. The overall circulation of his commodity thus presents itself as LMC, i.e. firstly LM, CM, and secondly MC, LE. In the general form of simple commodity circulation CMC, where money figures simply as an evanescent means of circulation, as merely mediating the conversion of one commodity into another. ML is the characteristic moment of the transformation of money capital into productive capital, for it is the essential condition without which the value advanced in the money form cannot really be transformed into capital, into value producing surplus value. MMP is necessary only in order to realize the mass of labor bought by way of ML. This is why ML was presented from this point of view in Volume 1, Part 2, the transformation of money into capital. Here we have to consider the matter from a further aspect, with special reference to money capital as a form of appearance of capital. ML is generally regarded as characteristic of the capitalist mode of production. But this is in no way for the reason just given, i.e. because the purchase of labor power is a contract of sale which determines that a greater quantity of labor is provided than is necessary to replace the price of the labor power, the wage, i.e. because surplus labor is provided, which is the basic condition for the capitalization of the value advanced, or, what comes to the same thing, for the production of surplus value. It is rather on account of its form, because in the form of wages labor is bought with money, and this is taken as the characteristic feature of a money economy. Here again, it is not the irrationality of the form that is taken as characteristic. This irrationality is rather overlooked. The irrationality consists in the fact that labor as the value-forming element cannot itself possess any value, and so a certain quantity of labor cannot have a value that is expressed in its price, in its equivalence with a certain definite quantity of money. We know, however, that wages are simply a disguised form, a form in which the price of a day's labor power, for example, presents itself as the price of the labor set in motion in the course of a day by this labor power, so that the value produced by this labor power in 6 hours labor, say, is expressed as the value of its 12-hour functioning or labor. ML is taken as the characteristic feature or hallmark of the so-called 114 the metamorphoses of capital in their circuit money economy because labor appears here as the commodity of its possessor, and hence money as its buyer, in other words because of the money relation, sale and purchase of human activity. But money appears very early on as a buyer of so-called services, without its being transformed into money capital, and without any revolution in the general character of the economy. It is quite immaterial, as far as the money is concerned, what sort of commodities it is transformed into. Money is the universal equivalent form of all commodities, which already show in their prices that they ideally represent a specific sum of money, expect to be transformed into money, and only receive the form in which they can be converted into use values for their possessor by changing places with money. Thus, once labor power is found on the market as a commodity, its sale taking place in the form of a payment for labor, in the wage form, then its sale and purchase is no more striking than the sale and purchase of any other commodity. What is characteristic is not that the commodity labor power can be bought, but the fact that labor power appears as a commodity. By way of M_CL. The transformation of money capital into pro-productive capital, the capitalist effects a connection between the objective and the personal factors of production, insofar as these factors consist of commodities. If money is to be transformed for the first time into productive capital, or to function as money capital for the first time for its possessor, then he must first buy the means of production, buildings, machines, etc. before he buys labor power, for when the labor power passes into his control, the means of production must also be present before it can be applied as labor power. This is how the matter presents itself from the capitalist side. From the worker's side, the productive application of his labor power is possible only when this has been associated with the means of production, as the result of its sale. Before the sale, this labor power exists in a state of separation from the means of production, from the objective conditions of its application. In this state of separation, it can be directly used neither for the production of use values for its possessor, nor for the production of commodities which he could lie from selling. But as soon as it is associated with the means of production, by being sold it forms a component of the productive capital of its buyer as much as the means of production do. Hence, although in the act ML the possessor of money and the circuit of money capital 115 possessor of labor power relate to each other only as buyer and seller, confront each other as possessor of money and possessor of a commodity, and are thus from this point of view simply in a money relationship with each other. The buyer appears right from the start as the possessor of the means of production which form the objective conditions for the productive expenditure of labor power by its possessor. In other words, these means of production confront the possessor of labor power as someone else's property. The buyer, conversely, is confronted by the seller of labor as another's labor power which must pass into his control, and has to be incorporated into his capital in order for this really to function as productive capital. The class relation between capitalist and wage labor is thus already present, already presupposed, the moment that the two confront each other in the act ML, LM from the side of the worker. This is a sale and purchase, a money relation, but a sale and purchase in which it is presupposed that the buyer is a capitalist and the seller a wage laborer, and this relation does in fact exist, because the conditions for the realization of labor power, i.e. means of subsistence and means of production, are separated, as the property of another, from the possessor of labor power. We are not concerned here with how this separation arises. If ML takes place, it already exists. What is important here is that, if ML appears as a function of money capital, or money appears here as a form of existence of capital, then this is in no way simply because money is involved here as the means of payment for a human activity with a useful effect, for a service, thus in no way because of money's function as means of payment. Money can be spent in this form only because labor power is found in a state of separation from its means of production, including the means of subsistence as means of production of labor power itself, and because this separation is abolished only through the sale of labor power to the owner of the means of production, a sale which signifies that the buyer is now in control of the continuous flow of labor power, a flow which by no means has to stop when the amount of labor necessary to reproduce the price of labor power has been performed. The capital relation arises only in the production process because it exists implicitly in the act of circulation, in the basically different economic conditions in which buyer and seller confront one another, in their class relation. It is not the nature of money that gives rise to this relation, it is rather the existence of the relation that can transform a mere function of money into a function of capital. In the conception of money capital we customarily find 2-116 the metamorphoses of capital in their circuit-connected errors. For the time being we only deal with money capital in connection with the specific function in which it confronts us here. Firstly, the functions that capital value performs as money capital, and which it is able to perform because it happens to be in the money form, are erroneously ascribed to its character as capital, whereas they are implied due to the money state of the capital value, its form of appearance as money. Secondly, and inversely, the specific content of the money function that makes it simultaneously a function of capital is deduced from the nature of money. Money is here confused with capital, whereas this function presupposes social conditions, as here in the act ML, that are in no way given simply by commodity circulation and the money circulation corresponding to it. The purchase and sale of slaves is also in its form a purchase and sale of commodities. Without the existence of slaves, however, money cannot fulfill this function. If there is slavery, then money can be spent on the acquisition of slaves. But money in the hand of the buyer is in no way a sufficient condition for the existence of slavery. If the sale of one's own labor power, in the form of the sale of one's own labor, or the wage form, is not an isolated phenomenon, but the socially decisive precondition for the production of commodities, i.e. if money capital performs the function here considered, M_CL, MP throughout society, this fact implies the occurrence of historic processes through which the original connection between means of production and labor power was dissolved. Processes as a result of which the mass of the people, the workers, come face to face with the non-workers, the former as non-owners, the latter as the owners, of these means of production. It is quite irrelevant whether the original connection, before it was destroyed, took the form that the worker belonged together with the other means of production as a means of production himself, or whether he was their owner. Thus the situation that underlies the act M_CL is one of distribution, not distribution in the customary sense of distribution of the means of consumption, but rather the distribution of the elements of production themselves, with the objective factors concentrated on one side, and labor power isolated from them on the other. The means of production, the objective portion of productive capital, must thus already face the worker as such, as capital, before the act ML can become general throughout society. The circuit of money capital 117 we have already seen how capitalist production, once it is established, not only reproduces this separation in the course of its development, but also expands on an ever greater scale until it has become the generally prevailing social condition. But this also has another side to it. For capital to be formed and to take hold of production, trade must have developed to a certain level, hence also commodity circulation and, with that, commodity production. For articles cannot go into circulation as commodities except in so far as they are produced for sale, i.e. as commodities. It is only on the basis of capitalist production that commodity production appears as the normal, prevailing character of production. The Russian landowners, who in consequence of the so-called emancipation of the peasants now conduct their farming with wage laborers instead of with the forced labor of serfs, have two complaints. Firstly, they complain of the lack of money capital. They say for example that before the harvest is sold, the wage laborers have to be paid a considerable amount, and the basic condition for this, a supply of ready cash, is lacking. Capital in the form of money must constantly be available, precisely for the payment of wages, in order that production may be conducted on a capitalist basis. But the landlords need not worry. Everything comes to those who wait, and in time the industrial capitalist will have at his disposal not only his own money, but also l'argent d'autres. The second complaint is more typical, namely that, even when they have money, the labor power to be bought is not available in sufficient quantity and at the right time. This is because the Russian agricultural worker, owing to the common ownership of the soil by the village community, is not yet fully separated from his means of production, and is thus still not a free wage laborer in the full sense of the term. But the presence of such free wage laborers throughout society is the indispensable condition without which the transformation of money into commodities, cannot take the form of the transformation of money capital into productive capital. It goes without saying, therefore, that the formula for the circuit of money capital, MCP. CM, is the self-evident form of the circuit of capital only on the basis of already developed capitalist production, because it presupposes the availability of the class of wage. See Capital Volume 1, Parts 7 and 8, particularly Chapter 32. T. Other people's money. For Marx's definition of industrial capital, in this sense see below, page 133. 118 The metamorphoses of capital and TR circuit laborers in sufficient numbers throughout society. As we have seen, capitalist production produces not only commodities and surplus value, it reproduces, and on an ever-extended scale, the class of wage laborers, and transforms the immense majority of direct producers into wage laborers. Since the first precondition of CM is the continuous availability of the class of wage laborers, it already implies the existence of capital in the form of productive capital, and hence the form of the circuit of productive capital. 2. Second stage. The function of productive capital. The circuit of capital being considered here begins with the act of circulation MC, the transformation of money into commodities, i.e. purchase. This circulation must therefore be supplemented by the opposite metamorphosis CM, the transformation of commodities into money, sale. But the direct result of M_CL is an interruption in MP, the circulation of the capital value advanced in the money form. By the transformation of money capital into productive capital, the capital value has received a natural form in which it cannot circulate any further, but has to go into consumption, that is into productive consumption. The use of labor power, labor, can be realized only in the labor process. The capitalist cannot sell the worker again as a commodity, for he is not his slave, and the capitalist has bought nothing more than the utilization of his labor power for a certain time. He can make use of this labor power only insofar as it enables him to make use of the means of production to fashion commodities. The result of the first stage is thus capital's entry into the second stage, its productive stage. The movement presents itself as M_CL. P. The dots indicating MP that the circulation of capital is interrupted, but its circuit continues, with its passage from the sphere of commodity circulation into that of production. The first stage, the transformation of money capital into productive capital, thus appears as no more than the prelude and introduction to the second stage, the function of productive capital. M_CL presupposes that the individual who performs this act does MP not just have at his disposal values in some useful form or other, but the circuit of money capital 119 that he possesses say values in money form, that he is the possessor of money. The act, however, consists precisely in letting go of money, and the possessor of money can only remain so insofar as the money will implicitly flow back to him as a result of the very act of letting go of it. This act thus presupposes that he is a commodity producer. The wage laborer lives only from the sale of his labor power. Its maintenance, his own maintenance, requires daily consumption. His payment must therefore be constantly repeated at short intervals, to enable him to repeat the purchases, the act LMC or CMC, that are needed for this self-maintenance. Hence the capitalist must constantly confront him as money capitalist, and his capita, as money capital. On the other hand, however, in order that the mass of direct producers, the wage laborers, may perform the act LMC, they must constantly encounter the necessary means of subsistence in purchasable form, i.e. in the form of commodities. Thus this situation in itself demands a high degree of circulation of products as commodities, i.e. commodity production on a large scale. As soon as production by way of wage labor becomes general, commodity production must be the general form of production. Assuming this to be the case, commodity production in turn brings about an ever-growing division of social labor, i.e. an ever greater specialization of the products produced as commodities by particular capitalists, an ever greater division of complementary production processes into independent ones. MMP therefore develops to the same degree as ML. The production of means of production is separated to the same extent from the production of the commodities whose means of production they are. These two confront each commodity producer as commodities which he does not himself produce, but buys for the purpose of his particular production process. They come from branches of production that are pursued in complete separation and independence from his own, and enter his branch of production as commodities, which must therefore be bought. The material conditions of commodity production confront him to an ever greater extent as the products of other commodity producers, as commodities. The capitalist must appear to the same extent as a money capitalist, his capital must function in a greater measure as money capital. On the other hand, the same circumstance that produces the basic condition for capitalist production, the existence of a class of wage laborers, encourages the transition of all commodity production to capitalist commodity production. To the extent that the latter develops, 120 the metamorphoses of capital in their circuit, it has a destroying and dissolving effect on all earlier forms of production, which, being preeminently aimed at satisfying the direct needs of the producers, only transform their excess products into commodities. It makes the sale of the product the main interest, at first without apparently attacking the mode of production itself. This was for example the first effect of capitalist world trade on such peoples as the Chinese, Indians, Arabs, etc. Once it has taken root, however, it destroys all forms of commodity production that are based either on the producer's own labor, or simply on the sale of the excess product as a commodity. It firstly makes commodity production universal, and then gradually transforms all commodity production into capitalist product tion. 3. Whatever the social form of production, workers and means of production always remain its factors. But if they are in a state of mutual separation, they are only potentially factors of production. For any production to take place, they must be connected. The particular form and mode in which this connection is effected is what distinguishes the various economic epochs of the social structure. In the present case, the separation of the free worker from his means of production is the given starting point, and we have seen how and under what conditions the two come to be united in the hands of the capitalist, i.e. as his capital in its productive mode of existence. The actual process which the personal and material elements of commodity formation, brought together in this way, enter into with each other, the process of production, therefore itself becomes a function of capital, the capitalist production process, whose nature we have gone into in detail in the first volume of this work. All pursuit of commodity production becomes at the same time pursuit of the exploitation of labor power, but only capitalist commodity production is an epoch-making mode of exploitation, which in the course of its historical development revolutionizes the entire economic structure of society by its organization of the labor process, and its gigantic extension of technique, and towers incomparably above all earlier epochs. By the different roles that they play during the production process in connection with the formation of value, and thus in the creation of surplus value, means of production and labor power, insofar as they are forms of existence of the capital value advanced, are distinguished as constant and variable capital. They are further distinguished as 3. Up to here manuscript VII from here manuscript VI. The circuit of money capital 121 different components of productive capital, by the fact that the means of production, once in the possession of the capitalist, remain his capital even outside the production process, whereas labor power becomes the form of existence of an individual capital only within this process. If labor power is only a commodity in the hands of its seller, the wage laborer, it only becomes capital in the hands of its buyer, the capitalist, to whom falls its temporary use. The means of production, for their part, become objective forms of productive capital, or productive capital proper, only from the moment that labor power, as the personal form of existence of productive capital, can be incorporated into them. The means of production are no more capital by nature than is human labor power. They receive this specific social character only under certain particular conditions that have historically developed, just as it is only under such conditions that precious metals are stamped with the character of money, or money with that of money capital. In the course of its functioning, productive capital consumes its own components, to convert them into a mass of products of a higher value. Since labor power operates only as an organ of capital, the excess value with which surplus labor endows the product, over and above that of its constituent elements, is also the fruit of capital. Labor power's surplus labor is labor performed gratis for capital, and hence forms surplus value for the capitalist, a value that costs him no equivalent. The product is therefore not only a commodity, but a commodity impregnated with surplus value. Its value is P plus S, the value of the productive capita, P consumed in its production plus that of the surplus value S it engenders. Let us suppose that this commodity consists of 10,000 pounds of yarn, with means of production to the value of 372 pounds and labor power to the value of 50 pounds used up in its production. During the spinning process, the spinners transferred to the yarn the value of the means of production consumed in the process by means of their labor, 372 pounds, while they simultaneously produced a new value of, say, 128 pounds, corresponding to their expenditure of labor. The 10,000 lb of yarn is therefore the bearer of a value of 500 pounds. 3. Third stage. CM commodities become commodity capital is the functional form of existence of the already valorized capital value that has arisen directly from the production process itself. If commodity production were carried out on a capitalist basis throughout the whole society, then 122 the metamorphoses of capital in their circuit every commodity would be from the start the element of a commodity capital, whether it consisted of pig iron or Brussels lace, sulfuric acid or cigars. The problem as to which varieties out of the host of commodities are destined by their properties for the rank of capital, and which others for common commodity service, is one of the charming vexations that scholastic economics inflicts on itself. In commodity form, capital must perform commodity functions. The articles it consists of, which are produced from the start for the market, must be sold, transformed into money, and thus pass through the movement CM. The capitalist's commodity consists of 10,000 lb of cotton yam. If means of production to a value of 372 pounds were consumed in the spinning process, and a new value of 128 pounds created, then the yam has a value of 500 pounds, expressed in its corresponding price. This price is to be realized by the sale CM. What is it that makes this simple act of all commodity circulation simultaneously a function of capital? It cannot be a change undergone in the act itself, neither with respect to its useful character, for it is as an object of use that the commodity passes to the buyer, nor with respect to its value, for this does not suffer a change of magnitude, but only one of form. It first existed in yam, and now exists in money. There is thus an essential distinction between the first stage MC and the final stage CM. Formerly the money advanced functioned as money capital because it was converted through circulation into commodities with a specific use value. Now the commodity can function as capital only insofar as it actually brings this character with it from the production process, before its circulation begins. During the spinning process, the spinners created yam to the value of 128 pounds, of which 50 pounds, say, was simply an equivalent to the capitalist for his outlay on labor power, and 78 pounds formed surplus value. A rate of exploitation of labor power of 156%. The value of the 10,000 lb of yam thus contains, firstly, the value of the consumed productive capital P, its constant part being 372 pounds, its variable part 50 pounds and their sum 422 pounds. Equals 8,440 lb of yarn. The value of the productive capital P is equal to C, the value of its formative elements, which in the stage MC confronted the capitalist as commodities in the hands of their sellers. Secondly, however, the value of the yam contains a surplus value of 78 pounds equals 1,560 lb of yarn. Thus as the value expression of the 10,000 lb of yam, C equals C plus L1C, C plus an increment, 78 pounds, which we shall call C, as it exists in the same commodity form as the original value now does. Asterisk. We have chosen to adhere here to the traditional English symbolism for Marx's categories, even at the risk of perpetuating a possible source of confusion. Since the circuit of money capital 123, the value of 10,000 lb of yam, 500 pounds, is thus C plus C equals C. What makes C, as the value expression of the 10,000 lb of yarn, into C, is not the absolute amount of its value, 500 pounds, for this is determined, like the value expression of any other sum of commodities, by the amount of labor objectified in it. It is rather the relative magnitude of its value compared with the value of the capital P consumed in its production. The value contained in it is this value plus the surplus value provided by the productive capital. Its value is greater, L. It exceeds the capital value P, by the surplus value C. The 10,000 lb of yarn is the bearer of a capital value which has been valorized, enriched with a surplus value, and this is because it is the product of the capitalist production process. C expresses a value ratio, the ratio of the value of the commodity product to that of the capital consumed in its production, i.e. it expresses the composition of its value out of capital value and surplus value. The 10,000 lb of yarn are commodity capital, C, only as the transformed form of the productive capital P, thus in a relationship that exists at first only in the circuit of this individual capital, or for the capitalist who has produced yarn with his capital. It is so to speak only an internal relation, not an external one, that makes the 10,000 lb of yarn, as bearer of value, into commodity capital. The yarn bears its capitalist birthmark not in the absolute magnitude of its value, but in its relative magnitude, in the magnitude of its value compared with the value of the productive capital contained in it before it was transformed into commodities. If the 10,000 lb of yam is sold at its value of 500 pounds, this act of circulation, considered in itself, is CM, the simple transformation of a value that remains the same from the commodity form into the money form. However, as a particular stage in the circuit of an individual capital, this same act is the realization of a capital value of 422 pounds plus a surplus value of 78 pounds, both borne by the commodity, L. CM, the transformation of the capital value from its commodity form into the money form. 4. The function of C is now that of every commodity product, to be transformed into money and sold, to pass through the phase of circulation CM as long as the now valorized capital persists in the form of commodity capital, is tied up on the market. The production process C, M and P are used for the three forms of industrial capital in its circuit. C has to be used for the increment to C, i.e. the surplus value in its commodity form. However, C, V and S are conventionally used in English for constant capital, variable capital and surplus value, and this trio reappears later in volume 2, 4. Up to here manuscript V. From here manuscript V. 124 The metamorphoses of capital in their circuit stands still. The capital operates neither to fashion products nor to form value. According to the varying speed with which the capital sheds its commodity form and assumes its money form, i.e. according to the briskness of the sale, the same capital value will serve to a very uneven degree in the formation of products and value, and the scale of the reproduction will expand or contract. It was shown in the first volume that the degree of effectiveness of a given capital is conditioned by forces in the production process that are to a certain extent independent of its own magnitude. Asterisk. Now we see that the circulation process sets in motion new forces independent of the magnitude of value, which affect the degree of effectiveness of the capital, its expansion and its contraction. The mass of commodities C, as bearer of the valorized capital, must fully undergo the metamorphosis CM. The quantity sold is here the essential determinant. The individual commodity figures only as an integral part of the total quantity. The value of 500 pounds exists in 10,000 lb of yarn. If the capitalist succeeds in selling only 7,440 pounds, at its value of 372 pounds, then he has only replaced the value of his constant capital, the value of the means of production consumed. If he sells 8,440 pounds, then he still replaces only the value of the total capital advanced. He must sell more, if he is to realize surplus value, and he must sell the entire 10,000 lb of yarn if he is to realize the whole surplus value of 78 pounds, equals 1,560 lb of yarn. He receives in the 500 pounds only an equal value for the commodities sold. His transaction within the circulation sphere is simply CM if he had paid his workers 64 pounds instead of 50 pounds, then his surplus value would be only £64 instead of £78, and the rate of exploitation only 100% instead of 156%. But the value of his yarn would be unchanged, only the ratio of its various component portions would be different. The Circulation Act MC would still be the sale of 10,000 lb of yarn for £500, its value. C equals C plus C equals £422 plus £78. C is equal in value to P, or the productive capital, and this is also equal in value to the M advanced in MC, the purchase of the elements of production, in our example, £422. If the mass of commodities is sold at its value, then C equals £422, and C equals £78, the value of the surplus product of 1,560 lb of yarn. If we call C, expressed in monetary terms, M, we have C, M, or C plus C, M plus M, and the circuit MC. P. C, M, in its expanded form is thus M underscore C. L. P. C plus C, M plus M, MP. See Capital Volume 1, Chapter 24, 4, pp. 747 tf. The circuit of money capital 125. In the first stage, the capitalist withdraws articles of use, both from the commodity market proper and from the labor market. In the third stage he puts commodities back, though only into one market, the commodity market proper. But if he withdraws more value from the market by way of his commodities than he originally put into it, this is only because he puts in a greater value of commodities than he withdrew. He puts in the value M and withdraws the same value C. He puts in C plus C, and withdraws the same value M plus M. In our example, M was equal in value to 8,440 lb of yarn. The capitalist, however, puts 10,000 lb of yarn into the market, i.e. gives back a greater value than he took from it. On the other hand, he has only put in this increased value because he produced surplus value, as an aliquot part of the product, expressed in surplus product, in the production process, by the exploitation of labor power. It is only as the product of this process that the mass of commodities is commodity capital, the bearer of the valorized capital value. By accomplishing CM, the capital value advanced is realized together with the surplus value. The two were realized together in the sale, either by stages or at one stroke, of the total mass of commodities, expressed as CM. However, the same circulation process CM differs for the capital value and for the surplus value insofar as it expresses in each case a different stage of their circulation, a different section in the series of metamorphoses that they have to pass through within the circulation sphere. The surplus value, C, first came into the world within the production process. It is thus now entering the commodity market for the first time, and moreover in the commodity form. This is its first form of circulation, and hence the act CM is its first act of circulation or its first metamorphosis, which thus still has to be supplemented by the opposite circulation act, the converse metamorphosis M circa 5. It is a different matter with the circulation accomplished by the capital value C in the same circulation act CM, which for it is the circulation act CM, where C equals P, equal to the originally advanced M. This started its first act of circulation as M, money capital, and it now returns to the same form T of the act CM. It has thus passed through the two opposing phases of circulation, 1, MC and 2, CM, and exists once again in the form in which it can begin the same cyclical process afresh. The transformation from the commodity form to the money 5. This holds irrespective of the manner in which we divide up capital value and surplus value. 10,000 lb of yarn contain 1,560 lb equals £78 surplus value, but 1 lb of yarn equals 1 shilling also contains 2.496 ounces, equals 1.872 d, surplus value. 126. The metamorphoses of capital in their circuit form, which is for the surplus value its first transformation, is for the capital value its return or transformation back into its original money form. The money capital was converted into a sum of commodities of equal value, L and MP, by way of M underscore CL. These commodities now no MP longer function as commodities, as articles for sale. Their value now exists in the hands of their buyer, the capitalist, as the value of his productive capital P, and in the function of P, productive consumption, they are transformed into a kind of commodity materially different from the means of production, into yarn, with the value not only being maintained, but increased, from £422 to £500. Through this real metamorphosis, the commodities withdrawn from the market in the first stage MC are replaced by materially different commodities of different value, which must now cession as commodities, be transformed into money and sold. Hence the production process appears simply as an interruption in the circulation of capital value, which up till then has only passed through the first phase MC. It passes through the second and final phase, CM, with C altered both materially and in value. But as far as the capital value taken by itself is concerned, all it has undergone in the production process is a change in its use form, Jeb Rock's form. It existed as £422 of value in land MP, and it now exists as £422, the value of 8,440 lb of yarn. Thus, if we simply consider the two phases of the circulation process of the capital value, separately from its surplus value, it passes through 1, MC and 2, CM, where the second C has a changed form, but the same value as the first C. We thus have MCM, a form of circulation which, by way of a twofold displacement in opposite directions, the transformation of money into commodities and commodities into money, necessarily determines the return of the value advanced as money to its money form, its transformation back into money. The same act of circulation CM, which is the second and concluding metamorphosis for the capital value advanced in money, its return to the money form, is, for the surplus value that is simultaneously borne along by the COF. 1L11 ODT capital, and realized together with it when it is converted into the money form, its first metamorphosis, the transformation from the commodity form into the money form, CM, the first phase of circulation. Two things should be noted here. Firstly, the ultimate transformation of capital value back into its original money form as a function of COM. The circuit of money capital 127 mod T capital. Secondly, this function includes the first formal transformation of the surplus value from its original commodity form into the money form. The money form plays a double role here. On the one hand, it is the returning form of a value originally advanced in money, i.e. the money returns to the form of value that opened the process. On the other hand, it is the first transformed form of a value that originally enters into circulation in the commodity form. If the commodities of which the commodity capital consists are sold at their value, as we assume here, then C plus C is transformed into M plus M with the same value. It is in this last form, M plus M, 422 pounds plus 78 pounds equals 500 pounds, that the raised commodity capital now exists in the hands of the capitalist. Capital value and surplus value now exist as money, i.e. in the form of the universal equivalent. At the end of the process, the capital value is thus once again in the same form in which it entered it, and can therefore open the process afresh and pass through it as money capital. And indeed, because the initial and concluding form of the process is that of money capital, M, we call this form of the circuit of money capital. It is not the form of the value advanced, but only its magnitude, that is changed at the end. M plus M is nothing more than a sum of money of a certain magnitude, in our case 500 pounds. But as the result of the circuit of capital, as realized commodity capital, this sum of money contains the capital value and the surplus value. Moreover, these are no longer inextricably entwined, as in the yarn. They are now simply juxtaposed. Their realization has given each of the two an independent money form. 211 250ths of the money is the capital value, 422 pounds, and 39 250ths the surplus value of 78 pounds. This separation effected by the realization of the commodity capital does not only have the formal content we shall speak of in a moment. It is important in the reproduction process of capital, according to whether M is added onto M in its entirety, in part, or not at all, thus according to whether or not it continues to function as a component of the capital value advanced. M and M can even pass through quite different circulations. In M, the capital returns once more to its original form M, its money form, but in a form in which it has been realized as capital. Firstly, there is a quantitative difference. It was M, 422 pounds, it is now M, 500 pounds, and this difference is expressed in M. M, the quantitatively different extremities of the circuit, the actual movement of which is indicated simply by the dots. M is greater than M. M minus M equals S, 128 the metamorphoses of capital in their circuit the surplus value. But all that exists as the result of the cycle M. M is M, the process of formation has been obliterated in the product. M now exists independently in its own right, it is independent of the movement that produced it. The movement is past, and M is there in its place. But as M plus M, 422 pounds advanced capital plus an increment of 78 pounds on the same, M, or 500 pounds also exhibits a qualitative relation, although this qualitative relation itself exists only as a relation between the parts of a corresponding sum, i.e. as a quantitative ratio. M, the capital advanced, which is once again present in its original form, 422 pounds, exists now as realized capital. It has not only maintained itself, but it has also realized itself as capital, insofar as it has differentiated itself from M, 78 pounds, which I5 related to it as its increase, its fruit, an increment that it itself has bred. It is realized as capital, because it is value that has bred value. M exists as a capital relation. M no longer appears as mere money, but is expressly postulated as money capital, expressed as value that has valorized itself, i.e. thus also possesses the property of valorizing itself, of breeding more value than it itself has. M is posited as capital by its relation to another part of M, as to something posited by itself, as to the effect of which it is the cause, as to the consequence of which it is the ground. M thus appears as a sum of values which is internally differentiated, undergoes a functional, conceptual, self-differentiation, and expresses the capital relation. But this is expressed simply as a result, without the mediation of the process whose result it is. Portions of value are not qualitatively distinguished from each other as such, save in so far as they appear as the values of different articles, concrete things, thus in various different useful forms, as values of different bodies of commodities. A distinction that does not arise from their existence is mere portions of value. In money, every difference between commodities is obliterated, because money is precisely the equivalent form common to all of them. A sum of money of 500 pounds consists of nothing but isomorphous elements of 1 pound. Since the mediating effect of its history is obliterated in the simple existence of this sum of money, and every trace of the specific difference which the various component parts of capital possess in the production process has vanished, the only remaining distinction is the crude, non-conceptual. The word begrifflich, which appears here in the original, is clearly inappropriate, in view of the general sense of the passage. We have therefore assumed that Marx intended to write begriffslos. The circuit of money capital 129 distinction between a principal, as it is called in English, the capital of £422 which was advanced, and an additional sum of value of £78. Let M be £110, of which £100 is M, the principal, and £10 is S, surplus value. There is absolute homogeneity, a complete absence of conceptual distinction, between the two constituent parts of the sum of £110. Any £10 is always 1/11 of the total sum of £110, whether it is a tenth of the principal advanced, or the additional £10 over and above this. Principal and increment, capital and surplus, can therefore both be expressed as fractions of the total sum. In our example 10/11 is the principal or capital, and 1/11 the surplus. At the conclusion of its process the realized capital therefore appears as a sum of money, within which the distinction between principal and surplus expresses, in a naive, non-conceptual manner, the capital relation. This is also true, moreover, for C equals C plus C. But with the difference that C, in which C and C are simply proportional value portions of the same homogeneous mass of commodities, indicates its origin in P, whose direct product it is, whereas in M, a form arising directly from the circulation sphere, the direct connection with P has vanished. The superficial distinction between principal and increment that is contained in M, in so far as this expresses the result of the movement M. M vanishes immediately, as soon as M functions actively once more as money capital, rather than being fixed as the money expression of the valorized industrial capital. The circuit of money capital can never begin with M, but only with M, even though it is M, that now functions as M, i.e. never as an expression of the capital relation, but only as the form in which the capital value is advanced. As soon as the £500 is advanced afresh as capital, in order to be valorized once more, it is the starting point rather than the point of return. Instead of a capital of £422, one of £500 has no end been advanced. More money than before, more capital value, but the relation between the two components has gone. The sum of £500 now functions as capital, rather than £422, just as, originally, a sum of £500 might have functioned, rather than a sum of £422. It is not the active function of money capital to present itself as M, its own presentation as M, as rather a function of C, already in simple commodity circulation, 1, C1M, 2, MC2. M functions actively only in the second act MC2. Its presentation as M is only the result of the first act, by virtue of which it first appears as the transformed form of the capital relation contained in M. The connection between one of its parts is a part of capital value and the other is the value increment 130. The metamorphosis of capital in their circuit to this does receive a functional significance, however, insofar as M divides into two circulations, the circulation of capital and the circulation of surplus value, when the circuit M is constantly repeated. The two parts M and M then fulfill functions that differ not just quantitatively, but also qualitatively. Considered in itself, however, the form M does not include the consumption of the capitalist, but expressly only capital's self-valorization and accumulation, insofar as the latter is first expressed in the periodic growth of the money capital that is constantly advanced afresh. Although it is a crude and conceptually undifferentiated form of capital, M equals M plus M is at the same time money capital in its first realized form, money that has bred money. This must be distinguished from the function of money capital in the first stage M_CL. In this MP first stage, M circulates as money. It functions as money capital simply because it is only in its monetary state that it performs a monetary function, and can be converted into the elements of P that face it as commodities, land MP. In this act of circulation, it functions only as money, but because this act is the first stage of capital value in process, it is simultaneously a function of money capital, by virtue of the specific useful form of the commodities land MP that are bought. M, on the other hand, composed of M, the capital value, and M, the surplus value created by it, expresses valorized capital value, the purpose and the result, the function of the total process of the circuit of capital. If it expresses this result in money form, as realized money capital, this is not because it is the money form of capital, money capital, but rather the reverse, because it is money capital, capital in the money form, and that it was in this form that capital opened the process, was advanced in its money form. The transformation back into the money form is a function of the commodity capital C, as we saw, not of money capital. And as far as the difference M between M and M is concerned, this is only the money form of C, the increment to C, may is only equal to M plus M because C equals C plus C.1 NC. Therefore, this difference, and TBE relation between the capital value and the surplus value bred by it, is present and is expressed before they are both transformed into M, into a sum of money in which the two portions of value confront each other from a position of independence and can therefore also be applied to independent and different functions. May is only the result of the realization of C. Both of these, C, as well as M, are only different forms, the commodity form and the money. The circuit of money capital 131 form, of the valorized capital value. Both have it in common that they are valorized capital value. Both are realized capital, because here capital value exists as such together with surplus value as the fruit that is separate from it but produced by it, although this relation is expressed only in the naive form of the ratio between two parts of a sum of money or a commodity value. As expressions of capital, however, both related to and distinct from the surplus value created by it, i.e. as expressions of valorized value, M and C, are the same, and express the same thing, only in different forms. They are not distinguished from each other as money capital and commodity capital, but rather as money and commodity. Insofar as they represent valorized value, capital active as capital, they simply express the result of the function of productive capital, the only function in which capital value breeds value. What they have in common is that both of them, money capital and commodity capital, are modes of existence of capital. The one is capital in its money form, the other in its commodity form. The specific functions that distinguish them can thus be nothing other than distinctions between the money function and the commodity function. The commodity capital, as the direct product of the capitalist production process, recalls its origin and is therefore more rational in its form, less lacking in conceptual differentiation, than the money capital, in which every trace of this process has been effaced, just as all the particular useful forms of commodities are generally effaced in money. Hence it is only when M itself functions as commodity capital, when it is the direct product of a production process and not the transformed form of this product, that its bizarre form disappears. I.e. in the production of the money material itself. The formula for the production of gold, for example, would be MC. P. M plus M. Where M figures as MP the commodity product insofar as P provides more gold than was advanced for the elements of production of gold in the first M, the money capital. The expression M plus M, as irrational, in that, within it, part of a sum of money appears as the mother of another part of the same sum of money. But here this irrationality disappears. For the circuit as a whole we have seen how the circulation process, after its first phase M_CL. MP has elapsed, is interrupted by P, in which the commodities bought on. 132 The metamorphoses of capital and their circuit the market, LAN MP, are consumed as material and value components of the productive capital. The product of this consumption is a new commodity, M, altered both materially and in value. The interrupted circulation process, MC, must be supplemented by CM, but it is C that appears as the bearer of this second and concluding phase, a commodity different materially and in value from the original C. The circulation series thus presents itself as 1, MC1, 2, C2M, in which the first commodity C1 has been replaced in the second phase by one of higher value and a different useful form, C2, during the interruption that is occasioned by the function of P, L. The production of C, from the elements of C, the forms of existence of the productive capital P. The first form of appearance in which we met with capital, on the other hand, Volume 1, Chapter 4, MCM, broken down, 1, MC1, 2, C1M, exhibits the same commodity twice over. It is the same commodity into which money is transformed in the first phase and which is transformed back into more money in the second phase. Despite this essential difference, both circulations have in common that in their first phase money is transformed into commodities and in their second phase commodities into money, that the money that is spent in the first phase flows back again in the second. On the one hand they have in common this stream of money back to its starting point, on the other hand the excess of the money that flows back over that advanced. In this respect, MC.CM 2 appears to be contained in the general formula MCM. It further results here that in both metamorphoses pertaining to the circulation sphere, MC and CM, equally large and simultaneously present values always confront and replace each other. The change in value belongs solely to the metamorphosis P, the production process, which thus appears as the real metamorphosis of capital, as opposed to the merely formal metamorphosis of the circulation sphere. Let us now consider the total movement MC, P, CM, or its expanded form M_CL. P, C plus C, M plus M. Here capital MP appears as a value that passes through a sequence of connected and mutually determined transformations, a series of metamorphoses that form so many phases or stages of a total process. Two of these phases belong to the circulation sphere, one to the sphere of production. In each of these phases the capital value is to be found in a different form, corresponding to a different and special function. Within this movement the value advanced not only maintains itself, but it grows, increases. The circuit of money capital 133 its magnitude. Finally, in the concluding stage, it returns to the same form in which it appeared at the outset of the total process. This total process is therefore a circuit. The two forms that the capital value assumes within its circulation stages are those of money capital and commodity capital. The form pertaining to the production stage is that of productive capital. The capital that assumes these forms in the course of its total circuit, discards them again and fulfills in each of them its appropriate function, is industrial. Industrial here in the sense that it encompasses every branch of production that is pursued on a capitalist basis. Money capital, commodity capital and productive capital thus do not denote independent varieties of capital, whose functions constitute the content of branches of business that are independent and separate from one another. They are simply particular functional forms of industrial capital, which takes on all three forms in turn. The circuit of capital proceeds normally only as long as its various phases pass into each other without delay. If capital comes to a standstill in the first phase, MC, money capital forms into a hoard. If this happens in the production phase, the means of production cease to function, and labor power remains unoccupied. If in the last phase, CM, unsaleable stocks of commodities obstruct the flow of circulation. It lies in the nature of the case, however, that the circuit itself determines that capital is tied up for certain intervals in the particular sections of the cycle. In each of its phases, industrial capital is tied to a specific form, as money capital, productive capital, or commodity capital. Only after it has fulfilled the function corresponding to the particular form it is in does it receive the form in which it can enter a new phase of transformation. In order to make this clear, we have assumed in our example that the capital value of the mass of commodities created in the production stage is equal to the total value originally advanced as money. In other words, that the whole capital value advanced as money moves all at once from one stage into the subsequent one. We have already seen, however, Volume 1, Chapter 8, that a part of the constant capital, the actual instruments of labor, e.g. machines, serve continuously throughout a greater or smaller number of repetitions of the same production process, and for this reason give up their value to the product only bit by bit. We shall show later on how far this circumstance modifies the circuit of capital. The following will suffice for the time being. In our example, the value of the productive capital, £422, 134. The metamorphoses of capital in their circuit contained only the average calculated wear and tear of factory buildings, machinery, etc., thus only the portion of value that they carry over in the course of transforming 10,000 lb of raw cotton into 10,000 lb of yarn, the product of a weekly spinning process of 60 hours. The instruments of labor, buildings, machinery, etc. therefore figured in the means of production into which the constant capital advanced was transformed, as if they were simply hired on the market in return for a weekly payment. This, however, alters absolutely nothing as far as the substance of the matter is concerned. We need only multiply the weekly output of yarn, 10,000 lb, by the number of weeks contained in a given series of years, and the entire value of the instruments of labor bought and used up in this period will have been carried over. It is clear then that the money capital advanced must first be transformed into these means of production, and must therefore have made its exit from the first phase MC, before it can function as productive capital P. It is just as clear in our example that the capital value of £422, which is incorporated into the YAM during the production process, cannot enter into the circulation phase CM, as a component of the 10,000 lb of yarn before the process is finished. The yarn cannot be sold until it has been spun. In the general formula, the product of P is considered as a material thing different from the elements of the productive capital, an object that has an existence of its own, apart from the production process, possessing a useful form different from that of the elements of product Tion. In so far as the result of the production process does appear as a thing, this is always the case, even when a part of the product enters once more as an element into the renewed production process. Thus grain serves as seed corn for its own production, but the product consists only of grain, and thus has a different physical shape from the elements applied together with it: labor power, instruments of labor, fertilizer. There are, however, particular branches of industry in which the product of the production process is not a new objective product, a commodity. The only one of these that is economically important is the communication industry, both the transport industry proper, for moving commodities and people, and the transmission of mere information letters, telegrams, etc. Chuprov says on this point, the manufacturer can produce articles first and look for customers afterwards. His product, after it is ejected in finished form from the production process, passes into circulation as a commodity separate. The circuit of money capital 135 from this process. Production and consumption thus appear as two acts separated in time and space. In the transport industry, however, which does not create new products, but only displaces people and things, these two acts coincide. The services, the change of place, are necessarily consumed the moment they are produced. This is why the area within which railways can seek their customers is at most 50 versts, 53 lan, on either side. 6. The result in each case, whether it is people or commodities that are transported, is a change in their spatial location, e.g. that the yarn finds itself in India instead of in England, where it was produced. But what the transport industry sells is the actual change of place itself. The useful effect produced is inseparably connected with the transport process, the production process specific to the transport industry. People and commodities travel together with the means of transport, and this journeying, the spatial movement of the means of transport, is precisely the production process accomplished by the transport industry. The useful effect can only be consumed during the production process. It does not exist as a thing of use distinct from this process, a thing which functions as an article of commerce and circulates as a commodity only after its production. However, the exchange value of this useful effect is still determined, like that of any other commodity, by the value of the elements of production used up in it, labor power and means of production, plus the surplus value created by the surplus labor of the workers occupied in the transport industry. In respect of its consumption, too, this useful effect behaves just like other commodities. If it is consumed individually, then its value vanishes with its consumption, IFIT is consumed productively, so that it is itself a stage of production of the commodity that finds itself transported, then its value is carried over to the commodity as an addition to it. The formula for the transport industry is thus M_CL. P. M, for it is the MP production process itself, and not a product separable from it, that is paid for and consumed. This therefore has almost exactly the same form as that for the production of precious metals, except that M, as here the transformed form of the useful effect produced in the course of the production process, and not the natural form of the gold and silver that is produced during this process and ejected from it. Industrial capital is the only mode of existence of capital in which not 6. Ichuprov, Zaliesnotorozhnoi Koziusvo, the Railway l'Industrie, Moscow, 1875, pp. 69, 70. 136 The metamorphosis of capital in their circuit only the appropriation of surplus value or surplus product, but also its creation, is a function of capital. It thus requires production to be capitalist in character. Its existence includes that of the class antagonism between capitalists and wage laborers. To the degree that it takes hold of production, the technique and social organization of the labor process are revolutionized, and the economic historical type of society along with this. The other varieties of capital which appeared previously, within past or declining conditions of social production, are not only subordinated to it and correspondingly altered in the mechanism of their functioning, but they now move only on its basis, thus live and die, stand and fall together with this basis. Money capital and commodity capital, in so far as they appear and function as bearers of their own peculiar branches of business alongside industrial capital, are now only modes of existence of the various functional forms that industrial capital constantly assumes and discards within the circulation sphere, forms which have been rendered independent and one-sidedly extended through the social division of labor. On the one hand, the circuit M, as inextricably linked with the general circulation of commodities, issues from it and flows back into it, forming a part of it. On the other hand, it forms for the individual capitalist an independent movement peculiar to his capital value, a movement which proceeds in part within the general circulation of commodities, in part outside it, but which always retains its independent character. It does so firstly because both of the phases that it goes through in the circulation sphere, MC and CM, possess a functionally specific character as phases of the movement of capital. In MC, C is determined in its material content as labor power and means of production. In CM, the capital value is realized together with the surplus value. In the second place, P, the production process, includes productive consumption. Thirdly, the return of money to its starting point makes the movement M, a cyclical movement complete in itself. On the one hand, therefore, each individual capital, in the two halves of its circulation MC and CM, is an agent of the general circulation of commodities, in which it functions and of which it forms a link, either as money or as commodity. Hence it is a member of the general series of metamorphoses of the commodity world. On the other hand, it describes its own independent circuit within the general circulation, one in which the sphere of production forms a transitional stage, and in which it returns to its starting point in the same form in which it left it. Within its own circuit, which includes its metamorphosis in the circuit of money capital 137 production process, the magnitude of its value also changes. It returns not only as money value, but as increased and expanded money value. If we finally consider MC, P, CM, as a special form of the circuit of capital, alongside the other forms that will be investigated later on, it is marked by the following features. 1. It appears as the circuit of money capital because industrial capital in its money form, as money capital, forms the starting point and the point of return of the whole process. The formula itself expresses that the money is not spent here as money, but is only advanced, and is thus simply the money form of capital, money capital. It further expresses the fact that it is the exchange value, not the use value, that is the decisive inherent purpose of the movement. It is precisely because the money form of value is its independent and palpable form of appearance that the circulation form M, which starts and finishes with actual money, expresses money-making, the driving motive of capitalist production, most palpably. The production process appears simply as an unavoidable middle term, a necessary evil for the purpose of money-making. This explains why all nations characterized by the capitalist mode of production are periodically seized by fits of giddiness in which they try to accomplish the money-making without the mediation of the production process. * 2. In this circuit, the stage of production, the function of P, forms an interruption in the circulation process MC. CM, whose two phases are in turn only a mediation of simple circulation MCM. The production process here appears formally and explicitly, in the actual form of the circuit itself, for what it actually is in the capitalist mode of production, a mere means for the valorization of the value advanced, i.e. enrichment as such appears as the inherent purpose of production. 3. Because the sequence of phases is opened by MC, is the second term in the circulation. The starting point is M, the money capital to be valorized, the conclusion M, the valorized money capital M plus M, in which M figures alongside its offshoot M is realized capital. This distinguishes the circuit of money capital from the two other circuits P and C, and in two ways. On the one hand, through the money form of the two extremes, money is the independent and palpable form of existence of value, the value of the product in its independent value form, in which all trace of the commodity's use value has been effaced. On the other hand, the form P. P does not necessarily become P. The sentence in parentheses was introduced by Engels in the second, 1893, edition. 138 The metamorphoses of capital in their circuit P plus P, while in the form C. C. No value difference at all is visible between the two extremes. It is thus characteristic of the formula M. M, on the one hand, that the capital value forms the starting point and the valorized capital the point of return, so that the advancing of the capital value appears as the means, the valorized capital value is the goal of the whole operation. On the other hand, that this relation is expressed in the money form, the independent value form, hence money capital is money breeding money. The creation by value of surplus value is not only expressed as the alpha and omega of the process, but explicitly presented in the glittering money form. 4. Since M, the money capital realized as the result of CM, the complementary and concluding phase of MC, exists in absolutely the same form as that in which it opened its first circuit, it can, as it emerges from this, reopen the same circuit as augmented, accumulated, money capital, M, equals M plus M. At least it is in no way expressed in the form of M. M. That the circulation of M separates itself from that of M when the circuit is repeated. Considered by itself in isolation, from the formal standpoint, the circuit of money capital thus expresses only the process of valorization and accumulation. Consumption, therefore, is expressed in it only as productive consumption, M_C. L. This is all that is MP accounted for in this circuit of the individual capital. ML is LM or CM from the point of view of the worker, i.e. the first phase of the circulation that mediates his individual consumption, LMC, means of subsistence. The second phase, MC, no longer falls within the circuit of the individual capital, but it is introduced by it and presupposed by it, for the worker, in order to continue to exist on the market as exploitable material for the capitalist, must before all else keep alive, and therefore maintain himself by individual consumption. This consumption itself, however, is assumed here only as a precondition for the productive consumption of labor power by capital, thus only insofar as the worker maintains and reproduces himself as labor power by his individual consumption. The means of production, MP, however, the actual commodities that are involved in the circuit, are simply the means of nourishment for productive consumption. The act LM mediates the individual consumption of the worker, the transformation of means of subsistence into his flesh and blood. That the capitalist must also exist, thus also live and consume, in order to function as capitalist. In actual fact, he needs to consume only as a worker, and hence no more than this is assumed in this form of the circulation process. But the circuit of money capital 139 even this is not expressed formally, since the formula closes with M, i.e. a result that can function again immediately as increased money capital. CM directly contains the sale of C, but CM, which is from one side a sale, is MC, a purchase, from the other side, and in the last instance commodities are bought only for the sake of their use value. We ignore intermediate transactions here, in order to enter the process of consumption, either individual or productive, according to the nature of the article bought. This consumption, however, does not enter the circuit of the individual capital of which C is the product. The product C is precisely ejected from the circuit as a commodity to be sold. It is expressly destined for the consumption of others. We therefore find among the exponents of the mercantile system, which is based on the formula MCP. CM. Long sermons to the effect that the individual capitalist should consume only in his capacity as a worker, and that a capitalist nation should leave the consumption of its commodities in the consumption process in general to other more stupid nations, while making productive consumption into its own life's work. These sermons are often reminiscent in both form and content of analogous ascetic exhortations by the fathers of the Church. The circuit of capital is thus a unified process of circulation and production, it includes both. In so far as the two phases MC and CM are processes of circulation, the circulation of capital forms part of the general circulation of commodities. But by taking part in functionally determined sections or stages in the circuit of capital, which do not just pertain to the sphere of circulation, but also to that of production, capital performs its own circuit within the general circulation of commodities. This general circulation enables it, in the first stage, to assume the form in which it can function as productive capital, in the second stage, to cast off the commodity function in which it cannot renew its circuit. It equally gives it the possibility of separating its own capital circuit from the circulation of the surplus value that has adhered to it. Marx did not leave a systematic examination of the mercantile system as he conceived it, although he devotes a few paragraphs to it in a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, London, 1971, pp. 157-9. The view he attributes to the mercantilists is expressed clearly by D'Avenant in an essay on the East India Trade, London, 1697, quoted by Marx in Theories of Surplus Value, Part 1, page 179-6. By what is consumed at home, one loatheth only what another gets, and the nation in general is not at all the richer. But all foreign consumption is a clear and cer toin profit. Single quote. 140 The metamorphoses of capital and their circuit. The circuit of money capital is thus the most one-sided, hence most striking and characteristic form of appearance of the circuit of industrial capital, in which its aim and driving motive, the valorization of value, money-making and accumulation, appears in a form that leaps to the eye, buying in order to sell dearer. The fact that the first phase is MC displays the provenance of the components of productive capital on the commodity market. It also shows that the capitalist production process is conditioned by circulation, trade. The circuit of money capital is not just commodity production, it only comes into being by way of circulation, and presupposes this. This is already shown by the fact that the form M pertaining to circulation appears as the first and pure form of the capital value advanced, which is not the case with the two other forms of the circuit. The circuit of money capital remains the permanent general express scion of industrial capital, insofar as it always includes the valorization of the value advanced. In P. The money expression of the capital emerges only as the price of the elements of production, thus only as value expressed in money of account, the form in which it is found in bookkeeping. M. M becomes a particular form of the circuit of industrial capital insofar as newly appearing capital is first advanced as money and is withdrawn in the same form, whether on its transfer from one branch of business to another, or when industrial capital is withdrawn from business altogether. This includes the capital function of the surplus value first advanced in the money form, and emerges most strikingly when this functions in a business other than that from which it originates. M. M can be the first circuit of a capital, it can be its last, it can be taken as the form of the total social capital, it is the form of capital that is newly invested, whether as newly accumulated capital in the money form, or old capital that is completely transformed into money in order to be transferred from one branch of production to another. As a form that is comprised in all circuits, money capital performs this circuit precisely for that part of the capital that creates surplus value, the variable capital. The normal form of advance for wages is payment in money. This process must be steadily repeated at short intervals, as the worker lives from hand to mouth. Hence the worker must constantly come face to face with the capitalist as money capitalist, and with his capital as money capital. Here there can be no question, as in the purchase of means of production and the sale of productive com. The circuit of money capital 141 Modaties, of a direct or indirect balancing of accounts, so that the greater part of money capital actually figures only in the form of commodities, money only in the form of money of account, and finally cash only for the settlement of the balances. On the other hand, a part of the surplus value arising from the variable capital is spent by the capitalist for his personal consumption. This pertains to the retail trade, and, after however roundabout a journey, is ultimately spent as cash, in the money form of the surplus value. Whether this part of the surplus value is great or small in no way affects the matter. The variable capital constantly appears anew as money capital invested in wages, ML, and M as surplus value that is spent to defray the personal needs of the capitalist. Thus both M, as the variable capit D value advanced, and M, as its increment, are necessarily retain one jail the money form, to be spent as such. The formula MC, P, C, M, with the result M, equals M plus M, contains in its form a certain deception. It bears an illusory character that derives from the existence of the advanced and valorized value in its equivalent form, in money. What is emphasized is not the valorization of the value, but the money form of this process, the fact that more value in the money form is finally withdrawn from the circulation sphere than was originally advanced it, the increase in the mass of gold and silver belonging to the capitalist. The so-called monetary system is simply the expression of the superficial form MCM, a movement that proceeds exclusively in the circulation sphere, and hence can only explain the two acts, 1, MC and 2, CM, by saying that C in the second act is sold above its value, and therefore withdraws more money from the circulation sphere than was cast into it by its purchase. On the other hand, however, MC, P, C, M, when regarded as the exclusive form, is the basis for the more developed mercantile system, in which it is not simply the circulation of commodities but also their production that appears as a necessary element. The illusory character of MC, P, C, M, and the corresponding the monetary system, sometimes called bullionism, preceded the mercantile system or mercantilism. Marx describes the mercantile system as a variant of the monetary system. He distinguishes the two most clearly in the Grundriss, Pelican edition, page 327. The monetary system had understood the autonomy of value only in the form in which it arose from simple circulation. Money. Then came the mercantile system, an epoch where industrial capital and hence wage labor arose in manufactures. The mercantilists already have faint notions of money as capital, but actually again only in the form of money, of the circulation of mercantile capital. 142 The metamorphoses of capital and their circuit illusory significance it is given, is there as soon as this form is regarded as the sole form, not as one that flows and is constantly repeated. As soon as it is taken not just as one of the forms of the circuit, but rather as its exclusive form. 142 The metamorphoses of capital and their circuit illusory significance it is given, is there as soon as this form is regarded as the sole form, not as one that flows and is constantly repeated. As soon as it is taken not just as one of the forms of the circuit, but rather as its exclusive form. In itself, however, it refers to other forms. Firstly, this whole circuit presupposes the capitalist character of the production process, and hence this production process itself is a basis, as well as the specific social relations determined by it. MC equals M_CL, comma. But ML implies that the wage laborer, and their MP for the means of production too, are part of the productive capital. Hence the labor and valorization process, the production process is already a function of capital. Secondly, if M is repeated, the return to the money form appears just as evanescent as the money form in the first stage. MC vanishes, in order to make way for P. The permanently repeated advance in money, as well as its permanent return in money, themselves appear simply as evanescent moments in the circuit. Thirdly, comma, R, backslash, MC, P, C, M, MC, P, C, M, MC, P, etc. Closing parenthesis. With the second repetition of the circuit, we already have the circuit P, C, M, MC, P, before the second circuit of M is even complete, and thus all further circuits can be considered in the form P, C, MC, P. MC, therefore, as the first phase of the first circuit, simply forms an evanescent prelude to the constantly repeated circuit of productive capital, as is in fact the case when industrial capital is invested for the first time, in the form of money capital. Furthermore, before the second circuit is complete, the first circuit MC, P, C, abbreviated C, C, has been described, the circuit of COI 111 Vaditi capital. Thus the first form already contains the two others, and the money form vanishes, insofar as it is not just an expression of value, but an expression of value in the equivalent form, in money. Finally, if we take a newly appearing individual capital, which describes the circuit MC, P, C, M, for the first time, then MC is a preparatory phase, the precursor of the first production process performed by this individual capital. This phase MC is therefore not the presupposition, but is rather posited or conditioned by the production process. However, this holds only for this individual capital. The circuit of money capital 143 general form of the circuit of industrial capital is the circuit of money capita, insofar as the capitalist mode of production is presupposed, within a specific state of society determined by capitalist production. Hence the capitalist production process is the basic precondition, it is prior to or else, if not within the first circuit of the money capital of a newly invested industrial capital, then outside it. The continued excess tense of this production process assumes the constantly repeated circuit of PP. This assumption is already made within the first stage M_CL. Comma. Insofar as this stage presupposes on the one hand the MP existence of the class of wage laborers, and on the other hand what is the first stage MC for the purchaser of the means of production, and CM, for their seller. It presupposes, therefore, that C is commodity capital, and therefore that the commodity itself is the result of capitalist production. With this we must also presuppose the function of productive capital. Chapter 2. The circuit of productive capital. The circuit of productive capital has the general formula, P, C, M, C. P. It signifies the periodically repeated function of the productive capital, i.e. reproduction. In other words, it signifies that its production process is a reproduction process in respect of valorization. Not only does production occur, but also the periodic reproduction of surplus value. It signifies that the function of the industrial capital that exists in its productive form does not take place once and for all, but is periodically repeated, so that the new beginning is given by the point of departure itself. A part of C, in certain cases, in the investment branches of industrial capital, may directly re-enter, as means of production, the same labor process from which it emerged as a commodity. All this does is circumvent the need to transform its value into real money or money tokens. In other words, the only independent expression it receives is as money of account. This part of the value does not enter the circulation process. The same holds for the part of C that the capitalist consumes in kind, as part of the surplus product. This is however insignificant for capitalist production, at most it comes into consideration in agriculture. Two things about this form immediately catch the eye. Firstly, while in the first form, M, the production process, the function of P, the circulation of money capital and appears only as mediator between its two phases MC and CM. Here the entire circulation process of industrial capital, its whole movement within the circulation phase, merely forms an interruption, and hence a mediation, between the productive capital that opens the circuit as the first extreme and closes it in the same form as the last extreme, in the form of its new beginning. Circulation proper appears only as the mediator of the reproduction that is periodically repeated and made continuous through this repetition. The circuit of productive capital 145. Secondly, the entire circulation presents itself in the opposite form from that which it possessed in the circuit of money capital. There it was MCM, MCCM, disregarding the value determination. Here, again disregarding the value determination, it is CMC, CMMC, i.e. the form of simple commodity circulation. Simple reproduction. Let us consider first of all the process CMC that runs its course between the extremes P in the sphere of circulation. The starting point of this circulation is the commodity capital, C equals C plus C equals P plus C. The function of the commodity capital C, M, the realization of the capital value P contained in it, which now exists as a commodity component C, as well as of the surplus value it contains, which exists as a component of the same commodity mass with the value C, was treated in the first form of the circuit. There, however, it formed the second phase of the interrupted circulation, and the concluding phase of the entire circuit. Here it forms the second phase of the circuit, but only the first phase of circulation. The first circuit ends with M, and since M, just as much as the original M, can reopen the second circuit as money capital, it was at first unnecessary to see whether the M and M, surplus value, contained in M, continue their paths together, or whether they describe different paths. This would only have been necessary if we had pursued the first circuit further, in its repetition. But in the circuit of productive capital this point must be decided, since the very definition of the first circuit depends on it, and because C, M, appears in it as the first phase of circulation, which is to be supplemented by MC. It depends on this decision whether the formula depicts simple reproduction or reproduction on an expanded scale. The character of the circuit is altered according to this decision. Let us therefore start by taking the simple reproduction of the productive capital, in which connection we assume, as in the first chapter, that other circumstances remain the same and that commodities are bought and sold at their values. On this assumption, the entire surplus value goes into the personal consumption of the capitalist. As soon as the commodity capital C has been transformed into money, the part of the money that represents the capital value goes on circulating in the circuit of industrial capital. The other part, which is surplus value turned into gold, goes into the general circulation of commodities. It is 146 the metamorphosis of capital and their circuit money circulation proceeding from the capitalist, but it takes place outside the circulation of his individual capital. In our example, we had a commodity capital C of 10,000 lb of yarn to the value of 500 pounds. 422 pounds of this was the value of the productive capital, and continues the capital circulation begun with C, as the money form of 8,440 lb of yarn, while the surplus value of 78 pounds, the money form of 1,560 lb of yarn, the excess portion of the commodity product, makes its exit from this circulation and describes a separate path within the general circulation of commodities. C. M_C, LC. MP. MC is a 0.3 rise of purchases made with the money that the capitalist spends, whether on commodities as such or on services, for his esteemed self and family. These purchases are fragmented, and take place at different times. The money thus exists temporarily in the form of a money reserve or hoard destined for current consumption, since it is in the form of a hoard that any money whose circulation is interrupted exists. In its function as a means of circulation, which also includes its temporary form of a hoard, it does not enter into the circulation of the capital in its money form. The money is not advanced, but spent. We have assumed that the total capital advanced is constantly passing from one of its phases into another, and that here, therefore, the commodity product of P carries the total value of the productive capital P, 422 pounds, plus the surplus value created during the production process, 78 pounds. In our example, where we are concerned with a discrete commodity product, the surplus value exists in the form of 1,560 lb of yarn, just as it exists as 2.496 ounces in each lb of yarn. If, however, the commodity product was a machine worth 500 pounds, for example, and with the same value composition, then there would certainly still be a portion of the machine's value that equaled the 78 pounds surplus value, but this 78 pounds would exist only in the total machine. This could not be divided into capital value and surplus value without being broken into pieces and thus destroying its value together with its use value. The two value components could thus be depicted only ideally as components of the physical body of the commodity, not as independent elements of the commodity C, in the way that each lb of yarn can be depicted as a separate, independent commodity element of the 10,000 pounds. In the one case, the total commodity, the circuit of productive capital 147 or commodity capital, the machine, must be sold in its entirety before M can embark on its own particular circulation. But if the capitalist sells 8,440 lb of yarn, in the other case, then the sale of the remaining 1,560 lb exhibits a completely separate circulation of the surplus value in the form C, 1,560 lb of yarn, M, 78 pounds, circa, Articles O, consumption. The value elements of each individual portion of the yarn product of 10,000 pounds, moreover, can be depicted as parts of the product just as much as the total product can. Just as the 10,000 lb of yarn can be partitioned into constant capital value, C, 7,440 lb of yarn with a value of 372 pounds, variable capital value, V, 1,000 lb of yarn with a value of 50 pounds, and surplus value, S, 1,560 lb of yarn with a value of 78 pounds, so each lb of yarn can be partitioned into C, 11.904 ounces with a value of 8.298 d, V, 1.600 ounces with a value of 1.200 d, and S, 2.496 ounces of yarn with a value of 1.872 d. The capitalist can therefore successively consume the elements of surplus value contained in the 10,000 lb of yarn by its successive sale in successive portions, and also successively realize the sum of C plus V in this way. That this operation similarly presupposes that the entire 10,000 lb is sold, and that the value of C and V is therefore replaced by the sale of £8,440. Volume 1, Chapter 9, 2. However, this might be, by way of C, M. Both the capital value and the surplus value contained in C acquire a separable existence, the existence of different sums of money. Both M and M are in each case actually the transformed form of the value that origina by possessed its own expression merely as the price of the commodity, L. A merely ideal expression. CMC is simple commodity circulation, the first phase of which, CM, is included in the circulation of the commodity capital C, M, and therefore in the circuit of capital. Its complementary phase MC, on the other hand, falls outside this circuit, as a separate process of general commodity circulation. The circulation of C and C, capital value and surplus value, divides after the transformation of C into M. It follows from this, firstly, that when the commodity capital is realized by way of CM, i.e. CM plus M, the movement of capital value and surplus value which, in CM, was still common to both, and was borne by the same mass of commodities, becomes divisible, as the two now possess independent forms as sums of money. Secondly, if this division takes place, with M being spent by the C above, page 122, note 148, the metamorphosis of capital in their circuit capitalist is revenue, while M continues the path prescribed for it by the circuit as the functional form of capital value. The first act CM, together with the subsequent acts MC and MC, can be depicted as two different circulations, CMC and CMC. Both of these, in their general form, are series that belong to the ordinary commodity circulation. Moreover, it happens in practice that where commodities are continuous in their physical composition, and hence indivisible, the value components are isolated ideally. In the London building trade, for example, which is conducted for the most part on credit, the contractor receives advances in various stages as the building of the house progresses. None of these stages is a house. Each of them is rather a really existing component of a future house that is coming into being. Despite its reality, it is thus only an ideal fraction of the whole house, but it is sufficiently real, and the same, to serve as security for an additional advance. For more on this subject, see Chapter 12 below. Thirdly, if the common movement of capital value and surplus value in C and M only divides in part, so that a part of the surplus value is not spent as revenue, or not at all, then a change in capital value takes place within the circuit of the capital value itself, before the circuit is completed. In our example, the value of the productive capital was £422. If MC continues as £480, for example, or £500, then it traverses the final stages of the circuit as a value £58 or £78 greater than it originally was. This can also occur in combination with a change in its value composition. CM, the second stage of circulation and the concluding stage of circuit IM. M is the second stage of the present circuit and the first stage of commodity circulation in it. In so far as circulation comes into consideration, it must thus be supplemented by MC. However, MC does not just have the process of valorization already behind it, in this case the function of P, the first stage, but its result, the commodity product C, has already been realized. The valorization of capital, as well as the realization of the commodity product in which the valorized capital value is represented, thus ends with CM. We have assumed simple reproduction, i.e. that MC completely separates off from MC since both circulations, CMC and CMC, belong in their general form to commodity circulation, and thus do not exhibit any difference in value between their extremes. It is quite easy to conceive the capitalist production process, as the vulgar economists do. See above, page 101, note. The circuit of productive capital 149 is the simple production of commodities, use values destined for consumption of some kind or other, which the capitalist produced only in order to replace them with commodities of a different use value, or to exchange them with these, as vulgar economics incorrectly puts it. C appears from the start as commodity capital, and the aim of the entire process, enrichment, valorization, by no means excludes a growth in the capitalist's consumption in line with the increase in the magnitude of surplus value. In fact, it absolutely includes it. In the circulation of the capitalist's revenue, the commodity which has been produced, C, or the corresponding ideal fraction of the commodity product C, serves in point of fact only to convert this revenue into money and from money into a series of other commodities for the purpose of private consumption. But in this connection one should not overlook the little fact that C is a commodity value which has not cost the capitalist anything. It is the embodiment of surplus labor, which originally stepped forth onto the stage as a component of the commodity capital C. This C is thus itself already linked in its existence to the circuit of the capital value in process, and if this comes to a head or is disturbed in some way, it is not only the consumption of C that is restricted, or completely ceases, but in addition the market for the set of commodities that form the replacement for C. This is similarly the case if CM goes awry or only a portion of C can be sold. We have seen that CMC, as the circulation of the capitalist's revenue, enters into the capital circulation only insofar as C is a value portion of C capital in its functional form as commodity capital. But as soon as it becomes independent